quite sure you all will be doing, they'll be doing some new, books and updating our budgets, books and everything. We do me one paper, at least for me. When you update them, please don't give me all these, bios and all this. I don't need it, okay? That saves some paper and trees by not putting that kind of stuff out for me. I just need to see the numbers, okay? I don't need other bios and all this. I know what the mission statement is, I know what pretty much everybody bios and all that, so I don't know how the rest of the council members, they may need, but I don't. That being said, I'm gonna turn it over to our city, interim city manager, Mr.
Well, Mr. Mayor, could we?
And one other thing. Come on, we have a lot of echo here. I was gonna say everybody needs to speak into the microphone, but right now.
Turn that down. Sorry, guys.
Is that?
My question was, can we do a prayer and a pledge?
Exactly.
We can do that.
Make it simple, right?
Can you lead us? Or would you like to lead us?
I can lead you, that doesn't matter to me. Let's first do a prayer. Do you want to do a pledge first? I see you hopped up, we can do the pledge.
No, I thought we were doing a pledge.
Prayer.
We do the prayer. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you once again and say thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for another one of your glorious days, oh Heavenly Father. They've never seen before, never be seen again, oh Heavenly Father. We thank you for help and strength on this day, Heavenly Father, that we may be able to rejoice and be glad on this day. Heavenly Father, we ask that as we come to this workshop, that we be able to listen to one another with love and respect. Even when we disagree, oh Heavenly Father, we ask you just be in the midst of us and help us and gather us through these next few trying hours and days of working through the workshop as we work through things for your people here in this great city of Clermont. As that we have respect for one another, even those when we disagree. Oh Heavenly Father. Heavenly Father, we ask that you continue to look out over the city of Clermont, look out for the people, continue to bless us and keep us in your protection, Heavenly Father. And we ask that each and every person that comes before us today, Heavenly Father, we ask that you continue to look out and protect them and bless them with your honor and grace, oh Heavenly Father. And we continue to do these things that you have assigned us to do for your people here in the great city of Clermont, oh Heavenly Father, because it's all about you and not about us, oh Heavenly Father. I ask you to take the eye out of everything we do here today, Heavenly Father, that we may be able to make decisions that's best for the city of Clermont and not for individuals, Heavenly Father. All these things we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Oh. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before I turn it over, let me say this. If I get up and leave, please excuse me. I kind of like being under the weather and on some medication, so antibiotics, so it's in the midst of my stomach and stuff, so that I may need to excuse myself from time to time. Microphone sounding better, but again, ask that everybody speak into the microphone. I still seem to have a little echo here in mine, so I'm quite sure we're going to work on those as well. Mr. Van Wright.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, before we turn it over to staff, I was hoping that us five as council could have some kind of vision and policy conversations before it becomes a staff presentation. This kind of goes back to what I was looking to do in December about talking about what is the future of Clermont, what is our shared vision. I think as we approach this budget, there are many ways we can go. And if we're all in agreement about what are kind of our guiding principles, I think taking maybe 10 minutes to just kind of talk about some big picture items, things I have in mind, for example, were what are we looking for the village? You know, the village affects the taxpayer, are we looking, or is our objective to, if possible, reduce the millage, or are we not concerned about that? I know some questions about, daily living expenses, like utilities have come up over time. Are we all on the same page that our goal is to reduce the cost of living for the taxpayers of Clermont? And I think if we can all speak that, yes or no, then at least we know, we've made that choice ahead of time. And the other thing is, a common theme that has come up in our meetings has been, a question that I have, are we all in agreement that we want to be a city where people can live, work, and play? Or do we want to continue down the path of being a bedroom community where people live, but they work elsewhere or they play elsewhere? In that vein, we also have adopted policies, maybe not the folks on this council, but in the past, where we are providing recreational services for our surrounding communities. So are we comfortable continuing to do that? And there could be partnerships there, so it's not good or bad, but I think that those are all kind of questions that we should be asking. And then one thing that I think if we adopt it up front, yes or no, it would make it easier when the opportunities first come, is are we willing to consider all possible alternatives to the way we've been operating? And so I approach budgeting as like a zero-based budget where you're starting from zero. And we're not doing that, we're not in that process, but that's how my brain works, is I look and say, what is it that we're trying to achieve, and then how do we build that? And I think it would help all of our staff to know how we are approaching this budget so that they're prepared and we don't end up with conflict in the process. How do you all feel about having those conversations briefly before we get started?
Yes.
I mean, I'm in total agreement with that. I think it's important that, I think we all go back on what our political position was when we ran, right, to maintain the rollback rate. So obviously to maintain the rollback rate, we have to maintain a budget that will fit within that rollback rate. So I'm in agreement with you there. And I'm also, I can think outside the box also. I know like we have an agenda and we have, but we can, we have to think beyond that. Like, I think you're probably much more knowledgeable than I am in these things, especially with your small town approach, with your ability to see things a little bit more clearly than I can see. But I'm in total agreement with what you said.
And where do we feel, for me, on the millage, that you brought up millage bill, is I ran for this position because I felt like the millage did not need to be increased back in 2022. That was kind of the driving force for me running. And back then, the millage was 4.2. And we've seen that by raising the millage, we've been able to save a bunch of money. And that's going to be one of the challenges that I've heard from the community leading up to this meeting is, why are we spending this? And how are, we're spending our savings. And my explanation to them is, no, we have to. We build you. We have to figure out what to do with that money. So that, I think, is one thing we're going to have to address. But the core issue there was we raised the millage from 4.2. Now back then, I spent a great deal of time identifying how we could have made the millage 3.9. And so for me, the rollback rate of 4.5 and change, whatever that number is, that's still above 4.2. And it's definitely above what I thought we could have done in the rollback back in 2022. So for me, I am looking to kind of make right what I think, when I think we got kind of off of the direction that we had been on. And so I want to be upfront about that and not have it be something that creates conflict throughout this process. And if I'm the lone voice that's there, then I'm happy to know ahead of time I'm the lone voice that's there. But, I look at some of these budgets that are double what they were in 2019. And I want to ask those questions. But if I'm the only one, or if it's going to create conflict, then I don't want to create unnecessary conflict.
So, I think there's a multitude, there's a lot of impact in what you're talking about.
Yeah, there is.
One part is that having this conversation now is not going to change the budget presentation that we're going to see over the next 3 days. I agree with you that those workshops were important to have back then. You didn't get them, and that's problematic. The things that you're asking for need to be done through the period of the my experience in government, we're not gonna turn the ship that quick, and it's gonna lead to some disappointment on your part, especially, can we get there? Sure, but some of the stuff that you're asking needs to be done through those expectations, so that department staff, department leaders understand this is where we're going, this is what we want, this is what we want as a group. So I agree with you, but I also know that this is gonna be a process, not a conversation. Wait. I don't know why I always get the good one. So it'll be a process to get there. In large part, we agree on those pieces and parts. Also on the part of the millage, some of what we're not doing is we're not having conversations about, is something funded correctly? I had this conversation with Tony about East Avenue. East Avenue, I don't know whether it's 10 years ago or 15 years ago, I saw a presentation on Complete Street for East Avenue. Really cool looking street. We never funded it. So he did put some in it this year. But even that funding doesn't get us there for another 15 years at cost from back then. So are we funding even East Avenue correctly? Are we funding all of our roads? Are we gonna end up at the same spot where the county, who, although they say it's 710 million, 810 million behind, that's actually 2018 numbers. They're more than $1 billion behind in roads. And so my concern with being in a hurry to drop our millage quickly and too significantly is that we don't address the issues that we have, the cans that we kick down the road. I don't know all, I've been here for a year, a little over a year, and I don't know what all cans have been kicked down the road. I don't have those answers, and I don't want to put the city to where we have infrastructure needs, especially that we've decided, hey, we don't know this. So, long story short, I don't know what I don't know. I'd like to hear those, and I'd like to hear that push from people. I don't know what Stoney knows. Stoney knows more about his departments than I do. I say departments because he stretches across pretty much the entire city. And certainly there's a lot, we're getting ready to do a roof. Well, what other roofs do we have? I just have such great concerns that we're not putting that money aside, not having it as a village, but putting it into a fund that says, this is what we're gonna do. There's no doubt that East Avenue needs to be done. We need to agree what we're gonna do and we need to fund it. He's got $1 million in there. This year I'm gonna tell you, I think it needs to be 2, so that we can get this road done and have the funds in there in 5 to 7 years. It needs to be done before then. I personally don't think we can wait 10 to 15 years on that road. So that's where my concern is. I just want you to know that I'm not disagreeing with you, and I think that those bigger conversations are important, but I also think that there's going to be additional conversations, and I don't think that's lost. Just so you know, I don't think that you're like, oh, I don't want to build this road, but I'm not sure that it changes what we're going to see today. And I know that we have a vote coming up on the 29th where we set the max it can be, and then we still have 2 months after that where we can sharpen our pencil, move those, and begin to move, because we're going to move the goalposts, is what we're going to do. And I'm not sure that's fair to staff to move goalposts today, but I think it's fair to move them moving into this budget and throughout the remainder of the year. And I think that's where your workshops come in, and we start having that bigger vision of, here's how we're going to fund, here's our long-term visions for all of these pieces and parts. And it's not just a 5-year, it's a 10-year, it's a 20-year. When I sat on school board, we were making plans for things that I knew I would be dead by the time they were done. And it's just that, it's that process of, here's the life cycle, and so.
Congratulations on your plans starting to come to fruition.
That was nice.
That was nice. Being rated on our public schools, that's nice. So yeah, where are you at, Chandra?
I agree with wanting to make our millage rate a doable rate. I ran because I thought it was too high as well. What I don't want, which I feel very much in agreement with Todd, is that I don't want us to pull it back so that amongst other things that have come up, and we don't have the money to cover them. Because as you know, costs are going up, things are going up even more each day, constantly. What may have taken a year now is taking 2 and 3 years. My husband works in the federal government on contracting. He's like, it's 2 and 3 years now. Stuff is double, triple the cost because of all of the pending tariffs and different things that are affecting. So I think we have to be wise. I think that it's smart to look at it, as Todd has said, about, okay, so we have this, this, and this, 5 years down, 10 years down. Part of my frustration has been, it seems like previous councils did not get that type of council to fund. So now it's on us to fund these different things, and we just have to be fiscally responsible with that. But we also don't want to put the city, you know, in a place where it's like, okay, we bring it down to say 3.5, but you really needed 4.5, and so now you're in this deficit, and so then the next year you raise it up twice the amount. So that's what I don't want us to do. We do need to be slow and steady, so to speak, as Mr. Howard has said. And far as where you spoke about, do we want this to be a town for people to live here, work, play, and all of that? I think that's a sale. I think that we're gonna have people who work here, and we're gonna have people who don't, because Disney is our largest employer. Are we attracting companies like Disney to come here that can pay 150,000? Skill sets, that type of thing. We don't have that right now. Companies are looking for the total. Okay, is it affordable to live here? Is it close to get to where we work at? You know, all those types of things and whatnot. So I think that we do need to try to attract more businesses, but I don't think it's realistic to think that everybody who lives in Clermont is gonna work for Clermont. I think we're just gonna have people who are gonna be in our surrounding areas and whatnot. But I do want us to try to bring some companies in here who will pay those type of living wages. I know I would like for us to help our young adults out so that they can have home ownership, because it's quite discouraging for them. I know when I was 25, we couldn't afford a mortgage on a $300,000 or $400,000 house. And the area here does not sustain that, you know? I mean, so that's what I would like to see. But I agree.
Thank you. I'll have a follow-up on that, and it'll be, I think, really helpful for Public Works. Mr. Ryan?
Yes, okay.
We're all bracing this.
All right. Cost of living, I agree with you. One of the things you talked about with cost of living, I agree with you. Cost of living has gotten a little high in the city of Clermont. However, cost of living anywhere has gotten pretty high, okay? You mentioned the fact that the budget, some of the department budgets have doubled since 2019. Guess what? Prices of things out there have doubled in trouble since 2019. So that's only natural. So it's only natural that the budget don't have to go up, but we want to continue to maintain the service and everything we have been given. I do. One of the things I looked at when I first started getting involved with the council was trying to have a community where we can build work and play. I always understood the fact that Clermont is a bedroom community, and so we'll always have a large percentage of our community that's going to be commuting outside the city. Okay, but I always thought there was room for us to bring some type of well-paid jobs in here. In the area, I'll say this again, the area I thought there a possibility is where we build the wellness way in Olympus at. I've always thought that was a great location for the industry, for the city of Clermont, because of the roads, being an old truck driver, access, roads, and everything down in that area. I thought it would be a would be a great area for industry, and we'd be able to bring in some good paying jobs and everything, because when I look around the rest of the city, if you look in the city of Clermont itself, really we only have I think it's 2 industrial areas we consider in so-called industrial and everything, and you get not even a block wide or whatever, you know, and everything. So we have no real areas for real job opportunities. think about the best paying jobs we have right now is either in the post office or in the hospital there, in the medical field, okay? So yes, that's one of the reasons I totally support Olympus, because it's a great opportunity, great job paying opportunity, and maybe we can keep some of our young people here, because that was one of my things, is, hey, what can we do to create jobs and opportunities for our young people when they do go off to college and make much more money, they want to come back home. Of course, and a lot of them won't be like we want to come back home. So I have no problem with trying to live, work, and play here in Clermont. But I think we kind of missed some of the boat, but we do have an opportunity with Olympus. We put our heads together and try to make the best of Olympus and see what we can get done down there. The millage, by the way, in 2022 was 4.6, not 4.2. Okay, we raised it from 4.6 in 22 for 5.06. It was 4.2, and when it was raised, the last time it was raised to 4.2. I think it was 2017 it was raised to 4.2. Okay, and I stood at the same values in that at that time in 2017, 20, whatever it was, and argued against raising the millage. Okay, however, there's something strange about the fact that when you're sitting out there and you're not up on this dais, you don't see everything. Okay, all we can think about the millage going up, and we paying a little bit more money out of our pockets and everything, but you don't see what hopefully you all are starting to see that you have to deal with every day, daily operation. Like the costs of things going up, trying to keep your people employed through pay raises and all these things that's going on. In 2022, no, I wasn't really thrilled about raising the rate, but at the same time, when I came in here, I ran on the fact that, hey, I'm going to be physically responsible, and the other thing is, hey, trying to create jobs for our young people, and not only that, but infrastructure, look at infrastructure. But when I came in here in 2020, basically, we had no money in our budget for infrastructure, okay? There was a study, I found out there was a study that been done saying, hey, we were supposed to be redoing our wastewater treatment plant. It wasn't done. Okay, we ended up trying to have it in the budget and get it done, but guess what? It cost us twice so much by the time we did it, instead of having the money to do it in 2018, 2019 when it should have been. Okay. 4 years later, when we got it done, that cost us, what was it? Just only 23 million in the beginning, it ended up costing us 48 billion. Because why? We wasn't being reasonable and budgeting things and looking into the future. Yes, you have a little bit of money in the fund balance. And the reason that money's in the fund balance now is because of that tax increase that we did. Because we were looking at the future, we was able to go back and put money in the budget. For sidewalk, for maintaining our streets, which we didn't have in here. And there's still a lot of them out there. Mr. Howard spoke about East Avenue. It was about $30 million with that study to do East Avenue back then. I don't know what it is now, Stone. But East Avenue is one of them things I would love to see us go ahead and get done. It's one of the main corridors in Clermont. And we have 2 schools sitting on East Avenue. 2 schools. I would love to see us right now have $30 million go out there, or whatever it costs us to do, and go out to East Avenue right now. Well, it's not there. We started talking about reducing the village again. We reduced it last year from 5.06 to 4.88. And I think this budget, if I'm not mistaken, when I just looked at the budget, it was balanced based upon 4.88, right? 4.7.
Is it 4.7 or 4.5 and change?
There's a modification because we got some information from the state of Florida after the vote that we based it initially, Scott can speak to this, how it was for.
We'll get
Well, my point is, if you want to start talking about dropping the millage rate now, okay, we really have to seriously go back and start talking about, okay, what are you going to cut? Okay, but looking at what I'm here, and I still have a lot of questions based upon what I'm I'm seeing here, that I think a lot of questions that still answered isn't accounted for in this budget right now, for its cost and everything. So these kind of things, I'm concerned with, that's why I'm sitting here. I can't even, like I was saying, I can't even just, the council, we had a fire department sitting over there, we had, with a leaking roof, this building here with a leaking roof, didn't have money to even fix the roof, okay? Workers sitting here, every time it rained, they had to move and call computers and everything else trying to protect themselves. Because everybody was afraid of raiding the village so we can have funds to do. Fire station, no generator. How can you operate a fire station with no generator? Hurricanes come, knock out your power. How do you first responders go operate?
Well, and
These kind of things was
my goal
happening.
is to stay up higher rather than going, we're gonna have to go into the weeds, and so I'm looking for the guiding principles that'll help us make decisions about what are the important expenditures. And I think that's where you're going is infrastructure, public safety. This is what I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and I think it's important for staff and the public to hear as well, is we want to reduce the cost of living. We want to do it in a wise and sustainable way. We're looking to have a 5 to 20 year plan, taking into mind the growth of the city and the infrastructure that's necessary. We want to attract jobs in the current market of 1 to 150,000. I agree with you on that. How do we do that? How do we encourage young people to come here to start their lives in a way that they can afford? Goes back to the affordable living. All these things kind of come together. And then there's something you said that I wrote down as embrace the opportunities that we have while recognizing where certain proverbial ships have sailed. So on the sailing of the ships and the people who do work outside the city, the people who do work outside the city, they have to get on roads that we don't control. And so one of the big issues I heard from the public was traffic is a concern. And I would like us, and having Public Works come in first, I think this is really important for them. I think one thing we need to think about on the traffic front is for the folks who do live, work, and play in Clermont, we can control the streets. We can make, and I'll support, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna support whatever investment we need to in East Avenue. We can do that, but that's not gonna help the folks who are driving to Kissimmee and Orlando. And so I think I don't want that problem to be something that weighs us down so much that we can't control the things that we can control, or that we don't make choices to control the things that we can control. And I think that is a bigger picture, kind of probably a conversation with the city manager, but I think it is something I'm hearing we do need to be addressing. How do we handle the traffic on 27 and 50 without it distracting from what we can control inside our own city? Is that what you want me to be hearing, or am I off base on that?
So, some of what you're talking about is futurism.
Sure.
And when we get into futurism, when we start talking about what is traffic going to look like, traffic is going to look completely different 2 years from now. I can tell you right now that we have a Tesla full self-driving car, and as vehicles move towards that, it's going to change that traffic pattern. It's going to change the way the lights work, it's going to change the way everything communicates. And it's a big deal to let go of that steering wheel. But I can just tell you from experience that it's a better driver. We have videos of my wife didn't know what happened and Tesla avoided a crash. She didn't know what happened until she got home and downloaded the video and watched it. So the vehicle and technology and where that's going is so far advanced, it's going to fix a lot of the road issues. And that's going to lead into not only public works, but that's going to change how our fire department and our police department and all of those things work. I will tell you that Tesla was driving me 85 miles an hour on the turnpike the other day. For whatever reason, I don't know, but it certainly was willing to exceed the speed limit, which is something I didn't expect. But as these things start doing this and it starts controlling how fast it goes and how it runs with traffic and what it can do, it has that algorithm to be able to do that. And I was worried about me getting a ticket, not that. But certainly 15 miles an hour was surprising. But we're going to see that where these vehicles can do that. And that's going to solve a lot of a traffic problem. So while we're wringing our hands over some of this stuff, we can't control, and we don't know what's gonna happen, we don't know what FDOT is gonna do. There's probably some opportunities for us to incentivize specific roads having specific lanes in the next 5, 10, 15 years, but that's the futuristic use. And again, I think going into what you're talking about, it changes the police department, it changes the fire department. We've never had a futuristic conversation, and I think it's interesting as we move in towards that. But that stuff is so far beyond even me, and I mean, I get into it, and it's beyond my understanding. I think you have to bring in people who really have a much greater view. And unfortunately, for like Sean and Bill, they weren't here for those conversations when we did Live Work Play. And you might have been, there was a presentation that was done over at the City Center of how important downtown Clermont was. When tumbleweeds were still rolling down through downtown Clermont, the gentleman came in, I can't remember his name, he talked about Live Work Play, the importance of an historic old downtown and why it matters and why you can't recreate that and why it was going to be something of a jewel for downtown. And I remember watching this presentation, and I wish I could remember what it was, because it was one of those presentations that you watch and you're like, holy cow. And as the next person, he explained that our opinions don't matter, that it was purely driven by the boomers and the millennials, and explained how all of this was going to go through. And it's something that, in large part, has been true. I think there's been some off-ramps of that. However, in general, it has gone in that direction, and for you guys not to have been able to see that, a lot of people didn't see it, I mean, there's happened to be involved at that time. But I think there's, going back to what you want to do, I think it's the right direction. I just don't think we get it done now. But I think it takes this kind of council saying, yes, we want to have that big, bold, Clermont changing conversation of how we get there. And so with that, I do agree with you, but I'm not sure that this budget is willing to get that done.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
Well, Mr. Mayor, a follow-up question I have for you, if you don't mind, is you had mentioned you wanted to get more industrial type jobs, and I wondered what you mean by that, because that can mean many things.
Well, when I say industrial, you're talking like stuff like Amazon, or even like I say, right now, I think we missed that boat.
Yeah.
Okay, we missed that boat, all right. That's why I'm supporting, and I'm real interested in what's going on with Olympus, because it has the greatest opportunity to provide some well-paying jobs, even though it's in the medical field. Most of us out there are medical, but the opportunities are there to provide more well-paying jobs here in the city. And that's what I'm loving about Olympus and everything, with all the different opportunities that we can just get to come up out of the ground there and everything. And I think that's one of the reasons a lot of the people that move in the wellness way is out there, because the commercial opportunities for jobs and everything is out there. And that's how it was, if I'm not mistaken, that's how it was sold. It was advertised that way, sold that way and everything. So, and that's one of my big supports, like I said. When I said industrial, I was looking at something like what they did up on the commercial park they have up on 19 in Grove. I thought they had a great opportunity to put a commercial park like that where we encourage Amazon and all these other opportunities coming here. And there's things out here that are rising that I'm not talking about right now that we have still have an opportunity for.
Yeah, can you give me without using like an industry or a specific name, is it a certain number of jobs? Is it a certain, like, when you said, Chandra, 100 to 150,000, like, that helps me. Like, are you saying we're looking for an employer who brings in 150 employees who all make a certain threshold? Are we looking, what is it about the industrial, if you can describe it for me?
It's not just industrial, it's just about any, since I've been on this council, a lot of approvals that I've done for different things. For example, what's the one over there, the rehab center over on 50 across from, across from Target. One of the reasons, and even though it was congested and everything, one of the real reasons and deciding factor for me on that was the job opportunity. Basically, they said they were going to bring in about 70 new jobs. okay? With a median income around $70,000. Because my question, when I hear things like that, just like when the Costco's came here, my question, how many jobs do you have participate in? Okay, I know management you're gonna probably bring them in somewhere else, but how many is reserved for Clermont residents, period? Okay, and these kind of things I look at, I'm looking at different things that's coming in Clermont. And on that rehab center, that's one of my biggest sales, is the fact that they was talking about bringing in about 70 new jobs at a median income, about 70,000, same thing with Costco, same thing with Lord Decor. A lot of the different buildings, that's what I look at. How many can we get jobs that you come in, you be brought in for a reserve Clermont resident, if they're qualified. For example, admin health. I know they do in a hospital over many of them. Okay, but my question to a lot of the workers over there, okay, I know you're gonna bring in, for most of your administrations gonna come in from other places and everything, but how many residents from the city of Clermont and many other are you gonna count? Okay, and all that, of course, I've been sending people out here already, you know, same thing when they did the emergency center, so these are things I look at when I'm approving things up here, for the different businesses and everything. What's the job, how much is paying, how can our residents benefit, so we can keep our folks from having to drive all the way to Arlington or something else. We can create the jobs here, not just in the industry, but hospital or anywhere and everything. I love it. I was fortunate enough to spend 22 years in the post office myself after my military retirement. And guess what? I was fortunate enough, they were all 22 years right here in Clermont. So it made a big difference to me. First 2 years I had to commute from Atlanta back and forth, but I was able to find a home to live here and be able to work. It was great. Even though I had the opportunity, I was in management at one point. They was trying to get me to go out to the airport, and I refused to go because I didn't want to take on the headache of having to drive that far. I'd rather stay here, get out of management, stay here and come up. Because for me, when I was not being in management, what they can be in management and what I was making here, just on my regular basis of hourly job, 4 hour way, what it was gonna be to go out there. Then I had to pick up the headache of driving 2 hours out, extra out of my day every day, maintenance and everything. So I stayed here.
I think what you're speaking to, Mr. Mayor, is quality of life.
Can we put a pin in all this and get back to what?
Right, and then,
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna bring this back to, is it's getting very granular, and
Yeah.
what we need to do is, once we get back to this budget, because what you're talking about is high skill, high wage jobs, it's not something that we as a council are gonna do, that's something that we hire somebody to do. That is a department that's gonna come in and say, we need you to go target these industries. If that's something that, yes, we as a council can do, and I appreciate what the mayor's doing, but that's granular work, that's what we do on a day-to-day basis, on a philosophical basis, on a larger basis. Well, we're gonna go after specific niche markets, whether that be technology, whether it be medical, health, you know, we can do that. We can say, hey, here's where we want to be, here's where we want to target it. And at the end of the day, our median household income is $85,000. And when we start talking about high skill, high wage jobs, I hate to tell you, 70,000 is not a high skill, high wage job. That's the problem, is that when we start talking about true high skill, high wage jobs, it's a different ballgame, and we have to have a different conversation.
Exactly.
And we need to target industry as a whole, not individual businesses. We're spending an enormous amount of time talking about individual businesses or individual spots, but ultimately we need and I think part of that's in here, I don't think it's where I'd like to see it, but that's where we need an economic development director who is out there going out day in, day out. How are we gonna get those? I know that Brett was working on SIG.
Oh, right.
Love to see those types of things come in, but you have to have those individual people who can go out and get those individual jobs and say, this is what we want. I mean, what are we gonna do with drones? We've never had a conversation about our airspace or topic of Clermont. There are so many cool things that are out there that we can go out and say, hey, we're gonna create an ordinance that allows drone work, and we can go target those specific drone companies. Say, you know what, we're gonna allow you to make it. Residents may like it, they may not. But those are the opportunities that we go out and look at, say, what are these emerging technologies? What are these things that we can go after now that put us on the forefront, but we have to be willing to go to the forefront. And I think that's bigger.
There's something for us to talk about.
Let's, yeah.
Well, but I do think our directors are skilled and talented individuals who know their industries extremely well. And the reason why I wanted to do this now is so when we're talking to the directors, we can ask them questions like, what do you see as an emerging industry? What are you seeing out there that we might not see that allows them to be creative and flex their, of course, Tony's the first one, right? But the guys in the back and watching are like, start thinking, she's gonna ask these questions. And I am gonna ask those questions. So I appreciate each of you participating in this. I think it's really important to our role in government and as elected officials. And so just kind of in summary, I'm hearing we want to reduce the cost of living in a wise and sustainable way, looking at a 5 to 20 year plan, solving these important problems, so identifying what is an important problem, attract high paying jobs by providing a high quality of life, controlling the controllables, and embracing what opportunities there are. So unless I'm hearing me wrong, for all the directors that are presenting, I'm going to be looking for things that allow us to reduce the cost of living for the citizens, identify what are the most important issues that we have, identifying in 5, 10, 20 year plans that we need to be thinking of, looking for your input on how we can have an economic impact by attracting jobs, what things you see in your area, what are the things we can control, what are the things we can't control, and what industries do you think we should be considering that might be an ideal fit for the citizens of Clermont. So that's kind of what I'm going to be looking for based on our conversation. So thank you all for that. I'll make a long time for that.
Before I go, let me say this. Because I wanted to, before I was interrupted, I wanted to address the thing on the traffic. Okay, Highway 27, Highway 50. Those are state roads. It's kind of hard for us to control anything on there, but however, I was informed last week or so that the state has approved funding to do our traffic study on Highway 50. We've been asking for traffic study on Highway 50 for west of 27 on west of 50. So I was given the word last week when I was up with the workshop last week that the state has approved that. So we're looking at that. So only thing we can do on 27 and 50 is work with the state. And we've been very fortunate in the past to work with the state and everything and help them, like they funded the traffic lights, $500,000 worth of traffic lights last year, and everything, which help traffic move through that. But you gotta understand, there's a lot I would like to see done on Highway 50, but it's out of our realm, and I don't think we should be spending our tax dollars and the tax dollars funding state roads and county roads, okay? I would love to see us, I'll be honest with you, one of the biggest projects I would like to see right now, even before East Avenue, is to create turn lanes on Hancock and just stop right turn lanes at Hancock and 50, and then right turn lanes at Hancock, 50 and Citrus Tower Boulevard, okay? Because traffic get backed up there big times, okay? If we have extra dollars even before I did East Avenue right now, I would like to do that because I think that would be more beneficial to those working folks in Clermont that haven't commute, rather than East Avenue right now, even though I think East Avenue has been a project that I've been sitting here and backing and trying to see done for over 15 years. Okay? But I think if we have any spare feet money there, that's what we should be looking at right now. Again. Then I just need you to clarify something. What do you mean cost of living? What reduced cost of living for residents? I mean,
Yeah, so different ways to see to reduce cost of living are, millage is obvious, utility fees are obvious, those are the easy ones. But I think trickier ones are how we approach development, things that maybe are less obvious. Ms. Myers brought the point up. My first house was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo. And that's how I started my life over in Seminole near St. Pete. And it was an affordable house, and my husband at the time and I both had jobs, and they were good jobs. They weren't great jobs, but they were good, and we had a house that we could afford. So I think embracing opportunities to permit development in a wise way that allows for lower cost homes. I mean, ironically now, some of the highest cost homes per square foot are over at the yacht club, which has no yard, you know, at townhomes, but what is it? It's on the trail. And there are some small, you can't get one of those 2-bedroom units in there, good luck, because they sell at the moment they come on the market. So I think diversity in our development is another way that we can create a lower cost of living somewhere for seniors when they retire. You know, my parents have a 5-bedroom house. Nobody lives in it but the 2 of them. You know, they might not want to embrace the fact that they're seniors, but they're 70 and 74. So still, you know, sometime you want to downsize, and when you do, where do you go? And really, where do you go? You don't, probably at that point in your life aren't looking to go to an apartment. You're probably looking for a condo or a backyard cottage or something. You know, diversity in development is another way that we can address the cost of living. Bringing jobs in is another way to address the cost of living. If you don't have to live in a 2-car home, you can save $600 to $800 a month just by having 1 car instead of 2. So if you can walk to work, or you can bike to work, or you can call a car to work, these are all things. And every piece of property in every area of our city, I think, needs to be looked at differently when we start having those kinds of conversations. I don't think there's one brushstroke you can apply to all of it, but those would be other ways I can think of, and I'm sure there are more to affect it, to reduce the cost of living.
Well, I'm just curious because cost of living, you know, I don't think we have any control over the size home anyone purchases out here. That's their individual choice, and everything, and totally agree. I think some of the homes are rather expensive here in the city of Clermont. One of the things I was told when I first got elected is I gotta understand that, there were certain people that were trying to push that up. Because I was actually giving comments that, hey, I understand certain people can't won't be able to live it for it to live or not. We don't want certain people living here. See? So that's a problem that we've created, not this council. And I don't think we can control that cost of living, the cost of homes out there. We can do things about how many homes we, what types of homes we bring in here and everything else, but the cost, I don't think we can do it. For example, you hit said something there, and you know, when I used to advise people on budgets and everything, I used to, one of the things I used to always say to them, hey, buy a home, a large home while you're small, or while you're young, and you can afford it. Then when you get old and you're ready to retire, you downsize. I took that same advice myself. That's why I live where I live at. I don't like the fact that some of the things that's driving up the cost of home, HOAs. That's out of control. Okay. And I don't think nothing we can do at this council can dictate to anybody out there what size home they want to purchase and everything. It's up to that individual. We can go a little bit millage rate. I look at my millage rate right now, and you know, we can lower it back to 3.9. Guess what? That's gonna save me on my home right a year. I'm talking about maybe $100 a year. That's nothing for me.
To your point, even if we raise the millage rate and it costs the citizens $200 a year, but we do something different that saves them $1,000 a year, then we just save them $800 a year. So I do agree it needs to be a holistic approach, and that's why I want to give staff the benefit of what's in our head, and also us, so that we can reach consensus on issues without it being, I'm bringing something to the table that you don't know I'm bringing to the table. And that's how you avoid disappointments, you make agreements.
Yeah, that's where I think maybe something the council can do, we come together and advocate at our state legislature to do something. There's places where we can save people living, cost of living is homeowners insurance, auto insurance, things like this. What we doing here is, I don't think that's affecting it as much. Me myself, I mean, auto and homeowners insurance is one of the biggest things that I complain about myself, okay? So what can we do as a council? If you're looking to help them in that area, hey, can we advocate to the state legislature, hey, do something with it?
We certainly can. Can we get back to
Yes.
hands here, so they can do their
but-
presentations?
but I was just
I'd
curious.
be on for it.
We're gonna get back,
Back on track.
we're gonna get back to where we're supposed to be and everything. Again, Mr. Van Wagner,
I will keep my comments very brief. The budget that you're gonna see is a combination of staff, council, and our citizens' input. I consider, and some of the staff and some of you as well, consider some exciting possibilities are gonna be discussed by the council. And we look forward to go through this process with you to see what's best for the citizens of Clermont. And I want to just let you all know, I encourage and have encouraged our directors to feel very open in our communication. My way of style of leadership is to try to be very transparent. So there are some things that I didn't agree with in the budget, but I still want them to discuss it with you. I would just rather have a much more transparent approach. That's my personal way of leadership. So I've asked them, and I give them that liberty to share what they want to share. There was some fluctuations and changes from when we did this initial budget to when Tallahassee sent us some additional numbers. So there'll be some discussion about that. But with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Scott, our finance director, so he can give you more of an overview of this discussion.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, everybody. Anxious and thank you, appreciative to be able to this opportunity to present to you just a very high level and broad overview of the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. Time marches on. First off, Kyle's running the PowerPoint too. I like to tell, well, first off, just quickly on the budget calendar, just to reset where we are. As already discussed, we have 3 budget workshops planned over the next 7 days. And ultimately, one of the key things coming out of these workshops is we do need direction from City Council on what that proposed, also known as maximum millage rate will be for the resolution to be brought before you at the final meeting in July. And then, of course, we'll wrap up the process with 2 trim and budget hearings in the month of September. I like to tell my staff that every audit, every budget that we do are unique in their own ways. And a couple words I've used to characterize this budget is both transitional but also transformational. There's a lot of changes in this budget. First and foremost, just the platform itself. And I'm going to ask Kyle to quickly move over to the city's website. And just want to make sure that the public is aware that this new, what we call the online budget book, we'll refer to this as the online budget book. It is available through the city's website, on the finance department page, and all 98% of what is on this online version is exactly what's before the council members and the directors in a hard copy version. Frankly, it's best viewed online, but there's a lot of it. As I said, almost everything that's before them in a hard copy is available online, and I'd encourage the public to spend some time looking at them. You can see everything from detail on capital project proposals to some historical and forecasted information. And I hope that the city and the residents and the community finds value in this online budget book. Staff across the city, this was certainly a team effort putting this budget together and transforming to this platform. Particularly, I want to give kudos to the gentleman to my left, Mr. Kyle Pride, the city budget manager, who put in countless hours towards this effort. And, so kudos to him, kudos to the department directors, and thank you for their efforts.
Scott, let me just, I'm sorry for interrupting. I want to also thank you all for all the work. And I also want to go back and thank the previous council that saw fit to go ahead and do this audit a couple of years ago. So we can get to this point. Ms. Myers helped make that decision as well, the previous councils. And I'm just amazed. I thought it was taking a lot longer to get this all set up and ready to go, but you all have done a fantastic job, and I totally appreciate everything you did since we purchased this software a couple of years ago. So thank you.
Much easier to read this year than last year, yes.
Well, thank you for those comments, and the way I see it, this will only get better in the future years going forward. And I appreciate the comments. Thank you very much. Please go back to the PowerPoint. So when I talk about transformational budget, one of the big things that we'll talk about a lot is the proposed EMS transport program. budget, it is all done so within the general fund, for a first-year price tag of $3.5 million. But it's important to note for everyone that we have not included any revenues associated with this program in there. Our understanding is there's a potential for an interlocal agreement with the county government, but we are not at that point, thus we don't know what those revenues will be, so they are not included in this proposed budget.
Do you know when they would have those numbers? Like, would it be before we adopt the final budget?
I have to defer to Mr. Van Dyke.
I think that's a good possibility. We're working, Jennifer and I, the county manager, are working to get something done, and they're hoping to have a draft soon.
Second thing that I would call transformational is a proposed update to the fund balance policy. In my presentation back in early May, we talked about the funds in the general fund reserves in excess of our fund balance policy. And I'm going to talk a lot more about that in a couple slides down the road in detail. But in your supplemental packet, I've included a draft of a proposed modification to the fund balance policy to where we'll be shifting money into the capital projects fund for, as the name implies, capital projects and expenditures. And we'll talk more detail about it here in a moment. In terms of key assumptions built into the budget on the revenue side, we have, based on the figures, the best estimate figures that we got from the county in early June, we built this budget based on the assumption of an 8.5% growth rate in the assessed valuation. And as Mr. Van Wagner said, we do have updates on that. We literally got that information today. We were on the printer and distributing this. But in the next slide, I've got some details surrounding those modifications. Second thing is we have built in a $10 million potential debt issuance in relation to the parking garage project downtown. And then also in terms of utility rates, this next budget year will be year 4 of a 5-year rate ordinance that was passed by the City Council in 2023. So those adjustments are included in here as well. And we can speak more detail when we get to those points if you like. On the expenditure side, citywide across all funds, 33 proposed new positions, the bulk of which, of course, is related to this proposed EMS transport position. Those are general fund dollars. And then in terms of insurance on liability and health insurance, a lot of this information related to insurance comes to us at a later time as we approach the end of the budget process. We have projected in here an 8% increase in liability insurance, and that's both in terms of rate and in terms of the number of assets that the city has been accumulating. The expansion of the wastewater treatment plant is a great example of that, and what would be driving those costs.
Scott, do you have an idea what the burden is per employee on average? Is that a number that you use?
Per employee.
Yeah, so when you add in the taxes and the benefits and the,
Oh, absolutely.
what is the percentage
I got a
typically?
slide too. But the general rule of thumb is about 33%.
I'm sorry, Scott.
Yes.
Excuse me. 8%, that's what we expected, insurance?
That's what we built into this proposed budget, sir. We get information from the Florida League of Cities at a later time, I think in mid to late August.
Yeah, I think 8% of them go based on past methods and around 15-20%.
Well, we're working off a lot of assumptions since we don't have that information, but based solely on the number of assets that we brought off the line in the last couple of years, including the completion of the wastewater treatment plant, we built this based off of an 8% assumption. Could be higher, could be lower, right?
Yeah, well, I know a couple of years, we sit here looking at 8-9%, and we came in around 20%. You know, it hit us pretty hard, so I'm just saying that a little low, I'd rather go high rather than low and have to jump up, okay? I'm just thinking based on past years, that seemed to be a little low.
It could very well be, but I believe we'll have a better idea as we approach the end of the budget process.
Okay.
All right, next slide, ad valorem. So here's touches on what Mr. Van Wagner was referring to. So in this current year, the millage rate was 4.88, which if that is adopted by City Council once again would generate $30.8 million in revenue. The thing that's changed this year is if you divert your eyes down to the bottom, is that that rate of 4.88 now exceeds the majority vote maximum. The highest you can go with a simple majority vote now is 4.8291. So if the city council prefers to keep the millage at 4.88, it will require a 2/3 vote, which in our case is 4 out of 5. Going back to the top now, the proposed budget was built at a rate of 4.73, which estimates $28.5 million. However, as stated, we got the official report from the state, they were at print, and the growth rate that we assumed at 8.5 is actually 11%. That means that that 4.73 proposed millage rate would actually generate closer to $9.8 million. The rollback rate, which was provided to us in that same report, this year is 4.6143, which would generate $29.1 million. That is not a typo on that table. The official rollback rate now would actually generate more ad valorem dollars than what 4.73 would in our initial draft of this budget. That change in growth rate was significant.
So what's the new one?
So that is the official
That is the
rollback,
official
4.61. We didn't assume a rollback. We built it off of 4.73, but we got the report, the rollback is 4.6.
So what's the rate if we approve the budget as currently presented with the 28.566 million tax?
What's the rate?
Yeah, what is the rate if we approve the number of 28?
Well,
Now, if you look at our budget, when we look at the budget overview, sorry, the general fund overview, we have an assumed collection of 28,566,000, which is actually 28,549,000 with interest and late fees. So whether we use, let's just use the 28,566. If we were to adopt a rate that was at 28,566, what would that rate be now that we have the new numbers from the state?
backing into it right there, it would be slightly lower than 4.73. And we can provide a detailed table.
4.55? So at 4.55, we would be collecting what staff has requested in the proposed budget as provided with no cuts. We're starting at a rate of 4.55.
4.55 would be new rollback.
Scott,
No,
can
just
you
their
get
requested
that
rate.
number for me, please?
Excuse me?
Yeah, you get that rate for me, please?
The rate that Mr. Peterson just said was 4.5.
Can you do me a favor and prepare a scale, I think in the past when we've done the net scale, with different rates, 4.88, what would actually be like with the present rate, all the way down to 4. What's this, the rollback rate, 4.61?
Yeah, I did provide us a table along those lines there to Mr. Van Wagner a couple of days ago. That was prior to getting the update.
Okay.
I'm glad to revise it.
Get an update on it with new rates, please, and let us know exactly what
Scott, I know that's in our budget book. I'm pretty sure that there was
Oh, in your supplemental packet?
was it in an email?
It was.
Okay. I was gonna say, I knew I read it somewhere, so. If we could get that printed out, you could do that in my time, right? You could change this and just let us do that. So.
Great work.
Copy of the next slide then. Next slide is a status of the general fund that's presented to you. And I'm going to start on the left-hand side in the column. It's a proposed budget summary. Revenues over expenses. It's actually presented to you at a deficit of $10.2 million, which on the surface is alarming. However, going back to our presentation in May, we discussed the funds in excess that we have in reserve and the desire to create a spending plan plan to draw down those reserves. So that is why you see this deficit of $10.2 million. And continue to reading down on the left-hand side, there's a couple things unaccounted for in that. One is the aforementioned adjustment at the rate of 4.73. That would be the additional revenue to the general fund. And then just above that is the aforementioned proposed interlocal agreement for a transport program of $1.8 million. Now again, these are assumptions, these are unknowns, but you may ask yourself why 1.8? Well, if you follow to the right-hand side, you see the EMS transport personnel line of 1.8. Our understanding at this point is that any such interlocal agreement will reflect the cost of personnel, the frontline personnel of the EMS transport program. So that's where we got that number.
So the 1.8 is personnel?
Wow. For the frontline EMS personnel, yes, sir. So going,
You know how many people? How many?
It's in there.
next slide,
Yeah.
you're ahead of me. I will show you that.
Can I interject?
Absolutely.
Because I know I'm like the pencil sharpener. I want to speak to the four of you that I have looked over every line item, if it doesn't surprise you, of this budget. It was much more fun this year and informative. This looks, and for anyone in the audience watching or the public, this looks really, really scary. But in reality, all Scott's trying to do here is really reconcile and give us options on what to do with the overage. So if we're comparing apples to apples, what we want to look at is the 58,583 to 90, because that is a true comparison to what we've been looking at year over year leading up now. Everything else is, hey, how do we want to spend this money that has been saved over the years? So I just want to kind of speak that to you, that as the person who got a couple phone calls that maybe I should be freaked out about this, I'm actually not at all, because this is the business that we need to be doing here, is addressing how do we spend that, it's not extra money, I like to call it prepaid money by the citizens, and what are the important projects that we should use it for. So before we kind of get too far off of that, I wanted to say that to you for what it's worth, that I'm saying it to you.
I understand that one of the things that I keep mentioning, I don't know, maybe I'm listening anyway, but I'm gonna go ahead and say this is, I've nowhere in this budget that I see any fund allocated for me to send it up.
It's in the capital projects in the back. What's really exciting is that staff's given us a 5-year capital plan, and that's all part, I just think Scott and his team have done a remarkable job, because this feels weird to most people who have been going through this process, because it is very different. And so this is a change, but the meeting in the middle is in the capital projects. They have prepared a 5-year plan for us. Scott has presented the 4.9 up there is intended to fund the new capital. I'm not trying to tell you how to Scott, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm hoping this is helpful.
You're all welcome tonight.
The 4.9 is intended to fund the capital fund. So Mr. Mayor, you and I had a conversation not too long ago about increasing our reserve account from 25% to 30%, or I said, hey, let's do 33, let's do a third, right? But what Scott is proposing to us is that we keep the 25% reserve for general fund, but maintain 10% towards our capital, so that we can be saving money as we move forward for capital projects that aren't earmarked through impact fees or through grant programs, so that we have money that we can use for the pier that needs to be fixed, for example. When these things come up that don't need, we have the money. So that's a policy question we're gonna have to address, but that's what that 4.6 is. And I told Scott, I thought it was great to say 10% over the 25 towards capital. And I actually said, at what point do we say we're not funding that anymore? Because if it grows to a certain point, I'm getting ahead of myself. But 4.6 of the 7.5 is going towards the savings account. That's what it's going towards for us. So, and then, Mr. Howard may get to hash it out later. Too crazy, but we can hash it out later. So, the rest of it's fine, but that's what that is.
That sounds good to be able to put money in a capital fund account, but I still want to see our fund balance increase to 30%. Because understanding what the reserve fund balance is all about, at reserve. with the cost of everything going on, and, if we get hit with some, big hurricane, that we have to fund up front, I wanna make sure we have enough money out there available. And I'm afraid of the cost of everything, with consideration of tariffs and everything else going on, we may not have enough money sitting aside.
Have you ever tapped into your fund balance?
Yes, matter of fact, when I first got elected, I had, we replaced, what was it, about $8-9 million in fund balance, because, during COVID, we actually used money out of the fund balance.
For 2 years.
Yes.
To raise it to 30%, that was ridiculous. All you're doing is setting money on the side that we don't need to set.
Well, money sitting on the side, but it's there for you, and the reason that's all there is required is in case of emergencies, and I rely to make sure we have enough money if we do get hit, that it's there. It's a statement, it's a requirement that we do this, okay? So, my thing is, I just wanna make sure we have enough of the cost of everything else going on.
So the state requirement is good by me. Any more than that, and I'm vehemently opposed to it, that money should not be set there. We can put it in interest-bearing account, you can do whatever you want with it, and we can set it into capital funds. But to add extra money into an account just because we want to, I just kind of give it.
Are you comfortable, how do you feel about the capital
I'm
fund?
fine with capital, but to say that we're just gonna stick money into the general fund for extra, because then that ends up being a slush fund, is what that is. And I'm just not there. And so, you know, we have a set amount, and to go and say, oh, we need more than the state mandates, we've never tapped that much, we've never had that kind of, we've had hurricanes, we've had everything else. So short of some kind of crazy going on, and the federal government's gonna step in at that point anyway. So we have, that is plenty of money. We demonstrated year after year after year, it's plenty of money. And when you come back to a roof, if that roof would have been done properly and replaced in a timely manner as it should have been and planned for, then it wouldn't have come out of there. So
Well, I think we're, again, too far into the weeds on this one, but Mr.
Well,
Mayor, I think where this addresses your concerns, because I share your
Well,
concerns.
understand this, Mr. Howard. You cannot just tap into the, fund balance like that. You just can't use it for anything. It's not a slush fund. You know, and anytime you use that money, it has to be replaced. And it's there for emergency, so you don't create a slush fund. You create a fund for emergency. I operate my home the same way. I have an emergency fund sitting there with X number of dollars in there every year, just in case.
and the state amount is plenty, we don't need to add more because it does give us slush
But
funds
each
for
year,
accounts.
to add the cost of everything, I may estimate something, one thing this year, and it goes up the next year, so I put a little bit more each year. But it's not a slush fund. It's there, and it's only can be used for certain items, and then once it's used, it has to be replaced, okay? Just like when we used it in 2020 in 21 for COVID, one of the first things we had to do was go back and replace that money, in the fund balance, get the fund balance back up, where it should have been before we did anything else.
Well, what I really liked about Mr. Gore's proposed solution here is I think it addresses both of your concerns. One is in the example, Mr. Mayor, that we have an act of God or some sort of catastrophic event. We still have the funds in the capital fund. That's what they're there for, is to be available for us to use for capital projects. And certainly an act of God, a destructive event would meet that criteria. But then it also addresses your concerns, Mr. Howard, in that it doesn't just put money aside for no purpose. I think the issue of the reserve funds that is not addressed by this policy, and Mr. Mayor, you've spoken it before, is we have a state legislature who has suggested that we should get rid of the ad valorem taxes. And, any reserve fund, whether you have 30%, 40%, or 50%, if you no longer have an ad valorem tax, that is a Band-Aid on a balloon. And you have got to come up with a better solution, which is one reason why you'll hear me say, if we can roll back the millage, I like rolling back the millage because it starts introducing the protection that you're concerned about, sir, about one of the things you're concerned about, which is if the state's in have ad valorem tax. The fact is, if we don't kind of live off the ad valorem tax, if you're in a two-income household, for example, and you live off of one income and you save the other income, then that protects you in the event that one of those two people can no longer work. So it's the same kind of mindset that if we continue to increase our reliance on the ad valorem tax, then if the state said there's no more tax, that would actually be a catastrophic event. Back in 2022, when I stood at that podium and opposed the millage increase, one of the important factors, and I think it's relevant for this conversation, was leading up to 2022, the millage was actually 1/3 of our overall expenditures. Ever since 2022, the millage has been 50% of our overall expenditures. So that was one of my questions to the city manager at the time, and I was not given an answer that worked for me. But perhaps to address your concerns and to talk about sustainability, maybe one of the things, rather than just looking at the rate that we could look at, is what percentage of our expenditures are being supported by the ad valorem taxes versus what percentage are being supported by other operational activities. And that might be another way to look at the millage that we haven't had a conversation around before, but it goes towards the direction of what happens if the state says, what if the state says you can't go over 2 or 2.5? Well, if we work our way down to 3 1/4, 2.5 wouldn't be so difficult the following year. If we continue to keep it closer to 5, the 2.5 is cutting our budget by 50% for a quarter. Currently, we cut our budget by a quarter. So those kinds of things maybe would be for us to talk about to address the concerns. I love the rate horrible, so we can go down to 3 all we want.
Well, Ms. Strange, if the state were to do away with ad valorem, we have a far greater problem than the fund balance, okay? Because then you have to come up with how you going to fund anything in the city without ad valorem.
Well, and I'm not sure in Seattle you do, sir, because you'll hear me talk about 2019 a lot, and the reason why is in 2019 we had 41,000 residents. Today we have some number between 49 and 52,000. So we have 25% more people. But in 2019, we had an operating budget of 36 million. And today we have an operating budget of 58 million. And so one of the questions I frequently ask department heads is how many more employees do you have since you had the year before COVID happened? I mean, it's a transformational year because COVID was so impactful. And so when I'm not hearing them say they have twice as many employees, I'm not hearing, so we're almost doubling our expenditures, and at the same time, our taxes back then were 11 million. So our citizens are paying 11 million in taxes. Today, they're paying 28 million in taxes. So I don't think it's as catastrophic, but I think if we presume that things will always stay the same, then we could be caught off guard by a catastrophe. So anticipating things that can be anticipated, I think is a wise thing to do. And to live lean, I think is a wise thing to do, because if we do have any sort of excess, which is easy, we're a wealthy city. That's the reality. We are a very healthy, wealthy city. And it's easy when you're healthy and wealthy to live like tomorrow's guaranteed. And so I think the fears that you expressed are really important. I think the question of the capital fund speaks to some of them, what happens in a natural catastrophe, what happens in an emergency. But I think an overriding thing we need to be considering is what happens if next year the state says, you have 5 years to phase out your ad valorem tax. I mean, I don't think that's a crazy thought of a thing that could happen next year. So I'm not saying we should, but I am saying that is something we should be not caught off guard by, because the state proposed it this year. So that didn't work. But I mean, they won't be back next year with another solution that feels more like a compromise. So as we're considering, do we really need this? Is this an important project? I think we should really be mindful of what is an important project and how can we fund it. Again, I know Stoney and his team are sitting here and they've got lots of ways to fund. It's really interesting. We're starting, in my opinion, with the hardest one, with Public Works, the most complex and complicated one. And so I'm excited to hear what you have to say. And again, Scott, I'm not trying to take it over, I'm sorry.
We're staying on the upper right-hand corner, just talking about the transfer policy portion, and in Stoney's presentation, surely we're going to touch on the downtown garage proposed project. The part of the financing on that project includes the use of $2 million out of the unassigned fund balance within the general fund, because again, we're talking specifically about the general fund right here. Another significant item or unique expenditure in the general fund this year is the body cam and tasers project, which Chief Grayson will obviously speak to. It has a significant higher year one cost than the operating costs in future years. And I don't want to throw a number out there, I'll get that from Mr. Grayson, but year one costs were estimated at $950,000. And then below that, you'll see the additional costs associated with the transport program. Again, in total, about $3.5 million to start this program. Next slide, Kyle, please, is the proposed staffing additions. As I said, if you look at the very bottom, you'll see that total of 33 positions at a fully loaded cost, if you will, of $3.9 million. So that's salary, that's benefits, that's everything associated with the positions. And you can see that those are spread across 3 different funds, one for the Building Services Fund, 6.5 in Enterprise, and 25.5 in General Fund. And the reason, just for everybody's knowledge, you see 0.5 is some positions we're able to allocate depending on the task associated with the position in both Enterprise and General Fund. In this case, mechanic position, so it's not half a person, it's just half of their allocation is spread out.
As a reminder or clarification, of the 3.9, we're expecting 1.8 to be reimbursed from the county.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Mayor, you asked about which of those are associated with EMS, which of those 33. So they're all within the general fund section, so the lower half of this table, you see 3 battalion chiefs, 1 division chief, and then the firefighter EMS of 15. That's your 19 positions. And Chief Azell obviously will be able to speak in more detail to those.
Okay, so all these positions mainly for fire,
Correct.
okay? And most of them, like I can't do majority of them is for the new EMS. And you said 1,800 coming back from county?
That's what we are speculating at this point.
See, I guess that's where I'm having a problem, okay? We speculating all this and doing all this here, but yet still this council have never had a conversation with Lake County or anything else. Determined, there's a lot, to me, there's a lot of things that still need to be discussed and decided upon here.
Do you want to do that during the fire presentation, or do you want to do it at the
Well, the thing is, I mean, we got all these laid out and everything, but we've never had a workshop or anything where this council could really sit down and talk to Lake County about what they're gonna do again. That's, for example, if they give us back 1,800, 1.8 million, does that mean that we out there on our own, we have to provide all our own services here in Clermont? Or they can still be able to help us, or we don't have to reimburse them when we do have to call them on or whatever. A lot of details here in EMS have not been discussed. And to me, I think we're moving a little too fast with this. Before we do all this, we need to sit down with the county as a council and everything, so everybody can hear what's going on here and iron out a lot of these details. Because I'm quite sure they're gonna give us $1.8 billion back every year. Then probably will be funding us, providing extra services without some kind of reimbursement.
Well, I would be happy to have that meeting, Mr. Mayor, and I think you would find that I would be coming with a whole list of other things I think they should be reimbursing the city for if we were to have that conversation. I do think that the question for this council and theirs is there a taste for the city of Clermont providing its own transportation service? And if so, I think our next step in that situation would be to send it right back to Mr. Van Wagner and Jennifer Barker to discuss the details and come back to us with these numbers. And so I think that if you want to do that, I'm actually starting a little list of what we might want to take to the state and what we might want to take to the county. And there are several things that our citizens are paying in taxes to the county. I think roads should be discussed with the county. There are roads that our citizens use that the county collects taxes on and either pays or doesn't pay for. Just like the ambulance service, it's the same thing. Our citizens are paying for that service, and that's why they would be giving us back the 1.8 million. And my question to Mr. Van Wagner when the time comes would be, is that sufficient? is that what our citizens are paying for this service to the county, or is the county using our citizens' taxes to fund EMS in other cities? And if that's the case, then I want to make sure the citizens of Clermont are getting 100% of their tax dollars.
Right.
And right now, to your point, our citizens are paying more to the county than they are to the city. And that's okay if the county is providing the services. But I think that there are definitely things in addition to EMS that maybe we want to talk about. And that goes to kind of that vision that we talked about, collaboration. Do we want to collaborate with the surrounding communities? Do we want to have kind of joint interlocal agreements for a number of things? I've been approached about water, I've been approached about police, I've been approached about fire, EMS, recreation. You know, there's a lot of things in this kind of south of the region that we could work collaboratively with the surrounding cities. And frankly, if the county continues to build our JPA and compel annexation the way they've been doing, there won't be any Lake County in South Lake County because our borders are already touching. The only place Lake County really has property anymore, unless you consider the pods that they have inside and surrounded by the city of Clermont, is south of Clermont. And the reason why the CMS has come up is because they can't even get to the south of Clermont without calling our crews to answer the call at $100 a call, which is crazy. So I think you're right, but I think that when we come, I think we'd be better, we, the citizens, would be better served if we say, here's the 5 or 6 different areas that the county is collecting taxes, that we as the citizens are providing the service, and that's okay, as long as we're getting that money back.
So, I think we're off topic here, but one, I asked for this last year on the EMS and asked for a budget presentation. Told me didn't do it. I'm happy it's in front of us because I knew it was a problem last year. But when we start talking about the money on these, especially EMS, there comes a point that when we start having 20, 30, 50-minute response times, it's incumbent upon us as council members to do what we need to do for our community, not to rely or worry about what the county's going to do. The county has put themselves in a hole, and the county's doing what the county does. I'm done worrying about the county. I'm done asking the county for help. We are big enough. We're the largest city in Lake County, and we're big enough to do what we want, and we don't have to ask for permission to do it. And I, for one, am tired of asking them to do and do and do, whether it's police, them not patrolling the waters out here, whether it's EMS, with terrible response times, fire, us having to bail them out. I get it. We wanted, back in the day, we needed interlocal agreements because we were so rural. We don't anymore, and we need to take care of Clermont. And if we have to find a way to balance within the millage, we do. But from a safety security standpoint, I am not going to have that conversation. Certainly, we need to have to figure out how we do it. But from a safety security, doing what's right by the citizens, I don't think it's a question. I don't think it's an option. So I'm certainly not happy that there's $1 million in management at it. I don't think that's necessary. But and I think that pencil should be, can be, will be sharpened. But from a standpoint of does it need to be done, it absolutely needs to be done. And we need to tell the county, do your job, or we're going to do it ourselves, and we'll walk you down. And I'm okay with that. But I'm at that point that I'm tired of asking the county to do their job.
Well, I can understand that tired of asking the county to do their job, but then again, I don't want to commit the city to something that's going to be a real heavy burden to all our residents and us as well. Like I said, a lot of this has been done, and we have not had any conversation that I know of, other than Mr. Van Wyker maybe, with the county about what it's going to do and present it to the county. For example, one of my other concerns about EMS, where are you going to store these animals? Now, I understand.
I'm so excited about this, actually. I am so excited about this because I'm glad you
Because
asked.
our fire station, but I know right now, we don't have room at our stations right now. For these
You're absolutely right. You're 100% right. And the solution that our staff had come up with, and they're a gold star in my mind, is when I found out that we had a response time in most areas of the city of 9 to 15 minutes. And that the fire station 2, the original proposed fire station 2, would not really help that. I mean, it was still gonna be 9 to 15 minutes, because they have to get all over the city because of traffic and all the things our citizens deal with. What, just like the proposal, and Stoney, thank you for being patient, just like the proposal with, doing the public safety over on the old public works property, you know, within budget, what they came, at least to me with, and I think we're gonna be seeing, is multiple stations throughout the city, quick, not big, huge buildings, not mega buildings, but buildings that are functional and effective and allow us to reduce our response time to every citizen in the city to 6 minutes. And 6 minutes is a magic number, because 6 minutes is the point that the brain starts to die. And I know that's a gruesome thing to say, but that's the life or death conversation that Mr. Howard is alluding to, that we're talking about in response times. And I'll be honest, I was kind of like, well, but my goal is to get them there. Well, 2 things are happening. One is when our fire medics and EMTs get to a person, they can't leave until the ambulance comes. So if there's another call, they are stuck with a stabilized patient. That is a problem for the new call. So that's issue number 1. Issue number 2, and maybe this was just a hard string, and I might be showing my soft side here, but one of the medics said, now what happens when I'm treating your 90-year-old grandmother who got into a car accident on the side of the road, and she's stable, but she's on the side of the road in 95-degree weather, and I'm waiting 30 minutes. I now have a stable patient that has become a triage situation because of her age, and she was fine, except we couldn't get her to the hospital on time to treat her wound injury. So these are the kind of, Band-Aid on a bullet wound things that we're having to deal with because we're waiting on the ambulance to come from the county. So I do share Mr. Howard's position on, it's something that we need to do, but I share the mayor's concerns that we want to make sure that financially our citizens aren't paying double for the same service. And I think we have an obligation to our citizens to take that approach with the county of, we're gonna do this because you're not. And that's okay, but because we're doing it, it is unjust for you to collect those funds from our citizens when we need those funds to provide the service that you said you would provide. And I think Jennifer is great in that conversation. I've had conversations with her on other issues, and I think she gets it, and I think the county probably is fine with that. I think they're happy if we come up with solutions, just like I'm gonna be thrilled when our staff come up with solutions. I think everybody, we know what it's like. We want someone to come to us with a solution. So I anticipate that this conversation will end up being including the enrollment growth one, to be honest. I think once we do this, I think that's the logical next step, is that we're having that conversation with our neighbors, and we're now having that conversation in fiscal year 27. So I'm supportive of this, but I do want to see, before I make a final vote on it, I do want to see what the county's contributions.
Well, I'm not saying I'm against animal service, but again, I'll say it, it's a lot of questions that has to be answered for me. We're trying to push this thing too far, and I don't think we've had the right conversations yet to be moving this thing so fast along.
Mr.
One
Mayor,
of the
this
points
helps.
you just made, the strange was the fact that, hey, ambulance service taking 30, 40 minutes to get there. We can have our own service, but what happened? We have what? I guess this is based upon how many ambulance? 4? 2? 2 ambulance. Okay. If one go down, we got 4 calls out there. What's going to happen? Even when we got 2 ambulance up, you got 3, 4 calls going on, and I understand that's what's causing the delay right now. We having multiple calls at the same time. Is why Lake County can't get to us.
Exactly.
See, so because we have our own service, that problem isn't going to go away.
And Mr. Mayor, my suggestion would be that we prepare ourselves, that the conversation around EMS might take us into the next workshop.
Yeah.
When I look ahead at the schedule, the workshop for Thursday is all capital projects.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure that's necessarily an all-day thing, so I think if you're all comfortable that this might roll over into Thursday, I'm completely okay with that, because I do want to make sure your questions are answered, sir. I think they're really important questions. This is a long-term commitment for the city. It's a huge financial commitment for the city, but I think they have a good plan that they're going to make, but you need to be comfortable with those answers. So if you need more time, I'm perfectly happy if we address capital projects, and the last day is kind of other departments. So if this rolls over, I'm okay with it.
Yes, I want to get back, try to get back on track. I know Mrs. Scott is there, and actually, we could have probably did this at a later date when we come on to the fire department, and under the fire and everything else, because there's a lot of things there that, I think, questions that need to be answered, and I'll save them for the fire department. But Mr. Scott, please.
Thank you, sir. The next couple of slides will show you the projected changes in fund balance and general fund based on the proposed budget. This first table, though, is basically the same one that I presented to you in May that I discussed about earlier about the status of the unassigned fund balance. The audit for 2024 is complete. That fund balance for unassigned was $27.8 million, which equates to a 60.5% percentage, $16.3 million in excess of the 25% policy. If we go on now to the next slide, this touches about the policy itself. The functioning policy right now is based off of the 2020 resolution. It's outdated if for no reason other than the terms and the definitions that are used within it are outdated in terms of the GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board's preferred nomenclature. So it needs an update for that reason alone. But a couple other reasons why it is as discussed. This will provide a dedicated source of capital funding by moving based off of council's actions during the budget process. We could move money into this capital projects fund. But also it makes for a clear discussion on future discussions on millage rate. It will help in that endeavor as well. So Kyle, next slide. Here's a calculation of what, as we said here today, what these numbers would look like. So as I said, currently at $27.8 million. If you factor in the current year and then factor in what is in the proposed budget before you, it would drop that 26 figure down to $18.8 million, which again, based on budget figures, would bring us down into the upper 20s. So the point of this is that these proposals would move us in that direction closer to that 25% requirement. Now, in all likelihood, it'll be closer to 30, maybe 32%, because we have things outstanding such as FEMA reimbursements that will be due to us. We have additional funding sources that some have already been approved, others that are in the pipeline. We have the much discussed interlocal agreement possibility with the county. But again, the point of this slide is to show you that this spending plan before you would move us in that direction closer to towards that 25% goal. Then wrap up here for this overview. The final two slides is just a quick snapshot of the capital plan. Of course, you've got lots of details in the OBB and the document before you. So one of the overarching themes of this budget process, in my opinion, is to what extent the council has appetite for capital projects. Staff presented a plan for you this first year of $42.6 million. And you can see how that's broken down by the various groups. 5-year plan incorporated into the budget this year for the first time. But the important thing to note is when council does take action on this budget in September, remember that you're only making a commitment towards the 2026 column. The future years are a statement of intent, but they're not included in the adoption of the budget in and of itself. And final slide is just wanted to list some of the highlights that we wanted to emphasize in this budget. Obviously, there's many more projects for you to review and discuss with the department heads. But here you have a breakdown between governmental and enterprise activities, and some of them that are included in here, and then including the meet in the middle of the garage, the Harvard Marsh utility relocation. Staff is prepared to speak to them in detail as needed. That concludes the overview. Be glad to answer any more questions you have, and We'll turn back over to Mr. Van Wagner.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you for the capital, expense, budget. We've been working on that one as well, and let's continue to look at trying to extend that out to 10 years. I know with the fire and the police department, we've been trying to make sure we get everything extended out to 10 years. I think we got it done in the fire department. But I always felt like, capital spending should be extended all, already did a 3, 5, and 10 year budget myself. That's what I did, but, I was surprised how the city operated without capital expense budget back first. One of the things I looked at, came in asking for was the capital and didn't do it. So thank you, Scott, again. Another great job, and let's continue to see if we can work it out 10 years as well. Mr.
Mr.
Bell?
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I show one more item?
Sure.
How many, please? I apologize, I'm doing this on the fly. Didn't give, Mr. Pryor a heads up. So in the upper right-hand corner on the online budget book, under the executive summary section, is a city-wide summary. And I want to point this table out real quickly because oftentimes in these types of meetings, we talk about, well, what's the current status of the fund balance and what would these plans, how would that impact the fund balance? So this citywide summary here does answer those questions. Beginning on the far left, you see a listing of all the different funds as part of the budget, followed by where we project the beginning balance at the next fiscal year will be, factoring in the revenues and expenditures and where we believe they will end up. So for instance, if you go down to Fund 120, the infrastructure fund, this is the sales tax distributions we get from the county that are restricted to various types of capital uses. We'll see where we believe we're going to start the year about $4.6 million, and based on the plan we're presenting to you, 3.8. So in this particular fund, there is no fund balance requirement. So the point is, there's another $3.8 million. If we have qualified expenditures that the city council is interested in, that's a resource that we can tap into. You see the same thing for all the funds listed. So if you have questions during the process and others are talking or you can't reach me and you're wondering what the status of the fund balance is, that's the location in which to see that.
The tree fund,
Yes, sir.
where did all that money come from? Last time I saw, we only had about 300,000 or so in there.
There's been a lot of activity in the tree fund.
Wow.
It goes hand in hand with development.
Didn't we just give some, I thought we gave some to Main Street as well, Wilson Street trees.
That's one of the items in the budget.
Wow, still a lot of money in the tree fund. Well, first of all, I didn't know it existed until last year, so and everything, and all at once it didn't appear, but
Scott, will you share about the history of the tree fund?
Well, Mayor, you're not wrong. Up until, I think, 2023, 2 years ago, the money associated and dedicated to this purpose was embedded within the general fund. So one of the actions the council took through a budget amendment was to create 2 new funds, the tree fund and the fund. So we're not segregated.
right, so. But, wow, it seemed like it tripled in the last year or so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, wow. That's amazing. We plant, buy some trees. So I know you've been giving away trees every holiday, right? So, I'm quite sure that's where the money coming out of that, what, Arbor Day? Was it? No, okay.
We did get a lot of donations though, for that.
All right, thank you. Maybe Scott, you can come up with some other way other than trees we can spend, use some of that on as well. Because it seemed like it just continued to grow.
Yeah, the city council ordinance is, there are use is outlined within the city ordinance for this purpose.
Yeah.
I'll be glad to forward that to city council.
Wow.
When we get to Parks and Rec, sir, you will see that I am perfectly capable of spending that tree fund if you wish for us to spend it on many, many, many beautiful trees for our citizens to enjoy.
All right.
And part of that will include the downtown project also, that we're taking from the tree fund,
Lots of trees.
that we're gonna propose to in this budget.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna turn it over to our public works director.
I hate to be that person, but can you take a brief break? I'm so sorry.
Sounds great.
I think we much time possible.
I have, 10:46, 10:55. Okay.
Y'all up here pretending you're working. general fund divisions right now, or do you wanna go into the enterprise funds also? Because if not, we're gonna need all day.
Oh,
Well,
Depends how many questions you got.
let's go down and focus on the general fund and see where we get, please, sir.
Can you give us an overview of how the enterprise funds work? And my question is really coming from not only a general desire to know, but also, it looks like around 2023, maybe we changed the way we were handling the general fund versus the enterprise fund, so the department. So can you give us like 5 minutes of how these different funds work together and what has changed in the last couple of years?
Well, I can tell you that I don't know all that information. I would have to rely on finance to do that because we put our projects in there and then they decide which fund can pay for it. So I'll rely on Scott and his team to do that.
So then forget the funds, just tell us what you're doing.
So what I can tell you that in the infrastructure fund is the tax. So we use it for our streets, our sidewalks, they use it for equipment. But that is where the finance comes in, of where they put it at and what goes into that fund. My goal would be to use infrastructure fund to fund all of our roads and all of our projects that qualify to have that.
Can we do that?
I rely on Mr. Board and
What projects do you see and can we afford them stuff?
They use the enterprise fund,
the infrastructure fund.
infrastructure funds for the roads,
Yeah,
which is,
That's right.
yeah.
So, give a little background as requested. Every time anything comes before the finance department, whether it's capital or operational, we begin with the question, what is the nature of it and how is it supported? So, when it comes to capital, we have several different funding sources available to us for all these projects. The first question is it enterprise related or is it governmental related? So a street project is a great example. By law, we cannot use enterprise revenues towards a street project. Now, we can use it towards the underground components of it for water main, sewer main, stormwater main, but we can't use it for the road in and of itself. So that's why in some projects you'll see that the funding sources for a project is split out in multiple places. Because we start with, when it comes to, once that determination is made, then we start, Kyle and I will start looking at, okay, which fund is most appropriate or can we utilize first? And we start with the infrastructure fund, that's one of our preferred sources. But of course, we got impact fee funds, we've got now the 320 fund that we're discussing, and ultimately, and in most cases, our final preference is the use of general fund dollars. So that's the hierarchy of spending that goes through our mind whenever we're determining the best place to put into the budget. Does that help?
Does, I think that it's probably more complicated than I even want to be. Like, Stoney, you handle multiple different things. Like, you have streets, you have sidewalks, you've got water, you've got sewer, you've got recreation maintenance, you've got grounds maintenance, you've got fleet, yes? Yeah, so you do all these different things. And I think from our perspective, and I don't need to speak for everybody because we probably get talk, but at least from my perspective, big picture, 10,000 foot, where are you meeting or exceeding your expectations? Where are you not being supported? What do you need and where in those different groups?
Well, let me say this, it's, in the past, Mr. Maymore can speak to this too, that we've had challenges with the infrastructure fund in getting the funding that we need. And I can tell you that from our perspective, when it comes to road and sidewalks, we've been gun shy about how much we put in this budget. Because it gets pulled.
Yeah, bring them on.
Because it gets, I mean, when we put it in there, like if we say we want $2 million, in the past we've got zero money for roads.
From the infrastructure fund.
That's right, when that's us proposing it, and then it gets pulled, and then that fund is used to fund something else. So that's where we have been, so we've been very conservative on how we present things to the council and to the administration, so we can get, just to get by. But now, it's great to hear that this council and administration is on board, let's get what we need done, and that's great for us.
Where do we need complete streets? Where do we have complete streets? What streets are failing us? Let's talk streets and sidewalks first. What do you think?
Can I thank Scott Moore and his team, though, this document is great. And I can just, it's amazing to the public out there, if y'all haven't looked at it, look at it online. And I've gotta thank your staff and the public services staff, they put a lot of work into this to get it done. So Complete Street East Avenue would be a prime, it's one of our main thoroughfares to the city, would be great, it's got the right of way there, it's got all the amenities to do it. It's just we don't have the funding. We've applied through the NPO, through all the grants, everything, it's been enough.
And that's a Clermont Street.
That is at Clermont Street.
What do you need to make East Avenue a complete street? And what does that mean, complete street, and speak to sidewalks as well, so children can get to school?
So there is a whole study that Mr. Howard referred to that we did a whole study, got a grant for $110,000 years and years ago. So we brought it into the council, they had all these different conceptual plans, the council even picked a conceptual plan that we want to go with. That conceptual plan back then was probably $7 or $8 million. Today, reality is probably $20 million. So that's including everything, that's bike lanes, that's trails, that's lighting, that's trees, landscaping, irrigation, that's redoing some of our mains, our utility mains within the roadway, the stormwater, everything.
We've talked in this council about the possibility of somehow bridging, literally bridging, the south side of 50 to the north side of 50, bringing old Clermont back together. Is East Avenue an appropriate opportunity to do that, or is there another place you might think we should be looking to do that, whether it's 8th, or what do you?
Me and Mr. Howard had this conversation, so East Avenue has plenty of right of way. 12th Street was an option, but Mr. Howard even found another option, I think it was Lake Avenue has a wide right of way too. So you could do something like that. It's because most of our streets within the city are 60-foot right of way, so you're limited on what you can do.
So what should we do?
The lesser of, in my opinion, is to get people back and forth. If it's golf carts we're looking for, there's a process you go through the DOT to get that, to make that happen, and I think that was gonna be an 8th Street.
8th Street golf carts, what about bikes?
The cost of that, you remember what it was? $1 million, was it $1 million, Mr. Howard?
No, it was like 3 million. When I got the cost of it, I was like, what? So, and here's the thing, is that, because we did have a big conversation about where this goes, how do we do it, what does it look like? It could be done at 8th Street, however, it was extraordinarily expensive, more so than I was like, there's just no way I get there. The place that is the easiest, in my view, is at Lake Avenue. However, the problem with Lake Avenue is that the north side of Lake Avenue is on a big hill, so the downside across would be enormous. So,
Doesn't it go around the lake too?
you know, well, then it crosses right there where Jim's used to be, and then there's the little thing on the side. So the easy thing to do there, kind of say easy, it's not easy at all, would be to tunnel underground because you use that hill with you. However, when we talked,
At 50?
you go under 50.
Go under 50? There's another place that's a consideration.
But we have enough room there already to be able to do that. But when I mentioned tunneling, Sony just freaked out and came up on me and said, we're not tunneling. But anyway, a tunnel there is the right, in my opinion, I don't know ADA and all of that. Every time I get hit with another ADA issue, I'm like, where did that hurt? The tunnel over there would work with the grade that's already there on the north side. Whereas if you fly across 50, the grade going down on the north side would be just enormous. I'm not sure exactly how you could land that.
I have a suggestion on this, and tell me what you all think about it. What we're kicking around is how do we connect the south side of 50 with downtown north side of 50? How do we make it safe for residents, and particularly residents with children, because they're the most vulnerable? So how do we make it safe for the most vulnerable to get across Highway 50 so that the residential component of downtown can be connected with the commercial component of downtown, therefore supporting downtown businesses, reducing traffic, and so on and so forth, and getting kids to school? That is, I think, the question that we're talking about trying to solve. And we talked about 12-8 East. You know, my suggestion would be, if the council supports this, that we send this back to Stoney and his team to come back to us. What we need to do is say, how much money are we willing to entertain for a solution to the problem of getting bridging old Clermont? Because before the state put Highway 50 through the middle of our town, that was our town. So how do we solve that problem, which speaks to walkability, safety, all the things we talked about? Are we comfortable engaging today in how much money do we think we're willing to entertain so that his team can come back with Dan? I think you've got the resources to help with this as well. Which road are we talking about? We want to be able to get to the historic district. We want to be able to get to the businesses. We want to be able to get to the schools by foot, by bike. I can't put kids in the golf cart. I mean, I can, but I still have to be there, you know, as a parent. So the goal is, how can I feel comfortable with my kid, my 14-year-old, my 17-year-old, riding their bike across Highway 50? Because I'm not. And I know there's a lot of people who aren't. Do we feel like this is something we'd like to give back to them as one of the projects for them to work on? Because if you tell me, I'll tell you, if he says we need $20 million to make East Avenue a complete street, and we've got appropriate bike lanes and sidewalks, and this gets us that bridge, I'm okay talking about bonding, what we need to do, making that a plan. But it sounds like Lake Avenue might be another solution, which would still get the kids into the downtown area, and can we safely get them to the schools? And I hadn't thought about that, so.
So this comes into two things. Number one, I talked about in excess of what they've already talked about for East Avenue, adding another $1 million in there. You want to add another $1.25 million or whatever it is over the next 5 to 7 years, that funds that. But we have to come up with this is what we want to do. Do I get to a complete street on East Avenue? I'm not sure I do. And because I was there for that, I looked at it, they're pretty, they're cool.
Are they safe?
They are, there were so many cool little things. They had lanes down the middle of the roads. There was a lot of separation, there was a lot of safety, there was a lot of conversation that went in to how they did it. And if I remember correctly, I liked where the city council landed. I thought it was the best out of the ones, because they had bike lanes running, of course, going this way, bike lanes down through the middle, then they had different separations. There was all kinds of really out of the box neat. They came up with some designs, and I was like, I don't know if I like that or not. But what I do remember is feeling comfortable wherever the council landed, I believe. I thought that they landed on a good spot. It's been a lot of years since I saw that project. But we have to fund that, we have to be willing to fund that. And when we complain about, when we look at how much we spend with PD, standing there at the corner of Fifth Street and East Avenue, along with all the crossing guards, and all of the stuff that we already spend, there's a lot of spend that's coming out of our funds already, and making it so that it's safer is a smart decision. But again, we just never funded it, and have to have council who's willing to bite the bullet and say, let's go back. And that goes against getting the millage maybe where it's ideal. I mean, yeah, I love it.
Not necessarily, but I like the Lake Avenue concept, because when we talk about what are the opportunities, you know, I'm sitting here going, which one is Lake Avenue, right? Like, it's just not one I use very often. No, that's not true. I actually come home there every day, but I don't go home into downtown. I like Lake because whether I'm going to downtown as to go to the businesses, that brings me in on the east side of all the businesses. If I'm going downtown to go to schools, it brings me in on the west to go to the schools. So it potentially creates one road into downtown, and I like the tunnel better than the bridge because it's cheaper and creates more of a sense of safety.
No, it's not.
Is the bridge very nice?
Now with utilities running along, get along the way.
Well, water tables too, so we.
Water table, utilities.
Well, that location is
We'll be on the hill, I know.
That location, yes, let me
So
clarify.
if you give me direction, let me go back, we'll sit down with the DOT and say, all right, would you let Clermont do this? In which place is your best option? and then I can bring it back to you and show you, we'll get some more information, whether it's tunneling or the bridge, which, the bridge that we showed Mr. Howard, it was already built, it's a prefab, and you basically set it in place.
And that was ridiculous, it needed a ton of land.
Yes. So, and that's part of the issue, because the height of it is, if it's 14 feet to meet the height requirements, then we gotta meet the ADA requirements and all, the down slopes, the side slopes, all that stuff.
Well, I need to clarify something that I didn't complete, which is I see that Lake Avenue is an opportunity because there are commercial properties on each of those corners, and they're, I would say, underperforming. And I don't mean to offend any property owners, it's just and one doesn't have a building, I think, if I'm not mistaken. One building is abandoned, I think two buildings are abandoned, two of the buildings. So to do something that might generate some traffic there would also help increase the value of that commercial real estate and maybe encourage a property owner to develop on that corner as well. So I think I like the Lake Avenue idea. I'd never thought about that. But not a bridge because of all the reasons. So talk to us, Scott, about, because there are so many different funds for roads and infrastructure, how might we, I heard 20 million, that scares me, right? So make me less scared if you can.
I think we're all gonna be scared.
Trying quickly to figure out
I
the
know,
way
I
not
think
to
that's
be
not
scared. Because $20 million dollar street project is obviously very significant. It's much easier on the enterprise side when you talk about a $50 million plan expansion. This is quite different. This is all governmental. So it's tax-based funding for a project like that. Now, you can borrow against future tax revenues to fund a project such as that.
What about the utilities? You said the big issue with the tunnel is utilities. Can we tap into enterprise funds for that?
Water, sewer, stormwater, any utility that the city has, yes, including the impact fee funds. We use for project. No, we're talking in general.
Right, yeah. What about, does this, if we're on Lake Avenue versus East, are we in the CRA at that point? Are we in the CRA at Lake Avenue?
Lake Avenue is in Sierra, it's right at the edge of it, I believe. I think Jones was in it, right?
I was looking at Kurt back there, he's shaking his head, yes.
That
But
if it's
East is not,
geographically,
is it? I don't think
that's
East
it.
is.
The northern portion is, I believe, but it's,
East Avenue?
yes.
East, I think East Avenue, from Osseo over, CRA started right there at the corner, East Avenue and Osseo, they go back to the west. But let me interject here. I would really like to see it worked up on East Avenue. That's where our school's at, easy, and that's where we have the crossings at right now. Plus the fact that, I would really like to see work done on East Avenue because I think some, utilities and infrastructure in that area need to be worked. Remember the last time any of that stuff was updated under there, so you remember.
That's correct.
So, by doing the project there, that give us the opportunity to go ahead and upgrade our infrastructure in there, utilities and water lines and all that. I know we just, upgraded some along East of Soto all the way, well, just up to Distant Avenue, all that up in there, in that area, but a lot of that stuff needs to be upgraded, so.
But, and I agree with you. I think there's a lot of residents who are probably going to that school.
Right.
And then also East Avenue, I've been talking about the string of pearls.
Right.
It crosses the string. And I think there's gonna be a natural, the string would create a pathway between the Lincoln Park community and downtown CRA. That would be a safe place. That would be crossing at DeSoto. So we're already, if we like that vision, what we'd be doing is creating this cross-section of roads, ideally complete-ish streets, because the string wouldn't have a street, it would just be, a bike path and walking path. I don't know as much about this as I think people think I know. When we talk about complete streets, I heard the word, so I have a vision of it. We can look at an appropriate sidewalk. Oh, we had an email about there are 5-foot sidewalks going in right now on East Avenue.
Yeah, that's city code, yes, ma'am.
And I had asked, could we make them 8? And I think I didn't like the answer, so I had forgotten it. So what was the wider so that the citizens could get to school?
The code is, so when we develop plans, we base it on code. So we've got 5 foot sidewalks. So you were asking about an 8 foot sidewalk. We could do it, so it would be a change order, the way that I sent the email back to you, to the contractor. But the caveat is our elevations. So when you look at elevations within the city, especially higher ones and lower than the street levels, when you start getting real high and you start putting 8 foot sidewalks in a 16 foot area, it makes it very complicated at a 2% grade to get those folks up into their driveways without scrubbing their cars.
Could we look at maybe a less extreme, complete type street where we have a bike path on East, finishing it however it needs to be finished, and then looking at the kind of the big complicated welcome to downtown on either Lake or East?
So you have, are y'all able to pull that roll?
Yes.
Get somebody to pull that roll. I didn't think it'd do council, I think it'd do council good to see it. You know, I'm still gonna ask for us putting some money aside specifically for that project ongoing every year. And then they can come back and they can give us that funding. And I think everybody here has pretty much said it's as it needs to be done. We all agree on that. You know, I think that making that corridor from one side to the other is smart. It feeds business. It does all of that. Hopefully it helps us with children with the congestion in these towns. I'm hoping it, you know, in our minds cures a lot of this, but who knows if it does. But if they can come back with that, and we know how much, whether we're, maybe we need 2.5 million, maybe it's 2 million. I mean, I know 1 million doesn't get us there. But if you guys can come back with that, I think that helps us as a council. And I think everybody needs to see that complete street because it solves some of what Allison's talking about.
I'll tell you one of the things, you see the $1 million in here, but one of the things we were looking at with the million, if we just did a million of it, just to get it back where it needs to be, where it's drivable, there's some areas that we need to fix what's under that. So we gotta take all that. What we're gonna look at is how we can restrike the road. You know, there's on-street parking right there, but that's a very wide asphalt, so we may be able to do that with what we're talking about now, with the caveat is we gotta put a bridge or a tunnel there, that's a different story. But if we've gotta look at on-street parking, and then can we do some additional striking to put bike lanes in there? So I can show you like a cross-section, it will show, you know, you've got a 10-foot bike lane, we've got on-street parking, so it covers all, you know, everything that you're talking about right now.
But they built barricades on the one, I think they built barricades that actually separated an entire bike.
Oh, yeah, it has,
Pedestrian
yes.
lane. So it had, so the one side had trees all the way down it, they had a barricaded bike pedestrian lane, and then they had the car lanes, but they narrowed up the car lanes to the other side. So what they did was smart, and I'm not gonna say that we can't begin that process and get there, maybe do it in stages, but I think we need to see what it was and what we have a vision for, rather than kind of, well, let's do this, this, and this, 'cause for me, that's a waste of time.
So what we'll do is we'll grab all the conceptuals that the council approved back then, so you can take a look at them and see what you like and don't like. And then the reason that we went with the complete street concept back there was funding through the MPO and through the state, but that was scratched.
Right.
They haven't given us anything, and we've applied for it numerous years.
And I think the DOT has moved away from complete streets, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't know that, so.
Yeah, I was talking with an engineer who said that they're trying to move away from the shared stuff, but with that barricade, I'm not sure they're shared.
Does the proposed budget that you have include everything in the 7-year plan that's been prioritized
Pat?
through 2030?
In the 5-year capital, as we projected out, but the proposal in the budget for this year addresses 2026. And what the plan that you're looking at here, historically, we developed the plans based around anticipated funding. So we anticipated about $1 million. We've split our techniques from streets that need surfacing, which is mill and overlay, streets that need micro surfacing, which is more of a pavement preservation technique. It's securing what you have in place. The existing roads haven't degenerated to the point that you need the expensive option. You can go with a less expensive option and preserve the pavement. And the last technique we use, we did all of the Highland Ranch subdivision, which is brand new, is a product, a rejuvenator, a product called Reclamite. So that basically takes the existing perfect road, and it just extends the life of that pavement out and out. That's kind of a technique we'd really like to get all of our roads to, because it's the most economical thing we can do.
And it creates longevity for the roadways where we don't have to do the major repairs. But one caveat to what Mr. Mayor was saying is the micro paving it's a new driving surface. So that's key to where I'm going next with the rejuvenators when it comes to funding. Because the funding comes from the county through the infrastructure fund. So if we don't have the proper language and the proper techniques in there, like you'll see in the budget now, the rejuvenators been moved to the general fund. It's been taken out of the infrastructure fund because of the technique. The county doesn't agree with us, and we'll understand Kyle or Scott can get into that more. But that's where we're at now. When historically in the past, we've used this and been able to use it on out of the infrastructure fund to get it done.
Is the process you've described a sustainable process in both quality of the road and funding? Is it something that we can, is it a Band-Aid on Bullet Run? Or
No, this is moving forward. This is preservation for our roads. This is getting us, instead of a 25-year road in a subdivision, it's getting us 40 years. That's the goal, to keep our roads at top, the tip-top shape.
That's mostly to the newer roads, all right?
Yes, for the rejuvenators, but not the micro. The micro is, it just depends on the road and the traffic and the condition of the road. We can use the micro on it.
East Avenue wouldn't qualify for it.
No.
That's not doing that, but like I say, the thing about me, I really like your comment because, I'm really afraid of all the utilities on the East Avenue and everything. I noticed last week they was out there working, I don't know whether it was a break or what, they had to repair out there last week on East Avenue, going across the east in Osceola.
That was a sewer main.
Yeah, see, and of course, that's what's concerning me, all these old, mains and utilities that's underneath there, and we'll probably have a whole lot of problem out of it, we'll eventually have to get them replaced, so we can concentrate on getting East Avenue done and replacing all that at the same time. Because once, you know, it's, once it started, it's a sign.
So I'll back up one step though, the strength. So we evaluate all roads. We have an asset management program that's based on the pavement condition index. So every road in the city has a score, and that's what we base our plans off of, is what that score is. And that's what based on the treatment too. So you see the scores is based from 0 to 100. And I can provide this information, give just a little quick overview of what PCI is and how it relates to roadways.
So I think on the issue of East Avenue, I mean, Sean or Bill, do either of you have objections to them giving us a proposal for what it would take to make East Avenue safe for children to walk to school? And we're talking just north of 50, or are we even all the way down?
Our plan is all the way to Minneapolis, where we were looking.
We already doing the sidewalks on the south side of 50, right?
That's correct.
Put a lot of money in the budget, a couple years ago to that.
For 26, if we could look at north of 50.
Small bites.
Yeah, well, well,
We're doing the whole thing. We've got to fund this for 5 to 7
well,
years.
that's what I mean, yeah,
to get there.
time it, because they give us a 5-year plan, so if we say, what is the most immediate? It sounds to me, and Mayor, correct me if I'm not hearing you correctly, but it sounds to me like East Avenue is an area of concern right now. Yes, I'm getting a yes on that.
Its PCI rating is 51.
That sounds
It's
bad.
one of the lowest rated roads we have in the city.
What is the lowest rated road?
That would be Bloxham
Bloxham.
Avenue between 50 and Lehigh. And that's about
Of
40.
course, we have plans, we're working on trying to get that done, right?
That's correct.
So for both of these, no, I think this is exciting. Is that one, I didn't see that one in here. Is that in here for 26, Bloxham?
No, it needs to be designed. Bloxham's at a stage right now where it needs complete reconstruction.
Yeah.
Everything needs to be removed from the road
Waste water,
surface,
everything.
separated, just completely.
Well, that's hilarious, because we just had these contractors out there doing a bunch of work on the roads. I would hope they would have done better. So we
But
should
one
talk about-
caveat to that is what we're looking, if we get a shovel-ready project, there's certain areas of the city that we can get the funding for, and we're looking at community block development grants, a CDBG, in that area, because we already reached out
Right.
to Fox Enterprises, and it qualifies for that. But we need to have that shovel-ready project.
So it sounds like East Avenue is a shovel-ready project from this council's perspective. That's true.
I can tell you, if you give me direction, give me the money, give me the account, we'll make it happen. As long as the regulatory agent says you can't do it, we can
Well,
I
well,
want to share with you a couple things.
That's it.
Because you're going first, I almost think that maybe it's worth you coming back at the end as well, because I don't know where these things are gonna go. But I'm looking at your 2026, you have 2 streets around the hospital college, Oakley Cedar and Lake and Legends Way. The college just had a master plan, are you aware of this? They just approved a master plan. They're in the process of figuring out how to execute that master plan. There's potential for a lot of development on the college property, so it may be worth reaching out to the college just to find out really what is their timeline, because I would hate to see them come in and right after you put in new streets, have all these construction trucks coming in and out of those streets, and wrecking those streets that you just approved.
Right.
That might punt us a year or two on those 2 roads, just putting it out there as a, so that you're
I
aware.
appreciate that, and what you're looking at, that would be a micro-surfacing technique, because the roads themselves are still in good enough condition that we can preserve not just the road surface, but the subsurface and everything as well. I think we're within probably a 3-year window of having an opportunity to have conversations and delay if we need to, so.
Yeah, so I think it's worth talking to them to find out how soon do they really think they're gonna break ground, so that your work isn't, pointless, and maybe their contractors will fix the road, and we don't have to, that would be great. Also, DeSoto is gonna be one of the streets when I start talking about the string pearls. So if we like that as a council, and I get support for that, we'd be looking at walkability, bikeability, really focusing on making those safe versus just doing what we've always done. So I like that it's in here, but I just wanna, again, put on your radar, there could be other kind of influences on those 2 sections of roadway.
Perfect.
But I think East Avenue should be considered, and potentially, we need to get more numbers on what it would take to fix East Avenue.
Yeah.
Make it safe for the kids to get to school, and then bring us something to how do we bridge north and south, and, historic Clermont, using that highway 50. I like the tunnel idea, that's all I have for the roads right now.
All right, so I've got a whole power over here, but we've got right into the nuts and bolts of this.
Go ahead.
But if we wanna just jump right into the budget,
yeah,
y'all let me know which, you wanna do PowerPoint or just jump right into the budget?
As far as I'm concerned, we can already fund the budget based on 4.55
Yeah.
so I'm.
Do you-
I like to hear. All right, thanks.
My question is,
You
what
wanna
else,
skip the
what
enterprise?
isn't in there that we need to get in there? That's all I'm approaching this, so that's why
let's do the budget, please, sir.
The budget, you got it? All right, so we're on page 107 is where the budget starts at.
Okay, that's where I'm at.
So we can start, it's, there's the overview, then we got to go right into transportation, which we're talking about roads, sidewalks. Is there any questions, concerns?
Yes, how much, do we use HAP engineering?
Do we use HAP? Yes, we do.
How much do we pay to them in a given year?
I do not have that information, but I can get it for you. They are one of our main consultants we reach out to in the past. They actually design the downtown here.
Would it be worth it for us to have an engineer on staff so that we don't have to go to a third party?
We've looked into it in the past. The problem with getting an engineer on staff is pay.
So we don't, that's what I was trying to figure out, what are we paying
It's
these
paid.
outside firms?
It's always, we did, in the past, we've had 2 city engineers that were PEs.
Yep.
And we haven't been able to get to that level to get a PE, maybe an EI. We can, but not a PE.
That's one of the questions we'll have for final budget, is how much are we paying for outsourcing it versus what we can do with it better?
I think if you look at it that way, we're gonna be outsourcing a lot more, but then to find an engineer that has the ability to do everything that's done through an engineering firm for the city, whether it be utilities, roads, because that skill level on the civil side is hard to find. Get all that.
Personnel, under transportation, I see 147,000 increase in that. How many people is that increase, that due to pay raise?
There's one
One position.
proposed, it's a sign tech, which,
Operations chief is,
it's, the sign tech is out of 10541, which is transportation. because the county used to do all of our sign inventory for regulatory. So you'll see there's a reflectometer in there. That's how you see the reflectability of our stop signs, speed limit signs. So that's, the county used to do that, but they are no longer doing that for any of the cities right now.
Are they going out and measuring the plumb too? The first time I saw that, I thought that was insane.
That's part of the inspection process.
Yes, it is.
That's something that our sign tech would be doing.
Yeah, the first time I saw somebody out there with a level, checking all the signs, I was like, you kidding me, really?
Hey, they doing
It's
great.
good, but I mean, it was just surprising to see that. It was something I'd never thought of.
If you see on the back of the signs now throughout the city, you'll see there's a sticker on the back. That's the inventory that we have for all of our signs throughout the city, regulatory signs.
And there really is a reason for that, because for a stop sign, if the stop sign is off or twisted, it affects the retroreflectivity, so at night you don't see that as obvious as if it should be straight.
And if it's not maintained properly, it's a liability for the city.
Right. So, great, I see them out there working all the time, straightening them and everything, so I appreciate that.
Why is your
This is
budget,
2026, we don't have anybody below $15, right? We got everybody else.
Everybody's taken care of. Yes, sir.
why are we down in our operating for general fund? Why are we down in the department?
Capital outlay.
What was the difference?
The capital outlay, the $77,410. If you're looking at the 1% out of the general fund, yes, that's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
It's a negative 1%, so we're not raising.
No, I hear you, but I am seeing increases in every other department, and I've not been shy about saying, I think what you do with water is the most important function of the city. So I just wanna make sure that in the interest of saving money, we're not funding departments that aren't as important as yours. So,
We're in good shape right here. The capital outlay is the difference that you're seeing, that downsize for that. But from a personnel standpoint, the sign tech will get us where we need to be with our signs. The increases in pay were in there, so everything is, all the boxes checked there.
this is an overview of your entire department, correct? This
No.
sheet, this
Not
is just,
page 109, which page are you looking at?
What,
I'm at 107, 108.
Okay.
you're on 108?
Yeah, it goes over to 109.
Oh, public work.
So when I look at this, is this the overview of all of the departments? 107, 108?
This is the entire general fund portion of it, the way that so you've got all the entire general funds portion is right here.
Actually, there's multiple funds on the schedule, even on page 107, but it is all governmental activities. There's no enterprise activities on this page.
This is the snapshot of the entire public works department without the enterprise.
Correct.
So when I look at this, I have a big picture question and I don't have a clear answer, so this is an authentic, I really don't know the answer. It's my understanding that grounds takes care of a lot of other department facilities. So whether it's Parks and Rec or it's a police station or whatever, like your team is actually part of the cost of ongoing maintenance and operations of all of the other departments. Is that a safe understanding or is it incomplete?
If you take every facility within the city and grounds except for the ARC, yes.
Okay. So do you, and would it be appropriate, Scott, or is there anything I should be concerned about from a policy perspective of your staff whose primary jobs are water and roads and streets and sidewalks to be maintaining facilities whose budgets do not reflect the hours that you are putting in for maintenance? Like if I hired a third party, that third party for police to maintain the grounds would show in their budget. Instead, it's showing in your budget as if it's streets and roads and grounds. And I want to make sure I'm not robbing for Peter to pay Paul because I'm aware of this because I'm on the infrastructure fund.
So we take care of the grounds. We take care of the grounds throughout the city. That's public services. We are customer based, so the police is our customer. You know, whether it be the facility itself or the grounds, that's how we're.
All
You
of
see how happy Stoney's part is right now? He's like, I'm glad you're asking this.
all of the grounds,
there's 156 employees in public services. We're a very large department. If you see that there, the chart, so yes, we do take care of it. I understand part of your question is, there is the funding, yes,
So
but it's
sometimes
responsible
you get
for
hired,
us.
right? Like, I wanna make sure when we're looking at the cost of buildings, that we really understand the impact of the cost of those buildings.
Well, part of it is, if you look at the PD, whether it be, it's all general fund related. So it's either public services general fund or PD general fund, or fire department general fund. But go ahead, Mr. Ford.
He's championed it.
Yeah.
I think I can help and provide some clarity on this topic. So operationally, obviously, we defer to Stoney and his team in terms of what needs to be done where. But in terms of the accounting for this, we do track the grounds and other departments' expenditures by location through the process of our project accounting functionality of our general ledger. So that is a sub-level of detail that is not seen within this budget. It's below the line items that you see, but we can report on location further activities if necessary.
And that's new, right?
We've actually been doing that for quite some time, and we're continuously getting better at it.
Okay.
So what you see in your budget, like Mr. Moore said, is you'll see a code, but then in our budgets, we've got subcodes that describe what area that is, and so it's for the actual financing of it, so they know where that is. This, the accumulated, you'll just see a big number there, but even like cleaning services in there, the mowing services, there's a subcode that goes along with that.
And I'm anticipating that there's gonna be quite a few trees planted over the next 24 months. Do you have an arborist on staff
Kurt Henschel.
to plant the trees?
That's our arborist. But we do not have an arborist in public services, no.
Would it be appropriate for you to have that?
We actually sub that out if we got an issue with the tree somewhere and we need somebody to take a look at it, it's county commissioners, we reach out to Kurt, or we do have a sub that we reach out to that comes out.
So,
There's a local tree company that we coordinate with or on contract. We do most of the basic tree maintenance, trimming, the guys are trained and are savvy to that kind of work. But if we run into a structural issue with a tree, we'll bring this consultant out and she'll give us advice. And if the tree is really hazardous and dangerous, then we actually have funds in the budget to just subcontract work with others that just do these things all the time.
So on the trees that are gonna be planted, Patrick, can I still you? On the trees that are gonna be planted, wasn't there some agreement that we were gonna have somebody watching them and making sure that they were pruned and trimmed and all of that properly?
We're going to propose a 2-year maintenance plan. And part of that agreement is to train staff how to maintain the trees that we're going, the species, Florida native that we're going to propose.
See, I didn't notice anything about continuing education, but it could be deeper into, your budget is the most complex for me to follow, so I apologize if I'm missing it. But I was curious about that, roads, streets, having a plan for how we're gonna execute an upcoming comp plan, those kinds of things. But so parks are gonna come up, Brian, don't hang. Can you talk to me about what you're experiencing in your department with working with the other departments? Do you need anything, I mean, if I said, hey, Stoney, can you take care of the ball fields? Could you do that?
Yes, again, it goes back to, if this is what we're gonna do, you show me the money, we'll get professionals that know how to take care of the ball fields. We used to do it in the past, it didn't work out too successful for us in the past. That's why Parks and Rec took it over and they started doing contract and consultants. But anything can be done. If council gives us direction, administration.
And when we look at like facility maintenance, talk to me about, so this city hall, or the bathrooms at Hancock. What does that look like for you in your department? Do you guys take care of everything? Are you out, how do you handle all of the different facilities? How are some different than others?
We take care of every facility except for the art within the city. So it doesn't matter, we've got an inventory of large ticket items, whether it be AC units, painting. So we've got a plan in place, not that, if an AC's got a 12-year lifespan, we're gonna plan for it at year 12. If it gets to 14, that's great. We keep what we plan for it. So, but all the facilities throughout the city, we do have a plan. If you get into a restroom, it may be the floors, you have issues with floors over there. So we've got to get them painted every other year, and the type of paint we use. So yes,
That's the second time you said everything except the ARC. So what's happening at the ARC?
there's nothing, they have their own maintenance folks over there.
They don't work for you?
No,
Who do they work for?
Brian,
I think I'm running out of questions for the time being.
Very simple for me, Stoney. Anything missing if there's not in this budget that you need?
not at the moment. No, sir. This is,
Anything you foresee in the next, within the upcoming year, that we may be, having to look out for?
the only thing that we had in here that was, it was a loan deed, there was a front end loader in here,
Okay.
but we took it out. We've got a game plan moving forward.
I thought we approved the front end loader for you last year.
No,
Never approved it.
it never got approved.
They never got approved.
And then your past city manager tried to play games and got
Now,
caught.
let me ask you this question, how much, did we have to rent one during the hurricane last year?
Yes, we did.
How much did it cost us to rent that? Yes, during the hurricane, we had to rent one last year, $180,000.
Let me look at it.
And maintain, and insure, and store.
Yeah, that's unlocked.
That's the number I had for everything. It was somewhere around 180, that number's in my head, but it wasn't just for a loader, it was for 2 loaders, it was for a burn machine, so that was for after the debris, so we get everything cleaned up.
That was just for the
And an
hurricane,
excavator.
that was just for the Martha Sewell during the hurricane,
That's correct.
okay? Did we rent probably any more throughout the year for any other thing?
Not normally unless we get a lift, if we can't reach, something, then we'll get a lift, but not normally, there is rental equipment in the budgets for, as we need stuff.
And Stoney's got it in the budget for next year because he found a reason that he was gonna buy it, so I gave him.
So I'm just saying, hey, what was, I thought it was 300, what was the budget?
180,000.
No, that's what we paid, right? What was the cost of the front end loader?
Was it 230?
230.
Yeah.
I still think, further enough concerned, I'm ready to go ahead and run to the front end loader. We paid $180,000 for a couple of months to rent one.
Well, again, we rented 2 front-end loaders and a burn machine, so if we had actually purchased all of those items, we would have been looking at something like 700,000 plus a building, plus maintenance, plus.
But when you talk about the rentals that we did in the hurricane, our goal is we do all of our forms, is to get reimbursed for that.
Yeah, we're gonna go reimbursed.
So the federal government paid for it. I like it.
Well, which is us, so, but yes.
We got a plan on the front loader with Scott.
All right.
This is all over the place on these, and I'm not sure why, and it just happens to be that Stoney's the first one. On group insurance, it's showing an increase of 75%. And whether it's group insurance, or whether it's life insurance, or disability, and even work comp, the numbers were all over the place. And for me, that shouldn't be, but I was hoping we were gonna have an answer, and I know that's a broader question, but it just happens to be, he was my first resident.
Insurance is definitely one of our biggest challenges to project, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First off, whenever vacancies exist at the time of preparing the budget, we assume that the vacancy will be filled by a person that requires the most expensive option plan. So that's one reason why you can see the fluctuations. The second thing that happens is employees change their elections from one year to the next. So we budget based off, for the current employees, we budget based off what their current election is. Situations change, they go up, they go down. That contributes to those fluctuations as well. So So it's definitely one of the more challenging areas in the operating budget that we have to project for those reasons.
So those are your projections, not Stone's.
Correct.
I was just trying to squirrel them anyway.
Yeah, anything personnel related is done by the finance department and then shared with the directors for their review.
And I interject for the insurance for liability and
Now it's you.
such. Every year we have different assets that are coming online, some are fading out. And so this last year, we just raised the percentage because we weren't sure with everything going on. This year, we're actually adjusting to what the insurance charged us for the assets by department. So there is gonna be some fluctuation, some will increase and some will decrease. And that's because we're adjusting proactively towards what our insurance bill is. And we're always a year behind. So there is gonna be some adjustments.
So that's
Yeah,
all.
so for me, it was just, FICA was all over the place. I mean, there's some pensions that are all over the place, so it was just the numbers that didn't match. So I'm good with it, it was just,
Another variable is the proposed additions to staff, that could, depending on where you're looking at, that can contribute to it as well. But I concur, you look at it on paper and it's all over, just as you said.
And it's very, insurance is always very hard to predict, very hard.
Well, I have
I still think that's a low goal still. I mean, just looking at the cost and increases over the last few years, we still budgeting a little low.
Now, it could certainly be a policy decision where we come in a budget and we budget everybody at the highest level. That will inflate the budgets, but it's a conservative approach to budgeting.
Well, I just hope, it's my hope and prayer that they will finally with insurance quality start taking a turn and go down a little bit. But it hasn't happened yet.
I know there's some efforts underway with Mr. Van Wagner and the HR department, and sure we need to speak to that detail for you.
Yeah.
I had 3 follow-ups from prior meetings that relate to public works. The first is, we had asked for staff to come back with a debris pickup proposal that might address the 3-yard limit and how we can serve the citizens better. The second relates to the downtown proposal for, I'm gonna call them the crushers because I'm not gonna say the right thing. And my question is, has that been bid out and sent out for RFPs so we can compare the in-house versus the out-house? Same as I'm asking about the engineering, like, let's compare what we can do at in-house versus what it would be if we third-party it. And then the utility rates have come up a couple of times at meetings. I understand we have a bond, and my question to staff on utility rates is there any way we can lower the utilities without violating whatever the bond was? What creative solutions can you come up with? Do you have answers to those 3 things today? Are these things you want to continue working on? Where are we at on those 3 items?
So in regards to the questions about the downtown compactors, we took a look at what the initial conversation was about. I don't recall how many we were conceptually proposing, but we reduced the number to about 7 locations. From that, I can hand this out. We've done an analysis on what the cost would be for us just to purchase the compactors, for us to lease the compactors, for us to provide service. We've also looked at the potential revenues that we're going to get just strictly from the downtown area, how we can kind of hold our cost line. We also looked at the additional opportunity of outsourcing that. So in the outsourcing concept, the city would still build the enclosures for the compactors, but the compactor itself and the servicing of the compactor would be outsourced to a third-party company. We would probably be able to piggyback off of one of our existing contracts because we've got, as I mentioned, I think at that meeting, we have an existing contractor that's picking up all the city locations right now with dumpsters. Now, that costs us $38,710 annually to have those dumpsters collected. If we chose the option of internalizing the collection of compactors, we would use that same piece of equipment and then just substitute the contractor for ourselves, and we would save $38,710 annually, which would pay for the vehicle over about a 10-year period of time, more or less.
But we didn't send it out for an RFP to find,
No,
an active bid.
not at this point. We did ask for quotes from the contractor, from one that we're working with now. What would you charge us to provide this? And they provided those quotes to us, and that's what we've been asking for this is.
Well, I would like to see during this process, anything that can be RFP to be RFP. I think that, okay, that's the universe telling me off myself, so I'm gonna be careful. But contractors who I just worry that people who have ongoing businesses that have ongoing contracts with the city who are never challenged, I think iron sharpens iron. So in this whole process where we have 3 months to get to our final budget, one of the things I'll be continually asking for is RFPs so that we can see what the free market might bid.
Ms. Strange, what are you, when it comes to, let's say, the downtown, with the, what are you looking for in the RFP?
For, if a third party was to provide the pickup service, what would that cost? And what I would like to see, and this will, you'll hear me say this to every department head, is what does it look like? I hear you say 10 years, this is what it would cost. I'd like to see that. Stop making you busy. I know, but you just got through your busy season, so now you got time, right? Congratulations for work, for good work, and more work. You know, I'd like to see if we outsource some of these things, yes, we can buy the equipment, but as you know, as well as you know, maintain the equipment, we have to insure the equipment, we have to deal with the storage of the equipment, where do we do that, or do we need a building for that equipment? All these, one thing leads to another, whereas if we outsource it, we're just outsourcing it. So, and I'm not necessarily a firm believer in always outsourcing, I'm not necessarily a firm believer in the government can do it better. Sometimes outsourcing is better, sometimes the government can do it better. And I think during the budgeting process is the perfect time to say, hey, we're sending out these bids, we want to see what you come back with, and you might be surprised what you find. So that's why I'm asking if we've done that. But we saw in the fire station too that using the existing contractor wasn't necessarily the best strategy. So I think sometimes in RFP to keep our contractors sharp is a good idea.
Well, and that's where those numbers come from.
Yeah.
So we do have somebody under contract.
Right.
That had already went out, so that's where Mr. Mayor, when they got the numbers from, for the cost associated with that.
That's an ongoing contract, though. Piggyback on another city's bid process.
No,
Right.
that was a bid that we went on the street for 2 years ago.
Okay.
So it's still a 5-year contract, so that was competitively let. We can
Okay, that was
certainly.
competitive.
Yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes, we can competitive.
Right.
Okay. That's what I said.
So the annual cost for one location, if we outsourced, would be $12,072. The annual cost for 7 locations is $84,504.
So,
There's some mixing and matching there that just kind of, it just really starts to boil down to what's our choice.
And what's our cost if we do it in-house?
Our costs, if we did it in-house, if we leased the compactors, is $44,831. We looked at our revenue potential of $51,000 from downtown businesses into it, so.
But we have the revenue potential either way, right?
Correct.
So the revenues are cost neutral for us?
Well, the revenues would be beneficial to us if we leased our own compactors. It appears that we would be losing a little one if we outsource it.
But if we rent our own compactors, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a new position in your budget, you have to hire somebody to oversee it.
And capitalize on the equipment
That's
as
right.
well, which we would share with other locations.
And it's on the screen right there.
Yeah.
There's the cost.
person, not because we need to share with the departments, but because we need it for the compact.
That's correct. We have an existing contract right now that satisfies our requirements to collect the dumpsters. So that can literally be extended to handle the compactors downtown for the provision of the compactor servicing, really achieving the same objective. It's, you know,
And I'm just trying to figure out if doing it in-house, if it costs us less, I heard your answer to yes, but when we add the cost of the personnel, it's more,
yes.
even taking into consideration the lost revenue.
Well, there would be a balance of, we did this work ourselves, the initial cost is less expensive, and then we would additionally save $38,000 by using that person and that equipment to go ahead and collect all the other sites.
So it's just not one spot, it's throughout the city,
And,
so we're spreading it out.
and if we go beyond 7, which we will, the savings become, then it's a, right, we actually, it's the savings beyond 7.
Well, I guess that was one of my questions. You reduced the compactors, I thought originally it was about 18 locations, and you reduced it down to 7.
No.
All the downtown, how we go from 18, we get down to 7 and be able to cover everything downtown?
So we've met with Mr. Bianchi.
None.
He's been very accommodating for his locations. So some of the other locations, we haven't made contact, but the plan is to go to one of the meetings next week and show this, so we get everybody's buy-in
Okay.
of what's happening.
So
But-
all we're looking for is the quality of life. So yes, there's a number side, so what is it? Let's be honest about the number side, the ongoing maintenance, the 33% burden on staff, I mean, these things are real costs to the taxpayers. So then how does it affect the quality of life of the taxpayers, and is it worth spending so that we can have that control and keep it in-house? That's the analysis I'm looking for.
Adding the savings and what the rental cost would be for the compactors, that's $83,541. The outsourcing was $84,504, so you're about $1,000 difference.
But from a business owner in the downtown, you speak about quality of life, if you go behind some of the buildings right now, there might be 20 cans.
Yes.
There might be 10 recycled and 10 trash. So if this plan all goes together and the council agrees to it, along with the downtown, it gives that central location, which frees up their areas so they can do more within the downtown.
And can you manage all of the inventory that you're gonna need, the equipment that you're gonna need with the existing facility that you have? Or would you need additional space for storage of new equipment, which we can anticipate down the road?
That we're good with what we have now.
Okay.
So you say you're meeting with the downtown next week?
That's the
Go
plan.
over 7 locations.
Well, go over the whole plan generally,
Okay.
globally, and then narrow it down to the 7 and find out what people's feelings are, because we haven't really reached out globally yet, to discuss it individually with individual businesses.
I mean, 7 locations sounds good, but when you came to me with it, who came and presented 18 to begin with, and narrowed it all the way down to 17,
Well,
and still be able to service everybody?
the 18 was conceptual and just identified possible
Okay.
locations. So if location 15 wouldn't work, I could shift myself to location 16, and maybe that would cover both locations, so. We're pretty comfortable with 7 at the moment.
7 sounds pretty good, everything, so, location.
So are we gonna have them go through this, or, 'cause I've only got a few questions, I've already went through this budget, so I don't have a lot of major issues with it, but, first, why do you have 22,000 in pier maintenance in the line of years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you gotta realize, we do have a different, Hiawatha still has some, Black Cloud still has some.
Just wasn't in there last year, I looked at it, and I was like, oh, what kind of stuff is he trying to pull today?
Yeah, we still have a few.
Okay, going into your capital outlay,
How much time does that take for him to do that? Because it's 12 o'clock and it's scheduled just to have the break.
I'm gonna clam truck, and it may be worth it to put that $20,000 engine in there. Now, I'm not saying you can't buy the new one, but where are you at? What do you need for backups? You know, because obviously if we sell a used clam truck with a blown engine, we're gonna get, you know, scrap metal price for it. Page 355.
Yeah, I'm looking, so we've got our capital sheet, so it's got the information in here. So what we got, the clam truck to replace is $43.34, which it has 145,000 miles, which is, you know, includes not just the motor, the other components, the trains, you know, the chassis, the rear ends. So that is why we were projecting getting a new one.
I'm good with getting a new one. What I'm asking is, I get that engines idle a lot, and that's what blows these engines up. So yeah, they may have 145,000 hours. It also or 145,000 miles, it may have 10,000 hours, just because of the amount of idling it does. So it may be worth it to repair that truck as well. That was my question, rather than surplusing it and getting scrap metal prices.
I agree.
So
Absolutely.
I just didn't see it in here. I didn't know what your plan was, and if you guys want to do that, I'd like to see the budget.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your next one is gonna be your historic village capital buildings. I see we're gonna be doing more stuff on there. I still wanna have a conversation, and this isn't necessarily with you, but this is just where my red marks ended up. With this historic village, there's no reason that it can't be receiving grants and doing that kind of stuff. They're open 2 half-days a week. I think we need to have a conversation of our expectations of the historic village, and I think we need to have a conversation of, you know, how do they go out after these grants? I mean, if we're really doing historic stuff, historic preservation, there's tons of grants, there's tons of opportunities out there, and we're leaving that on the table because we want to be nice. And I'm fine with being nice, but I'm also not fine with just pouring money into things when we can do a better job, create more money, create a more robust historic village. I'm just not gonna sit on the sidelines and say, I'm not gonna do that. So that wasn't for you, but that's where it ended up.
How much was that, Mr. Howard?
I don't
Historic
recall.
village?
It was,
And 11,500.
yeah, it was just,
45,000, was that repair your engine and your truck?
Oh,
Well,
that
we're
was
switching
historic.
We're talking historic village.
Yeah. The truck that Mr. Howard was saying, don't surplus it, repair it.
I wanna say 26,000 was the number.
To replace an engine.
So because we're not getting grants for our historic village, you're not getting the money that you need to repair your truck under the current proposed budget. Like if we were getting grants.
I'm not tying this together.
Mr. Howard, he's jumping over. He's
Right,
jumping.
I wasn't tying this
budget,
together.
right? The historic village comes out of your budget.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
But
And qualifies
it's
for
separate
grants.
entity, so the historic village is for windows and a roof, is what's in the budget. And then the clam truck was a whole different in grounds.
But also in your budget.
Yes.
So so her point is the negative drag is the historic village is dragging down the public works when it could be creating grant opportunities.
More money in the budget. Yes.
So it means you would have more money in your budget.
Yes. And the general fund overall.
Do you have a grant writer?
Oh, we would love to have a grant writer.
Does anybody have a grant writer?
No. There's one in the city that's been doing an absolutely great job.
Yeah, we've outsourced that service as we need to, and then staff between Mark and myself do smaller scale work.
And Mr. Keys does a great job.
I save my life, and I'm applying for more than I care to do. Okay, where does that need to go in the budget? Is that your department?
That would be great.
Let me provide some background if I
Thanks,
may.
Freddie.
Well, I
Historically,
think she wants to make a break for lunch. I
Oh.
can track this again, but.
Yeah.
Yes,
Are you close to done?
Yeah, I think I'm on my last one. Transfer station. Where are you looking at? Because A, that's gonna need to be large, and B, I mean, I just don't see Groveland going away. We obviously can continue to use that one. And if this council is going to push towards Wellness Way, It would only make sense that that one would be in the southern part, because that will be a heck of a drive from South End to Wellness Way, especially the brush trucks and all that.
Well, our original concept thought is to use some of the property at the 12th Street site, not interfering with what the fire department's going to be. There is more property that's behind there that's not real obvious.
South side.
Yeah, and that to us was,
Let's think about opportunities and things that we want. So his question is, where would you want your transfer station?
Well, that's what we had a whole plan. We even had a map laid out where we wanted it. So
But
we
you want
presented
it
at the
there?
we presented at the last council, we got shot down. But we still, the land's still there. That's why we brought it up again.
But is that where you want your transfer station, or do you want it in the middle of the city?
it's a good spot for us. It's far away from any residential, commercial properties, so there's no,
It is right now until the yard's built and then you're right across the street.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna tell you, I'm not a super fan of 12th Street. I think that's a better use. I think that gives the city the ability to expand down there, not for what you guys are doing. But if we do need additional facilities, we do need things, at least it's local to here. So that's not my super fan favorite. I'm not saying that you don't need it, but I think we need to look and figure out a location that's a little better, but that is not. I mean, that's waterfront.
Let me, interfere and stop this for right now. Hold your thought.
Oh, I'm
We're gonna go ahead and take a lunch break, and we'll come resume from here at this point. Okay, let me get back. I think we're scheduled to go to 1 o'clock, then be back at 1, so, please.
Oh, this is true, I feel like I'm in Sweet Home Alabama.
guess it's siesta time now, eh? Time for siesta, you know. Made me think I'm back in Italy. Go home for lunch and take a nap. All right, it is now 1 o'clock. We'll go ahead and resume, and I'm turning back over to Mr. Stoney, and I'm gonna ask this. Let Mr. Bronson do his presentation, and if you have any questions, please jot them down and wait to the end. Let's try to get through this. I think you all were given, everybody was given some scrap paper and everything. So if you have any questions during this presentation, just go ahead and jot them down and let's get through this presentation, please. Thank you. Yes, sir.
If nobody else has any questions on the general fund side of the public services budget, we can move into the utility side. And what I want to do is, we're going to use the PowerPoint if it's all right, is to go into how we plan for utilities and work with our planning and zoning department to give everybody an idea of how we're always planning and looking ahead, so when we start developing properties, we have the proper infrastructure there and we have the capacity to serve those properties. So I'm going to hand it off to Mark Griffin, and he's going to go through his slides here.
Thank you. So the way that we look at capital planning is it starts out from the very beginning with development services. We sit down, we have our consulting engineer go through with development services, figure out land uses, potential projects, anything like that within the service area. Once we get those narrowed down, we kind of move forward with the process and move into the master plan.
So we'll go, so we take them at all of our service area within our municipal boundaries. So we work with Kurt and John back here and sit down with them and say, what can be built on these vacant properties? So that way we have an idea on the zoning, what can be there. So that moves us into when we start our master plan. So we know what's identified on those properties, whether it's high density residential, commercial. So we were able to share that with the consultants that we use for our master plans.
So from that, we develop our water, wastewater, and reclaim to give us our roadmap for the future. So when we work with the projections, like we said, we work with the consulting engineer, work with development services. Once they know what's proposed for certain properties, densities, that they can come up with a number as far as capacities for water, wastewater, and reclaim, based off of, at that time, whatever the density on that property was. So here's some examples of what we look at. We work with when we're sitting there with development services. They come up with known projects. They put together a map to help with those projections. They also look at other growth metrics, whether it be beaver, based on population, based on projected growth that they've seen historically through the area. And that's what helps us come up with that overall number, what we're going to need, where we're going to have to be at those key points throughout our 5-10 build-up period. For example, one of the things that we've just been working on is the wastewater treatment plant expansion. The question is, how do we get there? So based on the developments at that time when we did this back in 2019, it projected that we were going to hit that 4 million gallon capacity of the plant by 2023. We're a little bit behind that trend right now on flows. You can see where we're at right now. We're currently at 3.8 million gallons a day, but we're right on target for the plant being completed for hitting those flows.
So what triggers us is when we get to a certain number, we want to start planning because it's something that big and that cost, we've got to start planning ahead of that. So once we hit those numbers, we're ready to go. So just take the plant, for example, we're spot on just about. We're a little bit low, but we're spot on with what we need to do. And the same thing with our 2 lower wells that we put in place. That's tied to our consumptive use permit. So we had to hit different thresholds, and the thresholds that we hit, our wells are up and functioning just like they're supposed to be. So that is the planning mechanism. When Mark talks about our wastewater treatment plant, we have a 4 million gallon a day treatment plant. So what we're doing now is taking it to 6.5 million gallons a day. So that way we're preparing for the future for the flows coming in there, so we're not behind.
And from that, they develop a capital improvement plan based on all the information that they gather, which helps us on our capital planning for the funding side of things, and that roadmap for the future, so we stay ahead and not getting to where we need to be with those goals as far as infrastructure improvements by the time we see development flows. For example, the wastewater treatment plant, you can see it spelled out. As you can see too, one of the things that you notice in here is, we talk about costs. If you look at the projections for the wastewater treatment plant back in 2019 versus where we're at now,
Real numbers.
so again, it's just a planning tool, it's not an exact science. What they do for us also in that capital planning is they give us a breakout of what our anticipated costs per line item are going to be for each project also.
So with that being said, so you talk about utility rates, so when we did the utility rate study, all this impacts that. So when you add in capital improvements, we put all the capital improvements that we know about moving forward with our master plans into the rate study. So when they do the analysis of it, it takes into consideration, you know, where we're gonna be and how much we have to spend, and that relates to how much the residents pay. So that's how that's calculated. I think there's a formula, I don't have it, but that's how it's done. And so that's why we're always planning moving forward, whether it be something like this big, or it's even the pipes in the ground, to make sure we have the capacity. So when people come into our service area, we can take in those flows. One thing that y'all may have heard me say before, what messes us up from a planning standpoint is when it changes the density. When it goes from, like, you know, low commercial to high density residential apartments or something, it messes up our plans. So we're doing this process every 5 years to make sure we're keeping up where we need to be with our utilities. And then that's water, that's sewer, and that's reclaim. The caveat is reclaim, we can only produce so much. You know, we've got a 4 million gallon a day plant, you're getting 4 million gallons of reclaim. So that's dispersed out into our system that has the capability of taking it. So the game plan just for reclaim is once we start hitting those thresholds higher, 5 million, 6 million, we'll start converting the ones that we have on potable into reclaim. So we'll switch the systems over, which right now there's, excuse me, if you just see the purple pipe that's sticking up, and you got a blue side and purple side, that means it's a jumper connection out there in these subdivisions. So once we get the capacity, we have a plan in place, so we're gonna switch over and take them off the potable and put them on reclaim. That's a real high level, but
Two pipes.
that's the process. So I just wanted to share that with the group because we get a lot of questions about how we're planning and how we're moving forward to make sure that, you know, we're preparing, and we always are prepared.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
well, thank you. Well, since you ended there with reclaim, I know I've been told that we'll never have reclaim on the west side of town. Well, is there how much expansion can we do with reclaim with the expansion of wastewater treatment plant we just expanded? How much can we expand reclaim?
If we went to 6.5 MGD a day, we would never have enough reclaim to get it to the west side of town.
So even with this expansion, we still, I think before I was told we were around 25% of the homes, but about 25% of the homes is on reclaim.
Yeah, you know what the number is offhand? I don't have it offhand.
Okay, so we still don't have capacity. I know when we ran all the services down to Weldon's Way, we didn't run any reclaim lines or anything down here as well. You know, of course, we don't have the capacity, right? What would it take to try, how much, estimate anyway, what it would take to try to get reclaimed into the Weldon's Way area and get more?
The thing that you gotta, you know what creates the reclaim, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Is the wastewater. So
Wastewater.
what creates wastewater is
Right.
more people, more homes. So when you take that, then you add more homes and you got more reclaim demand. So it's to get that down there would be millions just to get the infrastructure down Hancock Road.
And it's 1 to 4, right? It's one.
The number
house-
changes, I would go with 1 to 4, like you say.
So in other words, you need 4 times as many houses
One,
as you can
reclaim.
serve one reclaimed house.
Right.
So nobody will ever get, only 25% of the population will ever get reclaimed water.
If that's the number, yes.
Wow.
Well, right now, what we got, of course, another question I had is on the reclaim. I know we just upgraded the plant and everything to go to 6.5 megawatts and everything. So how many years we got on this before we need to look at doing expansion?
We've got a number, Mark's got it, but it depends on the growth rates. If, you know, we're growing fast right now, it's gonna speed it up. But then, again, if we're speeding up, we're at 6.5, we hit that number with 11 years, 10, 11 years at 6.5, then our plant, our build out is 9 MGD.
Right.
So now, so that, we have the capability going from 6.5 to 9 at our plant. So that'll give us, that's the build out in the city, that's their projections is 9 million gallons a day based on our service.
This is the 10 plan.
Yes,
That's the most we can do now.
yes.
Okay. And of what we doing now, what's the percentage that we provide to, Oakland, Mount Vernon, and Minneola?
One's, was it 800,000?
So, Mark,
750,
and then I think the other one was around 120.
yeah, one's, Oakland is the higher one and Mount Vernon is the smaller one, so just a little over 1 million MGD is the capacity is taken up by another city.
But Minneola, do we expect them to navigate that they're operating, their plan over their operation? Look like we can leave it up. Get rid of them or what?
Well, we only have a few connections with actually with Minneola.
Okay.
Just a very few connections, they're just minimal.
Okay. I know Oakland keep telling me they'll never build their plant, so, and I don't know where we are with Mount Vernon, but, we still provide service to Oakland, Mount Vernon,
But if we were providing service, just potable water service to those cities, we would get the benefit of their reclaim, which would increase the amount of reclaim available to our citizens. So my question is, are we also providing reclaim? Are we only providing reclaim? What are we doing with those other cities?
We're only providing reclaim through the wastewater treatment plant.
So they're taking some of our reclaim.
No, they're actually creating the reclaim for us. They're part of our capacity into our plant to create the reclaim.
They're only taking potable water.
No, they're only giving us wastewater.
Our service to them is the collection of their wastewater.
Correct.
Which helps our citizens get reclaimed water.
Yes.
So that seems good from a policy perspective.
From a capacity perspective, I would say no. But from a reclaim perspective, I would say yes. Because let's say we get to a point where we're getting at 6.5 and we've got to go up, and then we rerun the numbers and we're going to be at 10 MGD, and we've only got a 9 MGD tank, you know, plant that can take it. So that's the difference.
I guess that's one of my concerns is how long before we get to the 9, because we still provide them service, whereas we may have to say at one point, because we get our max, we have to say, hey, we can no longer provide service to you.
How long is our contract with them?
I think we just renewed it about 2
Well, it's based on capacity, then, is the way it's written.
Keep allocated in their capacity.
Capacity.
So could we get out of it if we wanted to? Is where I'm like,
Maybe legality wise, but contractually that so whoever did it back in the day, you know, they said, we're gonna give you 800 MGD a day, and the city agreed to it, so that's what the plan is. Without looking at the comment, I don't know if there's a time frame associated with it, but I know there's a flow associated.
when the county, for example, approves, let's say, 149 units just west of 12th Street in the Green Swamp, that's, you know, right next to our property, that we now presumably will serve. This used to be agricultural green swamp land, now there's 149 homes coming in, because of the county's vote. Is that something you would have anticipated in the construction of the wastewater or the other treatment plants that you have?
In our master plans, we don't take anything into consideration on the west side of town, on 560,
Why not?
because of the green swamp.
So we won't be able to service that.
We have no plans on it's in our service, which is the FS 180, which part of that over there is in our sewer service area, a very small piece of the water. If the council said, we're gonna serve it, then we'll back up and then we'll figure out how to make it happen. Because it is in our area, that or we're gonna give up our service area to whoever else, whether it be Sunshine, Groveland, can come in and grab it too.
You make that sound like it's a bad idea. What am I missing? Why would that be bad? Why would we want to service it?
From a capacity standpoint, just knowing the math, we wouldn't want to serve them because it affects our whole system, because the system on the west side of town is not set up to have those larger capacities come into it, because it was never designed that way.
What about the other county projects that we've been annexing over the last couple of years? Right on our edge, they're in our GPA. Are you anticipating those when you're doing your projections?
If it's within our service area, we are, except the caveat is that side of town, it's the west side, and the Green Swamp, we do not. But if it's in our service area, we absolutely.
And you mentioned that we're a little bit low with respect to our wastewater plant. Please excuse me, does that mean that we overestimated our capacity needs or that we underestimated our capacity?
Based on timing, we were just a little off. So we didn't hit the mark right at a certain time, but it was just a little bit off.
Does that mean we have more capacity than we projected?
Yes. At
So
this,
that's a good thing.
at this time, yes,
We didn't grow as fast as they anticipated,
exactly,
basically.
But it's better than the alternative, right?
yes,
So that's-
100%, yeah.
Of course, the other thing that concerns me is, with the live local, and you mentioned this city, was all these apartments come in, I know I still one based upon apartments and everything, more or less homes. So that scares me when we start getting all these apartments that I know a couple people coming in, so. How much effect are we looking at on that? Like I know it's the one unit that's proposed for, what, 280 units, right behind the Kingdom Park.
If you get on the east side of town, east of 27, you're in pretty good shape, because we've anticipated some of that stuff. But if you start getting on this side of town and start wanting to stick some of that up, there's gonna be without seeing the numbers, but there's gonna be a cost associated with whoever brings that in, because the infrastructure, this is just filling in the west side of town. But whoever develops that's gonna have to run the calculations to see if a 2-inch water main is gonna supply, 400 apartments, which it's not. And then the sewer system, if you've got a small lift station that's at 95% capacity right now, who's gonna upgrade all those utilities? It's gonna be the burden's gonna have to be back on the developer to do that.
What about the downtown CRA area? If we wanted to add density and vertical downtown, what kind of impact might that have on?
It won't, because we took that in consideration the last time we did this master plan, and we did the downtown, we upgraded the pipes in the downtown for that.
What did you anticipate? What kind of height or capacity?
I don't know the density without looking at the plan, but we did take that into consideration.
On, on phase 2, are you guys starting to set money aside for that?
Phase 3, it says
Is
2
it phase 3?
So impact fees, hey, but we still have our debt service, and Scott can probably speak more to this, but we are anticipating that.
Right, but impact fees didn't cover that, that's why we ended up with this large water rate increase.
It was part of it. So it's a split, I don't know, do you know the splits? Okay.
So I'm getting to that, but are we funding in anticipation that we run into the same issues again, or are we not funding? I already know the answer, so it's not to say we're not funding.
Yeah.
So this is where I have my issue, is that we know we have a capital project that's 10 years out, 11 years out, and we're not putting anything aside for it. And how do we end up with water rates? Well, in sewer rates that increased, it's because of that. It was a backdoor tax increase that, because councils didn't plan. And so this is where I get concerned about things, is that if we know this is coming, it's an absolute, there's no way around it. We should be putting some money aside in a fund that can't be touched for anything else for those things. And so I get very hard-nosed when it comes to funding these projects. And so I'm not, I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that this is a project, we know it's coming, it's not funded.
So we have something like, Scott, correct me if I use incorrect numbers, but we have something like 16 million in our general fund reserves that, 6 million, excuse me, that we haven't even anticipated using for any purpose. This project, the expansion phase 3, would be 10 years, 11 years, you said? So if we were to take 6 million and put it into a bank account, a reserve account, anticipating that project, wouldn't it be something like 15 million by the time comes to fund this project?
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to use the general fund reserves for the expansion project.
No.
But, however, in the revised fund balance policy that I have in your supplemental packet, it states that city council can basically reserve or dedicate a portion of any fund balance towards specific projects. So, as debt service comes off the books, we can dedicate that towards a specific project, or we can dedicate current revenues towards a specific future project. So yeah, there's mechanisms in place where we can absolutely do that.
Would it be prudent to begin the expansion now? And how do we tackle this? Stoney, Scott, I feel like this is a question that we need guidance from you too on. What's the best way to anticipate
From a
this?
planning standpoint, it's impact fees. So the impact fees are set aside, this is for new. Correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, so we're gonna set these impact fees to the side for new projects. And that's what we've done in the past. So a $48 million project, I think we had cash in hand, $27, $28 million
Right.
that we paid for. So we paid for half the project out of pocket, which is good. So the concept is we need to start saving now and doing the same process. The caveat is the other part of the projects that we have to do. If we've got a new line that we have to run, that can be paid by impact fees too. That will be taken out of the sewer fund, not the sewer impact fee fund. So as we move forward, we need to put that money aside and we need to pay attention to our impact fees and make sure we're keeping up with our capital.
So if our desire is to be fiscally conservative from an avoidance of debt perspective, and if that was the will of this council, then one could look at the wastewater treatment plant that we have, phase 2, and say that it did not satisfy that goal of not incurring debt. We incurred debt, and that way that project was not successful. How do we, knowing we have that debt burden today, and knowing that 11 years from now we have another project coming, what do we need to do to make sure that when 11 years comes, this debt service is taken care of and the new expansion has been prepaid or pre-collected?
From my seat, it begins with the planning and the rate analysis that is done by Stoney's group, ensuring that these projects are built into those calculations. Beyond that, it's a budgeting exercise, much like what I just laid out. Presenting a budget to council that dedicates X number of dollars from X resource towards a future project. And we can certainly do that.
And I'm struggling with the utility rates because those are after the fact. So those are user rates, to pay for it. So we bonded against future user rates instead of the impact fees that were necessary to construct the capital funding of the plant versus the operations of the plant.
I want to make sure that we're on the same page here,
Yeah.
but the studies that Stoney's consultant does as it relates to rates includes a study on impact fees, not just the user fees. So that's part of the study.
It does all.
But we're where we are because somewhere along the lines, a decision was made to use user fees, which, if you're going to be healthy, should be operational, as capital. We bonded against those. That's why our rates are up, because now we're paying the operation plus some of the capital repayment, which obviously includes interest on debt. And this isn't, you guys messed up, that's not the point. If our goal is not to be in debt for projects, then in that respect, the evaluation of this project would be, we could do something different and better. And I think I share Mr. Howard's concerns, if I understand them, which is, We now have the cost of the debt plus the cost of the future construction. So am I hearing you correctly that we need to be amending our impact fees on water and sewer so that when 11 years comes, that we have a facility big enough, we've collected enough money to pay for that facility?
I think we need to do the exercise every 3 to 5 years.
And how often are we doing it now?
We just did it a couple years ago.
About 3 years ago.
But just to be clear, the reason that that happened was that they didn't adjust their impact fees for 10 years. So it was a problem. So part of the reason that we ended up with that much debt was because leadership council didn't do their job and do it. This is an absolute, you know that you have to do impact fee studies every 3 to 5 years. You know it. And how they didn't do that for that period of time is just mismanagement. It's plain and simple. So, but we can't expect that impact fees, growth never pays for itself. It's just not. So we still have to put money aside for some of these projects that where we say, we know this is coming, we need to be able to do this, and we don't want to be behind. And the people who it hurts the most when we do water or sewer is the people who are on the margins. And that's where that drives me bananas, is that that's the people who can afford it least. You have to have water, you have to have sewer. And those people have zero say in how much their water or sewer went up.
Why wouldn't growth pay for itself?
It doesn't, because it's always behind, so your impact fee study is always behind. And residential costs significantly more than we're going to get.
And let me say,
Just us.
you're right, they didn't do the impact fee studies as they should have been done in the past. That's why we had the big rate increase. We went out, of course, we even had some trouble by getting the impact fee study done 3 years ago. And of course, we went in and got them done and we implemented everything. And of course, you can see it, the rate increase, Mr. Howard, I won't call it no backdoor tax. It was just something that had to be done because prior administrations did not do it. They just failed to do it, just like we've had some elimination of impact fees on certain projects and stuff like this. Well, we got it implemented. Yes, it is a concern of mine. Now we're charging some of these rates, I believe some of the rates, and they are a little steep, okay? But it was something that had to be done, and I blame that on the fact that we had this big increase all at once because we went so long without doing it. As I mentioned earlier, for the wastewater treatment plant, I think when I first came in, I was told the plan was to build about, it won't cost us about $23, $24 million to do it.
Well,
But it was delayed, and by the time we finished up getting ready to build it, yeah, we ended up going in debt, okay?
If the rationale though is that the users are paying for the capital after the fact, and in our particular situation, the citizens have paid in excess of what they needed to be paying the last 4 years, hence we have $16 million in reserves that we're trying to figure out what to do. Could we take some of those funds, pay down a portion of the debt on this facility, reduce the payment, and therefore reduce our ongoing interest, our ongoing utility rates? Is that something we could do from a monetary
So, but what I would ask is, what is the debt service, what is the rate on that debt service?
For the wastewater treatment plant,
Yeah.
it was in the neighborhood of 3.2,
Yeah.
3.4%.
You can't pay that, that's free money.
Yeah, and then of course we got other debt services out there, and also that you got other debt services out there, and that we can probably use some of the money to pay down on, and then take other funds and pay towards that as well. That's not the only debt service we have, is wastewater treatment, so. I think, like Art, I think we only have a couple of years left on that.
Yeah, what's the balance on that one? I'm sorry, you normally have a really pretty chart that I.
Kyle's gonna bring it up, the slide off of the OPB. Just a second.
So I'm hearing the only way to lower the utility rates is to pay off the debt service on the wastewater treatment plant.
But we still have, moving forward, the capital plan too.
Yeah, the plan.
It's tied to that rate study also.
Yeah.
But that's paid for from impact fees, right?
It can be
10 years from now, we don't know what the cost is gonna be to upgrade or what it's gonna cost us. We can set aside, we can take our impact fees, we set aside like we've been doing in the past. We can set aside other funds as well.
But I'm not sure we can. What funds can we use to pay for this wastewater plant?
The sewer impact fees, the sewer funds themselves, which is on the operational side. But we cannot use the general fund reserves to pay towards enterprise debt service.
So if we don't get our sewer impact fee estimations correct, we're committing the city to debt service.
The impact fees, in my chair, would be certainly the first choice to pay towards that, absolutely.
So is there a impact fee study included in your budget for this year?
Can we do one this year?
Sure.
I thought we couldn't do another one for 4 years, 4 or 5 years. I thought we had a time limit on impact studies.
I don't know law-wise, but that I do not. I believe it.
Hey, and look who just walked in, our lawyer.
Mr.
Perfect.
Walker. Mr. Walker.
Your timing is impeccable. The question is, can we do an sewer impact fee study more frequently than 4 years? We'd like to do one after 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to share? No.
You sit right next, no, I don't know, you'll have to sit between me and Todd, because I like being next to Scott. So how do we lower the utility rates for our citizens? That's the question. Or can it not be done?
Well, we can do lower, but do we want to lower? That's what we need to look at and everything else.
We can, we want to, right?
Well, we can lower, but what it's gonna cost us in the long run and everything.
Yeah.
I brought the subject up before about, I'm getting complaints about the high rates out there. I even look at mine, again, I'll use mine. When I used 1 gallon of, irrigation last month, and I still had to pay $12 for 1 gallon of irrigation water, okay? That's concerning to me, okay? In the month before, I think I used 2,000 or 3,000 gallons or something, and it only cost me like $14-15. So why the inconsistency there? When I only use 1 gallon on my quarter of my bill, I want to see 1 gallon irrigation.
So there may be two different issues. One is the cost of the water, and the other is the accounting for the use of the
But
water.
isn't it a fee to use irrigation?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna have
I think Mr. Borer might have a solution or something. for
Well, I
this.
don't really have a solution, but on a related topic, I can provide you in a certain context some good news. In my introductory presentation, I mentioned that the utility rates were a 5-year rate ordinance that was passed in 2023. We are budgeting for the 4th year of that 5 years. In the first 3 years, actually for all 5 years, the annual rate increase for sewer funds is 8%. That's what we built into this budget. Well, it's a different story though on the water and reuse side. The first 3 years, which is now behind us, it was double-digit increases to our customers, 12 or 14%, one of the two. I forget.
16.5, I'm hearing.
Thank you. So going into this next year that we're now budgeting for, the rate increase is 3%. So in a certain context, at least we can honestly say that the rate increase is significantly lower going into this next budget year than the 3 years prior. 3%.
Have we been able to save any of that money and maybe earn interest on it so that we could at least not increase the rate?
Well, the general fund reserve, or excuse me, not general fund reserve, the water fund balance is in the neighborhood of, what is projected to be in the neighborhood of $11.1 million next year. That is a decrease due to the capital spending that exists in the water fund. Again, going back to what I said earlier, we could, at a council and budget and policy level, make a decision to dedicate a certain percentage of annual revenues towards projects in the future, which is basically what's built in the rate study anyways, right? And we're doing that as well through our budgeting, but there's not a policy in place, which is maybe hopefully what needs to be done. There's not a policy in place that states that that percentage of that component of the rate that is per the study dedicated capital is reserved in some type of balance sheet account for that purpose. It's, in other words, in layman's terms, it's kind of intermingled within other cash balances within the water fund. But we can segregate that out.
Okay, I'm sorry, where is the water fund in our packet?
Page 33. That's the one you're looking for?
I was looking for the fund summary in the back that kind of start the tree replacement fund on 163. Am I looking at the infrastructure fund? No, the water fund is the
191 is the water fund description.
Oh, I see, okay, thank you. Oh, I'm covering it up. I got it. So is anything in this water fund on pages 192 through 194 expenditures for anything other than water and sewer?
This is just the water fund expenditures.
Everything in there is only being spent on water and sewer,
Water.
just water.
Yes.
So nothing for another department, just water.
But I think once we move into, so it ends in 27, so we would start the process over again in the rate study. So the capital needs would change, and then it would evaluate if we're in line with where we need to be, or can we, this is the conversation we have with our consultants, or can we decrease our water rates?
How long does that study take?
Yeah, it was, I would say 6 months. It was a process.
Do you have it in the budget for 2025, or is there room in the budget for 2025 for us to do an adjustment?
We were anticipating doing it again based on the conversations we're having right now.
Yeah, so if we said we want to do a budget adjustment, put it on the agenda on July 29th, so you could get started, is that something that you could do?
Yes.
Scott, does he have that in his budget right now? Does he have any wiggle room to do it? How much does it cost?
Yeah, but I don't wanna throw the number. We can reach, it's Rock Tellis is who we've used in the past. They have all of our information. They did a very good job of presenting this last time.
What do you all think?
Did they coincide with the impact fee study?
They do the impact fee study. This was done beforehand, though. The impact fee study was done after the fact. But they looked at the overall.
So if you're gonna do it, I would say that you're gonna co-mingle them so that you have all the information to make that decision.
Are you all open to having him expedite that, so we could look at it sooner rather than later?
But on that, I think from and I think Scott talked about this a little bit, from a structural standpoint, an ordinance standpoint, however we want to call it, we need to set it, whether it's a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, so that it's done, whatever this council's comfortable with, we just need to state it so that people moving forward know why we're doing this. I mean, if we're gonna sit here and we as a council are gonna try to eat our peas and fix things that have happened previously and fix things that are moving forward, I think we have to state the reasons that we're doing that.
Well, I think if we say, and I'm perfectly happy with that, whoever needs to write down how to write this ordinance, Christian, tag it, I don't know. I think if we put it on a 2.5-year schedule, if it takes 6 months to do the study, if at least councils are looking at it every 2.5 years and deciding whether to do it in that moment or whether to put it off for a year, for example. But to your point about predicting the future, we don't know what's going to happen. So given that the price that it's up right now, given that we're on an 11-year timeline, I would say let's say 2.5 years is a policy so that they're initiating it and getting it done in the 3-year period.
So the review would be every 3 years, so it'd still be the same thing. So you'd say, look, we need to review this every 3 years, and we start the study before that. So I don't know exactly what date we're on right now as far as when they did the impact fee study. I think it was probably 2 years ago. So we're probably in a time to start to say, hey, it's time for a new one, and whatever that time is. But we need to land on a 3, 4, or 5 year. I mean, certainly if we're going 4 or 5 years,
year we're budgeting for is the fourth year of
The
a
fourth year,
five-year.
yeah, the fourth, fifth year, somewhere the rate go back down. Well, the increase
Well,
is less.
I don't believe the ordinance states what happens after the fact.
Right.
But through fiscal year 26, 27 is the last year of that rate ordinance.
Okay, so yeah, we go ahead and do a study now, hopefully. My concern with trying to do a study right now, since we still operating with this one, only the last study, and it really doesn't end to 27. Are we gonna get a true read and everything?
From a standpoint on our end, from an operational standpoint, we have our numbers right now, where we're moving into the future, which is critical.
Right.
To get the right rate for that.
Well, we get more information, and we said at the start of this that we want to explore all options, embrace opportunities, control the controllables, and do what we can to reduce the cost of living and increase the quality of life for our citizens. And I think if we allow them to expedite this process, we have the opportunity to potentially reduce the cost of living. It's within our control to do whatever we want to do. It's just more information for the council to decide what it wants to do. Right now, we know the citizens are unhappy with the cost. So on the off chance that the finances are what they are, it was a 5-year proposal. If we, a 5-year plan to reevaluate at year 3, I think is an appropriate thing to do. You know, what's the adage? If you're going down the wrong path, best to turn around as soon as possible rather than stay on that path, because it's harder to get back to where you need to go. So, I mean, worst case, we find out, we spend $1 a citizen and find out that all the numbers are accurate. Best case, we find out, hey, we've done a little better than we expected, and we can reduce the utility rates. That's how I look at it.
Well, I also think that doing a review of our impact fees, especially knowing what we just went through as far as cost of increase, with inflation is important. It's probably important to do now. I mean, it's one thing when things are very stable and we see, you know, that 3, 4, 5% increase per year. We know that over the past 2 or 3 years, since we've approved that, the cost has gone up exponentially. Understanding the cost of concrete and gone through the roof builder. But I would say that to tie into that to do both of those and to land on whatever period we want to do that, build it in the ordinance so that it always gets done. But I think it's important to stay on top of these fees because we know that when wellness way takes off, wellness way is going to take off. We've got the Chacon property, we've got the Kent Rose property, we've got this one, so we've got a bunch of multifamily homes that are getting ready to go in, and we don't know if it's right or wrong.
To that point, from 2018 until 2020, we had about a 3.5% population growth year over year. It got up to about 6%. Now we're looking at having population growth closer to 10. We're getting to that 8 to 10%. So I think as long as we have growth over 5%, when we're talking about policy, and we're thinking about making policy, if we have 5% growth or more, then I think we should be doing these every 3 years. If we get to where, or 5% more. If it's less than 5%, then pushing it back to 5 years, well, that makes sense because you're not growing so fast. But as we're growing quickly and things are changing quickly, I think more frequent checkups make good sense.
I'm comfortable with 3 years on impact fees, 4 years.
Bill, are you?
I think you're totally, I mean, well, you know, Wellness Way is coming in. We're gonna be getting about 25,000 homes there. So that's gonna be like, let's say, anticipate 3 person per household, so that's another 75,000 people. I mean, we should, you know, and the promise that we made was to lower the rates. So can't we lower the rates and do a re-amortization of a loan? Would that help?
Would that help?
Reamortization of our debts.
Yeah.
Well, all of our debts are at rates that are below 4%. So I can certainly work with our municipal advisor to see if the cost would justify a refinancing. But as I sit here today, I think the chances of that are pretty slim.
Very slim.
Yeah, because the rates are.
The rates are real high right
to just find out what they said?
Yeah, absolutely. Our municipal advisor is very approachable and can certainly do us just for us speaking.
I'm quite sure if you look at trying to extend your debt services, they'll be willing to do that, but I don't think that's gonna get you any better rates and everything. You may
No, I
want
think
to
the
pay
rate is
the
great,
rates.
but if we can extend it over time, we could possibly reduce the debt service, you know, if we double the time that you're paying it off, or you can refinance it, you could reduce the rate, and then we could lower the payment while we do the impact fee study. So at the end of the day, we're not paying for ongoing, we're paying for old stuff. So if we can keep that rate low and extend it out, that's even better, I think. So, at least if you could find out if that's an option while we do the study. I think you have consensus to do the study.
Yeah.
Are you all set?
All set?
Thank you.
Anything you need from us, Mr. Cross? Are you good?
If we could just recap real quick, we did agree to allow them to add the engine into that truck. Was that, did we have consensus on that?
Yes.
Yes.
From earlier in the conversation?
And I did get to talk to Stoney about the transfer station, and if we want to pursue that, I think it would make more sense to have it near the facility where the trucks are parked. And there is some property over there that may be available. And so I'd rather see that come to the budget. I'd rather see us put a facility in the right location and spend a little extra dollars on getting it in the right location than putting it in the easy location.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, transfer location. I know we talked about doing a transfer location down here on 12th Street. And personally, I would love to see it stay out there rather than going out there on Hancock near the other facility when you're in more residents. Okay, you're limited residents down here on 12th Street, for a transfer station.
You're getting ready to have 400 residents there across the street. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, but
There's still not in the millions of thousands of homes out there, you know,
So it's 400.
so.
Well, is the fire station too, I don't know I apologize, what a transfer station involves, but is there a way we could join use any other properties that are?
So because their trucks park out there, so let's say they go out on this way, they're gonna have to drive all the way down here to 12th Street and turn around and drive back across town and go back. Whereas if they're coming back where they park their trucks at, to me would make the most sense. And I'm not a planner and I'm not Stony and I don't have all the logistics of that. But in my mind, it would make more sense to have it closer to home. There is some property there that he says is available. There's also a need for a future water tower.
Yeah, that would be down south, the water plant would be down south.
So,
The wellness way, so the property is just north of Hancock of our existing. It's the property, the gentleman we bought the property from still owns quite a bit of land right there, just adjacent to our public services complex.
It's playing out there, just like I say, with the majority of homes out there, putting the transfer station right in the midst of all them homes, I feel more comfortable in 12th Street. And you're right there, have to drive all the way over, but right now, guess what? We driving What's that?
Being funny, he said you called a break.
Oh, you want a break? All right, where am I? Police?
Yes, police, yes,
Police, okay.
at the beginning, pick 91.
So I got 89 overview. Let me know when you're ready, Chief. Whenever you're ready.
I didn't know if we were waiting.
No, like I said, let me know when you're ready. Okay, go ahead.
Greetings, Bill. You got it. All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'll ask you the same question somebody asked you. Do you want me to roll through the presentation, or do you want to jump right into the budget portion?
Let's
Presentation could answer some of the questions.
do the presentation,
Yeah.
please, sir. And I promise I'll hold any comments to the end of the
Yes.
presentation, okay?
Yes,
As you get started, will you clarify page 91? I'm getting mixed information. It's showing 102 personnel this year, 110 next year, but it's my understanding that it's not an accurate and updated report. Is this accurate, or do you have to edit that as you go through?
The staffing summary table that you're referring to on page 91 is not accurate. The original proposal from the police department included requests for additional staffing, both sworn and civilian. During the process, they were reduced out of the proposed budget. So the numbers that are within the budget reports are accurate, but this table is inaccurate.
What are the edits?
All positions that were requested were reduced out.
So 25 is the same as 26 will be the same as 25?
Correct.
So, maybe now you create a problem. I'm gonna have to ask this question. Now, 102, I was assuming that was what we authorized right now due to the population.
You're authorized right now 97. 102 were within the request.
Okay, all right, let's go. Maybe you can clear it all up.
Yes.
Because I thought we were authorized, we should have had about 102 right now due to the population, but then with the increase. That's what I was looking at.
I'll do my best through the presentation. So, first chart right there, the organizational chart. As you see, our department is broken down into 3 bureaus: administrative services, which is our SROs, training, recruiting, and that falls under Captain Sayer. Uniform services is there as well. That is our patrol ships. That is Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta, day and night, 24/7, 365 coverage, overseen by Captain Strickland and 2 lieutenants. And then our support services, which is criminal investigations, crime suppression unit, K9 units, as well as our traffic and marine unit. So that's how the organization is broken down. 97 authorized, 9 vacancies are spoken for right now. We have 15 total vacancies, 9 are spoken for with additional offers. We're about to get hired. We'll be bringing on 3 next week, so that number will continue to reduce. The goal is to have this down, the 6 vacancies left should be down to 3 by October. So we can get into manpower calculations a little bit later in the presentation. Crime stats are here before you. As you'll see, the largest one was retail theft at 24%. Then there's a few other ones that are there. Retail theft, kind of complicated, organized retail theft crimes, different things, eats up a lot of time for our large box stores. And then you see decreases in other crimes as we move through here. Crime stats moving forward. Thus far this year, it has been a great year for the Clermont Police Department. Even though we have been short much of this year, we have seen double-digit decreases in many of our crimes. I'll let you just look at the stats. I don't want to read them all to you, but you'll see that. And then you look down at the bottom, the DUI arrests are up significantly as well. So that that goes to show that our men and women are out there doing proactive patrols and taking care of business when we need to take care of business out on the streets. The robberies have remained the same. I get a lot of questions about that. Most of those are not armed robberies, or what we think of guns and faces. It is a fight, and then someone rips the chain off their neck, or what we would call a robbery by sudden snatch. And then if you look, you'll see the larceny frauds. We've expanded our services tremendously to reach out to our senior citizens who have become victims of several scams. If you recall, the toll scams, the IRS scams, the FBI scams, all those that we get on our phones. Seen many families lose their life savings. Calls for services, you see, we gave you stats from 23, 24, 25. If you look at 25 this year, we're on pace for just over 41,000 calls for service. And remember, calls for service can be anything from a proactive control, stepping out with a business, stepping out with a citizen, to a property check, to a traffic stop, to an actual crime report. Citations issued, we are on pace to absolutely crush the previous years. Enforcement activity, we have heard the message loud and clear from the residents that traffic enforcement needs to be increased. If you look at that, last year we wrote 3,788, we're on pace for over 5,600 this year, and then the rest were right on target for 2024. We'd like to see that number decrease. We don't control human behavior. Traffic crash data, you'll see this year we're at 646 thus far as of June 30th, 2 fatalities, one involving a motorcycle, one involving a vehicle. I apologize, multiple vehicles. Most of our crashes are daytime and from the hours of 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And again, we are on pace to have a reduction. As you see in 2024, we had 1,500, just over 1,500. And in 2023, we had just over 1,500. So we're on pace for about 1,300 crashes this year. And then the projects and goals that we have set forth for the safe city and the state of Florida. Crime reduction, we've had these for several years. These are our core four. We select these crimes every year because these are the crimes that are the most impactful to our citizens. When someone burglarizes your home, your residence, or your business, that disrupts multiple people. And then stolen motor vehicles, obviously, your car's stolen, you're not able to get to and from work or wherever you need to go. Strategies to reduce or achieve crime reduction. Community education and awareness, I'll show you a slide a little bit later of how we've increased our community education, then going over and utilizing predictive policing. That is where we start to earn our bread and butter and really make the impact into the community. Identifying the crime hotspots that we'll need for crime sprees and trends. We were fortunate enough to bring on our second analyst, so now we have an intel analyst and a crimes analyst who are able to dig into the reports for us, focus on at-risk individuals, repeat offenders, juveniles who are at risk, who have been in the system, out of the system, seeking ways other than incarcerating people to assist them, and then allocating our resources more efficiently. We've become very good at that as we've been short for the last 2 years. We are extremely dialed in when it comes to putting out our resources to address crime issues. I hope you've seen the change in some of the social media stuff. I've had conversations with some of you guys. People eat it up when we put those enforcement activity highlights out there. We get a lot of views, a lot of likes. Thank you, CPD. We also understand the importance of the community engagement portion and letting people know that we are here for them. We're approachable, we're humans. And then the timely public service announcements. I hope you all had a chance to see the police security vehicles. Don't leave your valuables, guns, important stuff in there. We put that out. And so we have seen a reduction in crime. I would love to say that it's all because we're out there doing proactive patrol. We're out there arresting everybody. You can't arrest your way out of these problems. It takes a village. We work in a very great community that is very supportive of us. So we are appreciative for the support that we've received from the council and from the community to assist us in achieving the successes we have. When we get into more of the budget stuff, another part of the strategy is to enhance our drone program. I'll have Captain Strickland go over any questions you have about the drone program, but we are seeking to purchase at least one indoor drone. And then I did put this one on here. I know it's a controversial topic. The school zone speed cameras. I see the eyes. I knew it would come, but I thought I at least need to know the direction of the council Is this something that we want to pursue? Is it not something we want to pursue? There's funding options available, but that's not the reason to do this. It is to enhance the safety of our school zones. Catch the offenders who are speeding during the school zone time when the flashing yellow light is there, or during the school hours. As you guys have been briefed on this before. I don't want to beat the dead horse, but I think there are also funding opportunities there to create safer school zones, to create sidewalks, and to do things that way. But if there's not a taste for it, I have no problem moving on from that. And then this is, the Real-Time Intelligence Center is really a sneak peek into 26, 27. But I have to tell you what we've been doing to get to that. And the implementation of FUSIS, or the program that we talked about before, which was camera integration and camera registration. The integrations between our CAD system and that system, how we can operate and use, set up perimeters and do different things for our personnel through that program. It's really paid off. We just deployed it at the 4th of July event, and it was a success. The only issue we had was that our CAD, or computer-aided dispatch, wouldn't upgrade. But that was a priceless investment for us moving into the future. And you'll see we'll remain a premier agency with the implementation of a real-time intelligence center closer to 26, 27. We get asked quite frequently about accreditation. We are up for accreditation April of 2026. I'll jump right into it. I'm sure this is the monster when I jump one slide. I apologize. The Axon officer safety package that some of you guys have seen, that is the elephant in the room, the $2 million project with multiple operating fund expenses in it. I'll give you a brief overview of what it can do for us if approved, and I will absolutely pause for questions because I know there's several questions probably posed. So currently we have the utility body-worn body camera, and the main contract that we signed in December of 2025 is up. It is due to expire in December of, I'm sorry, we signed it in December of 2020. It is due to expire in December of 2025. That is over 60 body cameras and some dash cameras included in there. We have multiple other contracts with them just to keep on pace with staffing levels as they increase. So when I asked, I said, utility, what would be the cost to renew that contract? And they told me it was $1.5 million. I said, okay, what's the upgrades that we get with it? It's pretty much the same program, it's pretty much the same body cameras, not many additions to the technology. Many people have heard of Axon, but more familiar with the taser aspect. I was not an Axon fan when we first signed the contract in 2020. The benefits of the Axon officer safety program far outweigh the shorter or smaller price of the $1.5 million. So the body camera and dash cameras, when we talk about Axon Body Camera 4, it gives us a clear picture just as utility does. However, in the future, during this contract, it will give us the ability to translate languages. So when we are interacting with someone who may speak a different native tongue, maybe they speak Spanish, for instance, the camera can pick up that language, translate it for the officer understands it in their native tongue, English, they can speak back into the camera and push it back out in Spanish. It takes away a lot of the uncertainty when you're dealing with people who may speak a different language. I wouldn't want somebody to end up in handcuffs or to end up in a worse situation when we have this ability, when we have the capabilities to get this technology. This can save people, saves officers. It's a solid point. Next is the newest and available taser, which is the Taser X10. Right now we carry an older taser. If I was to come before you and say, hey, council, I need money to replace tasers, it would be over $1 million just for the tasers. So another reason why I believe this is the right decision for us. When you look at the virtual reality training suite, that is a full suite where we can do training with individual officers or up to 3 officers at a time. They give us the headsets with that. We receive training from Axon in the capabilities of that suite, and we're able to run our personnel through those scenarios. The enhanced redaction software, I understand I skipped one, but I'll do it out of order. The enhanced redaction software is also a key component to us. It utilizes AI efficiently to redact people's faces, blur out rooms, do different things that we need to do as we prepare those videos for FOIA requests and then send them over to the city clerk's office. And then finally, over the course of this contract with the program that was proposed, we would receive any upgrades, whether that's to the virtual reality training suite, to the Axon body cameras, to the dash cameras. If they come out with something newer and greater than what we have, we would be able to obtain that piece of equipment. Anybody have any questions about this program?
So the voice translation thing is automatic, it'll detect whether it's Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Spanish.
The officer will push a button on the Axon body camera. It illuminates, it captures the language, and then it's able to translate. I have a question.
So it's
It's
automatic.
not, he has to push a button though.
He has to say it's Korean or Chinese, or it automatically interprets the
The
language?
AI picks it up.
Okay. He's just doing a translate button.
He's just holding it so that, he or she is holding it so that you can pick it up.
So Bill, it's automatic so long as you say
Yeah.
translate.
Or you push the button. So it's like if my hands are tied up, I can't push the button, I can't get the translation back.
So in what world are tasers $100,000 a piece?
They're not $100,000 a piece, however.
Or should you-
Yeah.
Yeah, a million for $110,000 a piece.
The taser exit, so when I talk about the tasers, and when we did, when we did the tasers, and it may have been something, if I just, what was it, the tasers?
No, you just said just to replace the tasers would be $1 million, and so my quick math is, that's a lot of money for a taser.
The taser X10, which is the newest one, is significantly more expensive than the one that we have. Right.
What makes it with it?
The Taser X10, where right now the way it works is it has smart probe technology. We're gonna get way in the weeds on this. You tell me when to stop,
Okay.
and we can stop. Right now, what we carry is a 2-prong taser. It would be X26 cartridge, and it's good for about 25 feet. But it goes at a projection of an angle like so. So if you're off just a little bit, or they're wearing heavier clothing, it's not gonna be as effective. The Taser X10 allows you to deploy one probe at a time, and then it can, if you deploy multiple probes, the taser is smart enough to say, these 2 probes have a good connection, these are the 2 probes that we're gonna utilize to, take the suspect into custody.
Bring it to us.
That, so pretty much, that's what it's head and shoulders above what we carry right now.
It was just, that's a shocking number when you hear it, and you're like, that's a lot of money for,
Tasers are expensive, and then when you talk about the taser handle is separate from the taser battery, which is separate from the taser cartridges, which is separate. Handle, batteries, cartridge, training cartridges as well. So there's all kinds of things that come in just with the taser. All that stuff is included in this package.
But the problem you're trying to solve, if I understand it, is we got a 5-year lease on the body cameras that we currently have, and that 5-year lease is up. Are we permitted or capable under our contract to purchase those body cameras, as if I was leasing a car?
I do not believe we are able to purchase those body cameras. We would send it back to utility. I can double check that.
Under the lease, they're responsible for maintenance and not.
Correct.
I bet you this is proprietary.
Yeah, that's what I was questioning.
And utility started out as fleet management, and they jumped into the body camera. It's a good product. I just think if they had more upgrades and they could maintain. If I look at it today, it's a good camera. If I'm looking at it five years from now, which is where we're trying to be, it's not going to maintain. When you lose that ability to translate, when you lose different things with the functionality of the cameras, it just, utility by body worn kind of slides off behind
Technology.
Correct.
So if I read your reports correctly, well done, if I'm reading them correctly, crime is down in Clermont, and about 60% of our crimes are larceny of some capacity. How many times did your officers shoot their tasers in 2020, the last year and the year before?
I don't have that number with me, but I can definitely get that back to you. It is becoming more and more common, whether that's a societal issue or a human behavioral issue. We don't fight anymore. It's more tasers, it's hands-free use and de-escalation, things like that. I can look at it, but if I had to take a guess, I wouldn't be surprised if it was once a week.
How many times have your officers discharged one of their weapons, a gun, in the last 2 years?
Most recently was at Cottonwood,
That one.
2 months ago.
Before that though?
Year before that, over in Emerald Lakes, Home Park.
Emerald Lake,
About this year?
that was 2, 3, 2 years, over 2 years ago.
Emerald Lakes.
Emerald Lakes was about 2 years ago, Cottonwood was
A
this
couple
year.
of months ago.
What's this, 25, so it was in 23, Emerald Lake was in 23. Okay, and you know, that's one that I know of, just Cottonwood, and everything.
And are the reports that crime is down, are those based on calls, arrests, or another standard?
All of the above. The calls come in, the arrest made, and then the analyst does a comparison year to year. I think what you saw in that one was a comparison year of 24 to 25, year to date.
But we're comparing apples to apples.
Correct.
Call to a call, an arrest to an arrest. And what do you attribute to the calls being down? What is happening that's working?
Well, right now, we're on pace to have more calls. We're on pace to have 41,000 calls.
Okay, I misunderstood the chart.
2100.
So we'll be over by about 100 calls or so.
You have to keep.
Not many,
Okay.
but more people are moving in. It happens, a lot of domestic cases, different things like that.
That's year to date through what date?
June 30th.
June 30th.
June 30th. So we're 9 months.
No.
6 months. 6
That-
months.
That's calendar year, not fiscal.
Calendar year.
Okay,
That's
that's
all of our numbers will be calendar
calendar
year.
year.
Now, but if you go forward a couple slides, right here, those are where you'll see that those are a 6-month comparison. So burglary residential at the top, January to June 24, we had 18 so far. In the same time frame, we had 16. So when he talks
What's
about,
missing? Where, if you had as many calls, but the majority of the types of calls are down, what am I missing?
It could be proactive activity that's there as well. So like I said, anything. So a business check, a property check, a traffic stop, consensual encounter, interacting with someone, maybe following up on a tip. That's all assigned a case number here. Traffic, when we're working in traffic school zone, that's assigned a case number as well. So, for instance,
So your attribution to crime being down is because you're taking more proactive calls by reaching out into the community whenever something is.
I can never measure preventive crime, but I will say it helps. The actions that we're taking, absolutely. Education is a part of crime.
How much of this larceny are you finding is from out of the city of Clermont?
the bad guys,
Yes, that is.
I would say the majority of ours.
So, and that was what we ran into last year, that was kind of one of my, you know, you have those aha moments, and we were talking about that last year, and it was a good portion of the crime that we see is not internally within Clermont.
correct.
And that was just one of those moments, I was like, oh.
Well,
So it becomes very difficult, when you start talking about proactive policing, great that you can do it, but when it's not our people, it's kind of hard to proactively police Miami. And there are people who are coming from big cities who look out and go, oh, there's a wealthy city, let's go do X, Y, or Z.
We had an email exchange about this. We recently had a situation that I asked that question, where did please excuse me, gentlemen, where did the perpetrator come from? And it was not Clermont. And so is that something that you track, or can you start tracking that so that we can be more informed about how to avoid those threats or mitigate those threats from outsiders? Education seems to be working in the city, and are we dealing with tourists, or are we dealing with people getting on buses, or how are these people getting here?
Definitely not dealing with tourists, I will say that.
I'm very interested in that.
No, you're good.
I'm open to the answer, whatever it is.
Yeah, definitely not tourists, bus traffic, I would, no. A lot of these are transient, coming from Osceola, Polk, Tampa, Orlando, Leesburg, that was one of the highlights. They were driving.
They're driving in here and they deliberately target Clermont.
50 and 27 are very attractive. The north end of our city, and we're aware of this, the north end of our city is an attractive spot
Right.
for vehicle burglaries. People like to leave their doors unlocked.
Do they have
leave
like a
their valuables
Facebook
and-
group? How do they know?
That I do not have the answer for. We're
I,
gonna find out.
I would say this, I know a lot of coming into town is out of town, Miami, Orlando.
It's very expensive to drive that far.
Hey, if they get the opportunity, they're gonna take it. And I commend our police department and the Lake County Sheriff, our license plate readers out there that have been tremendous in helping us and everything. And I'm willing to invest more money in the type cameras and everything because they've helped us in the long run.
There are areas where there's certain people who stay there, people at a certain time, they're always there panhandling. There's different spots in our city, if you see, that they stand there waiting, I see them. And it's like a job. And because we have generous, kind-hearted citizens,
But trust me, I think the recent case was the bank robbery out on 50th in Hancock and everything, gentlemen.
I think that's the one we know.
That was the email exchange. So let me clear it up, and the bank robbery is it's a good example of how law enforcement works together. So we're talking about how does someone get from Osceola County to the city of Clermont. To this day, we don't know why he chose, that bank chose bank. We have no clue. He didn't want to speak to us. He committed his crime, he left. Next day, he's in Winter Garden. We have someone that works in the city, whose husband works for the Winter Garden Police Department. Word of mouth travels. They're able to assist with identifying who he is. Our LPR picked him up, so we were able to get tagged and know when he came in, and when he didn't leave the same way, so we knew when he came into town. Due to the technology we have with Fusus and how we share our cameras through the LPR program, Orange County helps us out. We start tracking him. He's in Maitland later on. They're behind him for several minutes. He's ahead of them, I should say. They're behind him by about 5 minutes. They can't track him or put their eyes on him. He ends up back in Osceola County and he's off all of our systems that law enforcement has. About 9 o'clock, 2 days after the bank robbery occurs, his license plate gets on the OPR. We are in contact with Osceola County, Kissimmee Police Department. It's nice to have people who can pick up the phone and call and and Osceola. And then he ends up close to the Brevard County line, and Osceola and Brevard County end up taking him into custody and we go to do the interview. If it's not for those technology pieces being in place, Clermont will be missing out. Law enforcement in Central Florida is doing a great job, and the whole state of Florida is doing a great job. Crime's down, but it's these partnerships, it's these collaborations, it's these investments in technology that make us all successful. So it's us being able to share this information almost at a finger snap and having the ability with the analysts, pick up the phone and call other analysts, and everybody starts diving in. It is just like the movies now, I'm not gonna lie, they type on the computer, you see it, they're like, it's going eastbound, stay with 50, where they're able to track it from camera to camera.
Yes. A criminal like to go into another place besides their home, okay? I'm sitting here, I was thinking back a few years ago, I don't know if you all remember, there used to be one line called the Band-Aid Bandit. Okay, he robbed 41 banks before he was caught. Never robbed one in Clermont, but he lived in Clermont, the Band-Aid Bandit.
It's not advertised now.
It's opened up. That was a few years back, but he finally got caught, and thank God it was a license plate. He made a mistake on the license plate and was caught. It was gave away and everything. He actually lived here in Clermont, but he never robbed one bank in Clermont. All 41 banks was out of town.
So I've got a question. It's probably gonna go more towards Scott and make everybody nervous when I'm gonna ask it. $500, or by $814,000. What is the reason behind that?
So we utilize for budgeting purposes an actuarial study that comes to us through the police pension board. At the conclusion of their audit, that study is completed, and they provide us with a percentage to use in our personnel expense. That contribution expense, that percentage for the next fiscal year did go up quite a bit. Despite very good interest earnings from the investments in the prior year. And the reason being, it is largely because of the most recently passed CBA. Not because of anything within the CBA in and of itself, but the very fact that the CBA was updated with, and everything that went along with it. So they have updated numbers for their salary increases over the next, what was it, a 4-year contract? 3-year contract. So all of that feeds into that revision and that actuarial number.
And this feeds into my next question. I appreciate that part of it. But how much more stable would FRS from a budgeting standpoint be?
I don't know. We
That's
can
an
reach
answer
out.
I like that.
We can certainly reach out and have a study done to that effect, but I don't have an answer to that question.
Right, and so just from a, how are we doing comparatively is something that I'd like to know. That's gonna go police and go fire and go forward staff here. We come into these, we've seen some big swings. Fire last year, police this year. And if we find something that's a little more stable, it might be better. I don't know what's coming it out.
Well, I have a couple thoughts if I may. One is that, and I don't know, I might be wrong, but I don't think doing the study in and of itself is a problem, but if the city council desired ultimately going in that direction, it might have to be collectively bargained.
I'm sure it would be collective bargaining, but we have 3 years to figure out whether it would be or not. I don't want to wait till the last minute. I don't want to have that conversation. I'd like to hear, including I'd like to hear what the police and fire have to say about that. But I also want to know that if that gives us a little more stability, if it's something that's beneficial to the city and we don't have a lot of opposition to it, then why wouldn't we at least look at it? And so I'd like to at least take a look and see if it's something that works for us or doesn't. What's the cost benefit? I mean, and I don't know that answer, and that's my job is to ask those questions.
If it did work, could we do one program for non-union personnel and keep the same program for union personnel?
Yeah, only the sworn officers are included in the CBA, so the answer is yes.
I'm in fire as well, so I have the same concerns. I mean,
So I'll reach out to FRS and then I'll begin researching that.
Thank you.
well, and sorry.
Second thing I would offer up on that is, as you may recall in my presentation in May, when we discussed about potential uses for the excess unreserved fund balance, one thing that is an emerging trend in local government is the creation of stabilization funds. And it's usually tied to either health insurance or pension costs. So in theory, we could take, based off our municipal advisor's suggestion, we could take $1 million, for instance, put that into a fund, interest-bearing fund, and then utilize that to stabilize our pension contributions within the operating budget every year if needed. In a year like this, we can easily justify that it's needed.
When we get into economies of scale, though, when we start talking about an economy of scale, the difference between the state and the city is dramatically different.
Right.
You just would expect that the state is going to be much, much more stable, but I don't know that answer for a fact, and so it's, I'd like to have that information for our use, and I'd like to have feedback from both police and fire, because I'm not the same thing in fire. But it's something that conversation needs to be had. It needs to be had at a time when we're not trying to have negotiations. It needs to, where are we at with this? Does it work? Does it not work? What are the pros and cons? And then you can have a calm conversation that's not politically charged. And so that's what I appreciate.
You mentioned mentioned taking some and put it in interest-bearing funds. What type of accounts are you looking to talk about doing that with? Treasurer, T-bills, or what?
Well, it would be dictated by the city's investment policy, which
Okay.
in turn matches what the state's investment restrictions are. So look very much like, I suspect what would the two police pension boards adhere to.
I've been saying it for a couple of years now. I think we're losing opportunity with our pension boards. I don't think they're doing proper investments. I think we invest in some of the funds there a little bit better in 6-month treasurer bills and T-bills and things like this. Here you can make a little bit more money for some of the money they got sitting here. But you mentioned that we can take some of our excess fund and put it in accounts, draw some interest. I'm very interested in that. So yeah, I want to argue more about that and how much we can if they're sitting here ready to do it. Of course, I know I sit on some boards where we invest funds in 5-6 months maturities and everything, and paying pretty good, well, 4 or 5% interest on and everything for 4 or 5 months. So
Yeah, I
we
can
can
look into
that. I would love that.
It'll take a little bit of time, but I'll be glad to look in both FRS and this stabilizations fund, possibility, and I'll report back to council.
And my second question is going to be directed at you. Have you guys ever done a workload study? So, it's in what the mayor was referring to. In the past, we've come up with this conclusion of doing 2 per 1,000, just as a ratio, and 2 officers per 1,000. So, for me, just wanting to understand how we do that, why we do that, what's right, what's wrong. In Florida, it ranges from 1.6 to 2.6. Somebody who's in Tampa, where they're going to have more transient, not just transient, like big T, but transient tourists and that kind of stuff, little t, they end up closer to the 2.6 just because they have more people. So, place with cruise ships, you're going to have more traffic, more people, more stuff. So, it made sense when they explained it, and the real way to figure that out was through a work study, and so it's a workload study, and it measures it. I don't know how to do it, but it made a lot of sense, and for me, rather than just saying, here's our ratio, because I don't know how busy your officers are. We may be able to look at it like, oh, we're right where we should be, we're not, maybe they're getting 10 calls per officer, however it is. So I think it was a neat option. I did a kind of a big read on how to set those, because I didn't know. And so I get to learn things, and I get to ask you how that works.
No, absolutely.
I'm dangerous with the computer, I can tell you.
No, it's a great idea. I can absolutely work on that. I have a Chief Pearson. He's actually here in town teaching at the Florida Leadership Academy. I know he's very familiar with that. I can have him walk me through it.
I think it'd be helpful to you, it'd be helpful to us. I mean, it's not gonna happen this year, but I thought it was something that I was thinking.
I think our ratio is pretty much almost standard throughout the state. I think some of the larger cities do have a little bit higher ratio. It's not that much higher than ours, but I know as I go to some of my conferences with other mayors and everything, I ask them about their ratios, and we pretty much, most governors do 1.5 and on up, but the most standard is 1 and 2 and everything. So, which was one of my questions. You say you got 15 total vacancies, and that's total vacancies out of the 97 that we authorize right now.
Correct.
But I haven't seen any, I thought we was up to 102 authorized, with the population increase, with all the increase in residents down in the Wellness Way area, we haven't adjusted those, vacancies yet.
Correct. The request this year was 5, and as Scott had mentioned earlier, that those 5 officers before public service aides were removed from the budget. I understand how the budget works, and I would say this. it would almost be foolish of me to say, hey, give me 5 more officers right now when I'm sitting before you with 6 openings. What I would ask is, of the council and the city manager, deputy city manager, is afford me the opportunity that if we get down to 2 openings or 1 opening, that I can come before this council with the justifications. I have the justifications here. We'll go over them if you want. But I think once we're down to 1 or 2, we should have that conversation of, do we do a budget amendment? And I think that's probably the more fiscally responsible way of doing it. To say, I have 11 openings, doesn't do any good for me, it doesn't do any good for the citizens. I mean, we've proven we punch above our weight. I understand that that's a short-term goal. I understand that the wellness of the officers, the burnout rate is real, but we're doing everything we can to hire people. And the contract was signed in April, and for us to hire 9 people by October is fantastic. So I am wholly confident that come that January timeframe, I'm more than willing to come into a council meeting, stand before all of you, the justifications, and explain why we need those personnel. We can discuss a budget amendment at that time, but I think today to say, grant me 11 sworn positions that are open and 4 additional civilian positions, I think I could fill the civilian position. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to have 11 sworn open positions. I know of another city to the north of us that has 18 open positions. That's a very uncomfortable position to be in as a police chief. And then a partner of ours to the west has requested 3 additional personnel. So there are agencies asking for additional personnel. I just think now might not be the right time
For me, a workload study, if it absolutely said you needed it, yes. Or I'm just not a fan of the ratio thing. I don't understand it. I mean, it's just, it doesn't account for what you guys are going for. Good or bad, I don't know that answer. If you give me data that says, here's where we're at, I'm gonna back you 100%. I don't make that commitment to you that I would support a budget amendment at that time, but I need better data than just, we want it.
Understood. We can do a workload analysis, yes.
As I say, I have no problem with the ratio thing. I know our police departments and everything been based upon that for years and years, and they continue. If you can get down to that point where you don't have to come to me, I'm gonna tell you, you got my approval. Because you know, as I've been saying ever since I've been here, I don't think we ever come close to having to fill positions. I think because we got those 5 vacancies and everything. And I think there was a long time joke with the previous chief that, hey, if he could ever get to his quota and everything else, we would be happy to give him anything he asked for. So if I was a little shocked and everything and saying, hey, that's kind of bold to say, hey, come May, October, you will only have 3 vacant positions. That seemed a little bold and everything.
I can have Captain Sayer come up here and explain the recruiting plan if you want, and how we come to that number.
Okay, hey, if you can do it, I'm happy, you know, and everything. Because
Obviously, we already adopted the CBA that had a significant pay increase and signing bonuses. My question would be, did that help you fill those positions?
Yes, the short answer is yes, and Captain Sayer will be able to.
I mean, is that what was different all these years?
We are attracting more experienced personnel, and I will say this, attracting experienced personnel is great, but you need a good mix. You need a mix of experience, and you need a mix of rookies. And that's what makes the police department more effective. The guys we bring in with previous experience, they may have bad habits, they may not have bad habits, but they're also not going to be here much longer than probably 10 years. The rookies are probably going to be here 10, 15, 20 years. As you see here, most of these guys have been here 15 years plus. So that's kind of the mix that we look for as we go, and the cadets and all that, and all the officers.
Hello, thank you. As Chief Graysick mentioned, we have 9 new hires that we're going to have by October. I just kind of want to break down those numbers. Out of the 9, 3 are police recruits. What those recruits are, we have sponsored them to go through the police academy. And this process takes 9 months minimum. What goes on with that, prior to even starting the academy, is the whole application, background, and hiring process. That in itself can take 3 months. The schooling is 770 hours. So we have 3 police recruits, 2 are currently at Valencia, and they are slated to graduate in August. And then we just had a graduation 2 weeks ago from Lake Tech, which gave us one. We also picked up 3 additional graduates from Lake Tech that we did not sponsor. They put themselves through the academy. We saw the promise in talking with our recruit within the academy, and we were able to pick those 3 up. We also have 2 that are coming from outside agencies that are gonna bring us about 20 years experience. Those agencies are from outside the state of Florida and within the state of Florida. And then finally, we're bringing 1 from Miami, who comes with no experience. So that's our 9. We plan on hiring those. We hired 2 in June. We are hiring 3 on Monday morning, and we're gonna do 4 August 25th. Now, had the fiscal year been end of October, we'd have been able to add 4 more. Because we're also trying to bring in some, they gotta go through the equivalency of training, they're coming from out of state. So we're gonna add 4 more in the month of October. So yes, our numbers are great. Looking at that board early this year, we had 16 positions, and we had those conversations. But since the CBA went through, we increased our signing bonuses, and we've done a couple other strategies. We've increased our recruit pay. Our numbers and our applications are getting to be great. I was just on with our recruiter prior to coming up here. We have 5 good candidates sitting in our pool right now. So what Chief Graysick was saying about this October, I am pretty confident we're gonna be able to accomplish that goal. We are working with HR now, or in the process of working with HR to draft another conditional. So I anticipate by the end of this month, we will be at that 5 number, because we'll have another conditional signed.
That's fantastic, and Chief Graysick had mentioned that in recruiting of officers, the number one trait you're looking for is good character.
Correct.
And so given that you have all these options now, how are you discerning, what standards are you using to evaluate the character traits of these individuals to make sure they're a good fit for our city?
So it's really tough to get a job here. I'm gonna tell you that now. We probably push 300 applications a year, whether it be for our cadet, our recruit position, or for our sworn personnel position. And just to give you a quick digest of it, if you apply for us today, we'll take your application, we look at it on paper, we determine, hey, does this individual fit our metrics? Then we'll bring you in for an interview, a quick interview with our recruiting staff. And we say, hey, yes, I like when she answered this question. She told me she explained away the speeding tickets in her past. She was able to explain all of the issues that are in her application. We then sign you up to go do a physical abilities test. If you run the physical abilities course within 8 minutes and 30 seconds, you get to move on to our next portion, which is our academic testing. We'll run you through a gamut of academic testing. If you're successful in that, you then go through an oral board interview. So we have like 4 or 5 different metrics you have to meet before we even think about offering a conditional job. As far as what do we look for in a candidate, we look for the best. We can't tell you, yes, we absolutely look for this characteristic or this quality. What do you show us during those 4 or 5 testing processes?
Now, with all those metrics they have to meet and everything, you said you got 9 candidates lined up right now, but that's not guaranteed they're gonna finish the training, right? Is it?
No.
Okay,
If
well,
you're referring to the
like
field
I said,
training program, that's
the field
correct.
training program, how
Some
many
may
of them
not,
actually
some
finish?
may not pass the field training program.
Okay,
The saying is, if everybody passes, it's too easy.
okay.
If everybody fails, it's too hard, so you're trying to find that happy medium. We have a good mix of field training officers on board, and our success rate is an acceptable rate to meet. And our fail rate's acceptable.
What's the percentage out of the 9, what percentage you looking for to be able to complete the field trip?
So 2025, we lost 2.
2, okay.
2 out of I believe we've hired, and it's gonna be 2 or 3 slides later.
Yeah.
I think over 24, because now again, these would have been hired in 24,
Okay.
right? So that number is like 10, so it's like a 20% success rate, but it's give or take.
Okay.
We cannot always put down a number for that, depends on what the candidate or what the applicant does.
Yeah, well, I mean, the 9 that you say you got slated sounds good, that's if all 9 of them can actually
Pass it.
reach it through the end of the program.
Correct. And one of the things I'd like to touch on is that increased signing bonus that you guys authorized that we have been utilizing. we are bringing 2 officers from a sister city, or cities, and we are able to get them into the mix and out there responding to calls rather quickly because they're already trained up.
Right.
So again, by having that recruiting strategy that allows us to advertise, hey, we're willing to pay you for your experience to come to us, allows us to get that officer out to the city a lot quicker.
That's good.
Is there a lot of jumping between cities, like you just said, you got somebody from, is there a thing where they're gonna come in here, you're gonna pay all the money to train them, and then 2 years later they jump to somebody else because they're getting paid a little bit more?
There's always that risk. I will say this.
Is this just,
A couple of years ago, we had a couple of leave to OPD when we were starting out at 53.5. Since we've had the pay rates come through, no one's jumping from Clermont. We have something special here. We have a culture within our agency that's admirable. We have a family-like atmosphere. We work for one of the best communities in Central Florida, so.
Does the $1,010,130 increase reflect the pay raise?
You're talking in the personnel section?
Yes.
Most likely, yes, ma'am.
Chief, you had asked us, about the school zone speed camera program. Has that changed? Because I know you had briefed us last year. Has that changed?
It's the same program.
Okay.
It's, like I said, it's just pursue it, put it on the back burner, forget it. I'm good either way.
Let me address that. I've been looking at these speed cameras for over 3 years now. At one of the conferences 3 years ago, they was introduced to me and I took a look at them. And my concern with the camera was some of the same concerns I had with the red light cameras. Okay, who's gonna get paid? Somebody gotta pay for these cameras, okay? Of course, when they introduced them to me 3 years ago, they said the city pays for nothing. Okay, but I'm coming to find out, no, we have to pay for something, and the camera will be up there. But one of the biggest problems, other than that, the payment form, that concerned me, state law says, and you can put these cameras in there, if the school zone is rated 20 miles an hour, a person can be doing 31 miles an hour before they can before we can write a ticket. Okay, to me, that's a little ridiculous, okay? We put in cameras to make our school zone safe, but yet still a person can speed 11 miles over the speed limit before you get there. I can just go out there and say, hey, you're doing 26 right now without the cameras, and give you a ticket, okay? So why are we gonna go through this? And the other problem we have here in Lake County, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the county is saying they're not going to allow them on their roads, on county roads, so we can only put them on city-owned roads, okay? So what schools do we have with city-owned roads, okay?
We only have a few, you're correct, Mr. Mayor. The only reason I bring it up is Leesburg, Maldora, Terrace, and Eustis are implementing some form of it.
Right.
I didn't want.
Yeah, there's a lot of cities out there. There's a lot of cities out there, again, when I go to my conferences and everything, that's one of the big subjects about 6 months ago at one of the conferences I went to with the mayors and everything. The big question about, are we implementing, and of course, some of the same concern that I was stating, some of them were stating and everything. And like I say, well, I mean, I just can't fathom the fact that we supposed to be putting cameras in to keep our children safe, yet still they can speed through the speed zone at 11 miles an hour, which state law say, hey, 26 miles an hour, you can write a ticket. Okay. And there's a lot of other stipulation. You have to sit down and look at all workings of it, how the tickets can be issued and everything else. And of course, to be all down to the end, somebody has to pay for them cameras at the end of each month being out there active. So.
Well, and if we're seeing that crime is going down because of community interaction and touching in the community, I share your concern, Mr. Mayor, and frankly, I would rather the citizens, we want to encourage walkability, I would rather them see an officer there, a friendly face, someone that they can connect with, than to see cameras and you get a letter in the mail after the fact. It's just on one hand you've got warmth and you've got care and you've got human interaction. On the other hand, you have technology and coldness and penalty instead of education. So for me, seeing the officers near the school sites is, as a mother, what I would rather see. And that goes into something I'd like you to, I think we've talked about it briefly in the past, or maybe we're talking about here, is an events type team of officers. You know, the businesses in this community rely heavily on tourists, that's why I'm like, you know, our tourists are concerned. But if we have a team of officers that can be dedicated to events, that become familiar with the rights holders, familiar with working with the tourists, it's just a different kind of thing. You know, maybe the school zone officers being that friendly face, that, you know, there's less violent experience usually, it's slow down, you know, slow your car down. I'm gonna stand in front of you. I've had that happen to me before, not here. But you know, that kind of personality might fit into maybe someone who kind of, a team of people who are also invested in the community events and tend to work those. And I think I'm probably getting into union issues, which is not my intention at all. It's just looking at what we need as a city. But if we want to encourage walkability, bikeability, I don't know if we still have officers on bikes. You know, that's something that I know we used to have. I don't know if we still do downtown, that kind of thing. Maybe that's something as you're looking towards the future, if you're coming to us in January and you're saying, hey, we want to do something different, as we're talking about expanding that bikeability, walkability, having officers who are available to be in person on bikes in those areas might be something that we look at to add to expand the offerings that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. I can just cover those really easily. Our community services division does a fantastic job reaching out to business owners, doing different things. You may have seen us do Operation Hydration, Sit, Chat, and Chill, which we did over at T1. And then the SALT meetings at our active adult communities, and then HOA meetings. I mean, the list goes on and on. Once we get more staffing, we will have downtown officers again. I promise you that. They're already slated. The work chart you see right there is actually different from the one that's in your book. That's the one that's the most updated, and the positions are allocated based upon us being at 97. I don't like looking at vacancies and all that, so you can see some different units will be sitting at 8 or 9 or 6, and that's kind of where we're at. So right now we have 4 community services divisions, so that would increase. We would move forward that way.
So just as a blanket statement, I'm never in favor of cameras, and just, if you already do that, but it's one of those that just goes completely against, I'll let you, our rights. I get that it's helpful, and if we got to a point that we just absolutely had to, maybe I could overlook it, but it's not something that I can get to.
I just want to make sure with the other cities implementing it, you guys weren't caught off guard. I hear it loud and clear, not right now.
Trust me, I hear about all the other cities, and I think I asked Chief I think it was Lamar County, that did a big test last year. And I wanted to know what they thought of their test, because I hadn't heard too much more. But I do know a couple of the cities, I know Houston is one of the cities that implemented it as well, and everything, but I'm hearing they having trouble with theirs as well, so. I'm not a big fan of them right now, until the rules change a little bit. I'm not a big fan of them right now.
Chief, wasn't it one of the things I feel like we didn't like too last year when y'all brought it to us, is that even when school is out, those cameras are still rolling and people can get tickets, is that correct?
The camera should go,
Only when the lights are
we're going to go into this, the camera should go into a sleep mode when it's outside of the camera school hours. So let's say in elementary school, it should be active from 7:30 to 3:30. It should be dormant from 3:31 to 7:29. And then anytime after the blinking yellow light is off, it goes back to whatever the speed limit is on the street. So it could be 30 miles per hour. And then the person who's caught going 40 would get a ticket for going 40, if that's the way the program is set up. But yes, I remember some of these concerns being brought up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like I said, just wanted to make sure, hey, nothing changed.
Can I go over some capital stuff with you?
Absolutely.
One, I know that we're looking at having the boathouse next to the boat ramp done. I didn't see any of that in your capital.
We are working on an RFP with Chief Foley.
Right.
We have the impact fees already set aside. So it'll
So you think you'll be able to do it with impact fees?
Right, it'll be
Okay,
$75,000
nice.
from out of impact fees.
How old is the carpet in your building?
It was, 2016 it was built, so we're approaching that 10-year mark. And I will say, our guys are working the cleanest of environments outside, so sometimes we do track in dirt and other things.
I just wasn't sure. I didn't have a lot of major issues with this stuff. The only one I really did have an issue with is $350,000 for 2 offices. We've got to find a better way.
That number may be wrong.
I certainly hope it's wrong, because if we're talking about $150,000.
And no, that's fine. I think maybe it got mixed in with something else, and I apologize it got caught here. And I'll use this as a reference. We just recently did the recruiting office. I think it was last fiscal year, and it cost us about $55,000. And that was a big office with 2 suites and a conference area so that we could bring in our recruits. What we're seeking to do with that money would be, there's a large area in our records division. We were completely paperless in our records division. Now we have these old rolling shelves that are there. It's just to redo an area for expansion. I'm big on trying to renovate the interior of the building so we can do it. And I think we could most likely get that done in the 150 area. It is a large area.
I'm super happy that you're gonna renovate inside, but just when I read it, it was $150,000 for 27 and $200,000 for 28. And it said you're gonna hopefully make 2 offices. And maybe get into IT. So I was kind of like, that's a lot of money for an office.
I'm tracking up. So the first year would be for 2 lieutenants' offices. That is correct. The RTIC, or the Real-Time Intelligence Center, RTIC as we call it, that would be a future project where we would renovate 2 larger areas to make that our Real-Time Intelligence Center.
That's not how this read, so I was like,
No, I understand. Yep, I get it. I understand.
If we're not adding to the personnel for fiscal year 26, do we need to add this capital expense for fiscal year 26?
Which capital expense?
The office renovation?
We could push it off a year, but I would suggest moving forward with it this year. This is part of building out the police department for the wellness way, for any other additional annexations that may come forward in the future. So what we're looking at, I'll give you, it's going to kind of lead into different ones, but kind of the vision for us moving forward is to have 4 additional patrol supervisors on there, so we would be running 2 sergeants on each shift and split the city north and south or east and west. We're trying to identify which natural boundary would work best for us. It's not fair for me to ask a supervisor to go from 12th Street to Wellness Way. That's the best example, to try and get 1 supervisor down. It's probably a half-hour drive.
Or to East Clermont at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I understand.
Might be a better example.
But we also need 2 additional lieutenants on patrol as we're bringing in new personnel and younger personnel. The oversight is important, reducing the liability that we have as a police department, ensuring that our guys are getting the training, guys and gals are getting the training that they need, the opportunities they need to grow. So that's kind of where we are with the expansions and kind of redoing some of the things inside for future growth and planned growth as we move forward.
One thing,
There's, just so you know, there's $475,000 between the carpet and a small renovation. So it seems like a lot of money. And I've looked at some of the others where, we're estimating costs for bathrooms at $650 a square foot. That's an insane amount of money. I don't know how you came to this, but I think we need to take a look at it and see how we can do it, because there's no reason to do carpet and then doing something else later. I mean, they need to be done in tandem no matter what. So, I'm not screaming about it. I'm just looking at the amount and want to make sure that we're just not.
you might need more competitive bids, is what you said.
Correct.
You might be getting the government rate.
Completely understood.
There you go.
Yeah, completely understood.
I guess I'm trying to make sense of vehicles and everything here. I see two different lists of vehicles. One on page 92. You're only asking 23,000, 28. Well, we got nothing in there. Last year in 24 we had 28,000. But then you go to page 93. Where are we? Vehicles, looking at 800,000 for 26 vehicles. Is that
Chief said, the 800,000 is for replacement vehicles. That is based on replacing 10 of our current vehicles. We have a lot of vehicles that are really high mileage and they're also very old. And that cost of 80,000 per vehicle is based on the vehicles that we just did for this fiscal year. So the total cost to upfit, from purchasing the vehicle to upfitting and equipping the patrol vehicle this year was just over $75,000. So we're budgeting to 80,000 for next year because there's gonna be increased costs for the vehicles and equipment and whatnot. So that's how we got to that.
Helen, I recall a couple years ago, your predecessor and this council agreed to a replacement plan for vehicles. Is this inconsistent with that plan, or is it consistent with that plan?
No, it's still consistent with, I believe what was agreed 2 years ago was about 10 vehicles being replaced
That's what I
each
thought.
year. And that's what we're looking at this year, it's just a replacement of 10 vehicles.
I think, we were looking at 7 to 8, but it's up to 10, but 80,000, I guess the 80,000 caught me. Cause I didn't know if that included any new vehicles.
And we're having to guesstimate on that right now.
So the cost of these vehicles, increased drastically.
The Florida Sheriff's contract has not came out yet, and that's the one that all the municipalities buy the vehicles from. So we're hoping that that information will come out August, September. Usually comes out right before October. As soon as that contract price comes out, we can know exactly what the cost of it.
Steph, are you the keeper of the policies?
He keeps everything, right?
Not all policies.
The money policies, right?
So,
We're working on it.
If this policy is inconsistent, can we update it to be consistent with our current staffing? Because I think where we're off, Mr. Mayor, is if and I don't have confidence in my recollection on this one, but it was that we were going to do a 10-year cycle for all of our vehicles. And so if we take our number of employees and divide it by 10, that is more or less how many vehicles we would be replacing each year. And if we're at 102, then 110.2 is what we would be looking at this year, if I remember correctly.
That sounds right.
well, the plan was,
That
like I
sounds
said,
right.
said earlier, we put in place the store recycling. Of course, we didn't have this before, but each year we're supposed to be replacing, anywhere from 7 to 10 vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, my concern is the fact, are we replacing enough? Because I think we have put a 5-year, or was it 5-year or 7-year,
It all
replacement.
depends.
We have the over there.
We're gonna get into weeds, but yes, it all depends on the use of that vehicle.
Yeah.
If it is assigned to patrol, it is gonna rack up miles quicker than let's say a detective's car, or a car on the side. So those may be on a shorter cycle, but the detective's cars or training, recruiting, some of those cars may last a little bit longer.
No,
If you go into the range, he has all that
Yeah.
information prepared, if we wanna go into that.
So, and that was just making sure we only doing 10, of course, we had, I don't know how many vehicles we had now, like 80, 90 vehicles or so. And the life cycles is 5 to 7 years, are we replacing enough at 10?
On this, though, this is still coming out of the infrastructure fund. I thought we decided we weren't gonna do that anymore. To take police vehicles out of the infrastructure fund.
Well, that's not a directive I'm aware of.
Okay.
This does follow past practice, and the county is supportive of emergency service vehicles coming out of this fund and this use of tax dollars.
I understand it's past practice, but I thought we had talked at some point about using the infrastructure fund exclusively for roadway infrastructure. Is that,
Had an idea what?
I mean,
Well, I think that's where it's always come out of infrastructure, and I don't think we have made any, as far as I can recall, we made any stipulation about changing where it comes from. Was one of the concerns I did, well, one of the reasons I'm asking is that any new vehicles, is it because we hired new officers and personnel wise, did we try to get any kind of grant and everything to help with this purchase, use impact fees for some of the resident infrastructure?
I mean, can we not use it? Yeah, last year, fiscal year 25, 320,000 came out of the police impact fee for vehicles.
Yeah, that's because of the new vehicle, but we can't, that's the only purchase of new vehicle, we can't replace a vehicle with impact fee. And that was one of my concerns, what, is any new due to increase in officers or what? Make sure we use impact fees to pay for these things, and we have to replace them by new vehicles due to increase in the number of officers and everything. Of course, you're telling me we still have to have, I'm not at capacity yet and everything
fund is the only one that we can use for roadways, correct?
Yes. Well, we could use general funds as well, but.
I mean, what's, what infrastructure fund for vehicles?
Yeah,
Fuel
that's the question, it's a policy
I like
question.
buckets, I like things in buckets that match the name, tree fund is trees, things like that. I mean, this is, if we're going to fix things that we have done in the past that were less than perfect, this is the year to do it, because this is the year we have some flexibility in our different funds.
Agreed.
So give us advice. What do you recommend?
Well, if it's, this is a policy question, obviously, stating the obvious. If it's the desire of council to take the position that the infrastructure fund should only be used for streets and sidewalks, I think we should adopt a budgeting policy that spells that out. Much like some of these other things that we discussed today. We don't have such a policy in place. We'd be breaking new grounds with it, but it is a best practice and commonplace in local government.
And where do the infrastructure funds come from?
Is a 1% sales tax that's dispersed to us from the county. That is the tax that has a defined life, I think it was 15 years.
Is this the penny tax?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
for roads. That's
Well,
what I was told as a
It's
taxpayer.
infrastructure, and we do twice a year go before the county, who has a committee which regulates this, and we present them both our audit at one point and then our results at the end of the year. So they review this very carefully, and it kind of it really fits into an accounting definition. You know, what's capital versus what's maintenance, and so on and so forth. As I said earlier, the use of public safety vehicles, this money towards public safety vehicles is not questioned by the county. Therefore, that's the approach we've taken. But to the point, if we want to create a policy that states it's only to be used for streets and sidewalks, we'll draft a policy.
So, but in a long-term discussion, because I was there for the penny sales tax, and they're talking about changing how the penny sales tax is done, that can put you guys in a fit because we didn't do it the way it should be done. And ultimately, and I've said this before, I feel like we keep taking from public works and squeezing them rather than doing the other parts and finding out where we can find this funding at. And I think infrastructure is one of our biggest things. We hear this over and over and over and over and over again, not against police or fire.
Right.
People never scream about police and fire. They scream all day, every day about infrastructure and roads and potholes and this and that and the other. And I think sometimes we do need to listen to that and figure out how we fund those properly. And so I would agree with you that it does need to stay as an infrastructure fund. And I think that's the prudent thing, because as we know, the city's gonna come and change this one penny sales tax, and if they kick the school board off, the discussion, because I was there for this, the discussion was county and cities quite possibly cannot get a sales tax passed without the schools. That's why they wanted the schools on there. Because at the time when I was on the school board, I advocated for the school board to tell the county to go do their own thing, because we knew we could get it passed. And they were not sure they could get it passed without us. And so as they now are going to politically push off the school board, I believe it becomes an uphill battle, at least from my past experience, to get this penny sales tax passed, especially if the school board goes out on their own and gets their own. Now you're talking about maybe 2 pennies.
Just for the awareness of the county, or the council, we have taken steps towards what you were suggesting with this budget cycle. In prior years, we had a lot of minor equipment within that fund that we moved out this year to 320 or the general fund. I'm talking about servers for the IT department and there's several other examples. But an $800,000 price tag is a big one to adjust on the fly. But again, I hear you, I agree with you. If we take this step, our alternatives are either 2 sources. We're talking about vehicle replacements, not additions, like the mayor was saying. We would have 2 choices: either Fund 320, the Capital Projects and Expenditures Fund, which is by policy excess fund reserves from the general fund, or the general fund itself. which leads into a discussion on millage.
Mhm.
So,
Sure.
but to your point, and again, I fully agree with you, are we budgeting in adherence to the spirit of the penny tax? And I fully agree with you on that.
I want you to have the best roads to drive on. Otherwise, there's more maintenance on those vehicles.
I just have one quick question, maybe you answered it when I left the room. It says minor equipment went from 219 to 939,000. It's item number 55204. Was that the tasers? Is that taser? Is that?
That would be part of the Axon officer safety.
Okay.
And related to that, we were presented with a proposal for using the reserve funds in the amount of $950,000 for the tasers, as I understand it. So are we talking about 939,213 plus 950, or is that 950 the same as the 939,213?
The 950 was due year one, should we adopt the Axon contract?
Because you
It's
have
broken
this in-
down by line, I have it.
You have this in your general fund, and Scott, you had presented it as part of the reserve usage, I believe. So we might have doubled, that might be where our cars come from.
No, it is solely within the general fund. It was in addition to the fund usage. Now, we could move that expense into Fund 320, now that we have a full picture of what the budget looks like, we could do that.
So in my mind, there were two 950s, this minor equipment and the 950 and the capital. So I think we just roll up our sleeves and see what we can do for the vehicles and the tasers and the cameras. I think it's an accounting function, probably.
My preference would be to leave the tasers and the 950 within the general fund, because they're not calling it a lease, but it functions like a lease.
Yeah.
And then to move the vehicles from Fund 120 into Fund 320.
Related to that, is there a lease program for these vehicles, if you're buying through the state?
There's, in the past, the city has not been a fan of leasing the police vehicles, we've always purchased them. There are leasing options, there are cities who utilize the leasing options for the vehicles.
Can you get us an estimate on that? Do
You
they
would
do
have to-
like boat companies do, where you give it back and they repair it? Like, does it help with your maintenance? Yeah,
I'd
is
have
that
to look
it?
into it.
So on that,
It's got a certain advantage.
you'd have to do a cost benefit analysis
Right.
comparing what they're selling for at auction and what their lease rates are.
God, I caution you to be doing more spreadsheets.
I think in the past, one of the real concerns with the leasing had to do with the insurance.
So
Okay.
yeah, let's get a good
If
picture.
you
Turn around all the
lease it,
stones.
one involved an accident, then the insurance becomes a problem, I guess. And everything is one of the things they used to tell me about anyway, but at least you have to worry about insurance. Because it's still responsible for all that.
Scott,
I
I wanted to
just-
follow up on what she was talking about too. Did you say Fund 330 is funded by the general fund?
That's the capital fund.
Right, that's what I was being sure of.
I only heard partial of that, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
So Fund 330,
20.
320, is funded by the general. So all we're doing is moving it from one
General.
pocket to another.
That's what this proposed policy would, fund balance policy would do, yes, sir.
Why don't we just pay it on the general?
And that might be for this year, but we're looking for a long-term solution.
But we're moving money from the general fund to that fund anyway, so.
It's just, it's putting restrictions on it, so it can only be used for capital. And because this is technically capital, that's why he's saying, and that's an option. I think that it's a puzzle that has to be figured out.
I'm okay with that if that's where you're going with it, because that it's gonna be
It's 6 in 1.
pigeonholed, then I'm fine with that. I just
Yeah.
wasn't quite sure what we were doing with that.
Chief, I just have a couple of other questions, well, if you can help me with them anyway. Can you give me a number one, the number of calls down in the Wellness Way? How much calls we doing in the Wellness Way? And the Marine Patrol, I have a little concern with that. I finally saw our boat on the water this past week. all summer, and there's been some problems. I know, been brought to my attention down there. Of course, I go through the water front on a regular basis, just about every day. I'm 2-3 times a day watching. A lot of vehicles parking in the boat ramp, parking with no trailers, things like this here, and I see a lot of jet skiers out there acting crazy on the water. So I'm glad to see we finally got our Marine Patrol. I know it's been almost $500,000 a couple of years getting that thing up and trying to get control. So I would like for you to keep an eye on that, and let's get it before I start getting too many more complaints about jet skiers again. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the boating, I know doing alcohol was another thing that I'm hearing. People coming to me complaining about alcohol and grills being brought up onto the waterfront as well. So.
Yeah, I can address all of those. The Marine unit has been out on the water. I can provide stats for the Marine unit should anyone want them. We produce those at the end of every weekend, get them Monday morning. The alcohol and grills on the waterfront area, we started out by putting the message board out there as a gentle reminder that that is not prohibited activities within the park. And then we followed it up this weekend by writing 3 ordinance violations to people who had alcohol in the park. So we started with the educate, now we're doing the enforcement piece of that. So we'll continue to see that as long as that activity persists.
And just as I'm curious about people coming and doing crimes here and where they're coming from, I have the same curiosity around the jet skiers. I get totally different information depending on who is talking to me or with whom I speak about whether they are renters or property owners or how they're getting on the lake, or if it's because of the agreement we have with the jet skiers and, are deals being done on the side. I mean, I'm just getting all sorts of different stories. So we don't need it today. This is more of an operational, but if you can work on finding some sort of, I don't know if everyone else even wants it, but I'd be very curious. It could be an email, but I'm just trying to get information on what the problem, as I understand it, is jet skiers are interfering with the quiet enjoyment and use of other individuals on the lake with children and small motorcraft, things that I think do cause danger. And so I want to be mindful of that, people's ability to enjoy their motorcraft, but also without, one's liberty and violating another person's liberty.
I have to verify on the spreadsheet, but I believe we do track which ones are rentals and which ones are privately owned.
I think it'd be helpful for us to have that, because we might hear 1 or 2 voices, and that's the only ones, or maybe those 1 or 2 reflect 2,000. We don't know. You're helpful in helping.
If I'm understanding the request correctly, is when I receive that spreadsheet update of our stats from the Marine unit at the beginning of each week, I can forward that email to you guys as well, and then everybody would have it.
City managers.
Yeah, well, we used to get a report every week. I don't think I've been getting a Marine report lately this year.
I can attach
At
it.
least for a while, so we can see the patterns, especially over summer.
And the other part about that is something I talked about earlier, with them being able to redo the boathouse that's next to the boat ramp. By having windows in there now, with being able to observe, being able to do that, they'll be able to quietly watch and deal with some of that where you're sitting in the police boat, you have to behave, you're gonna behave. Whereas when you're sitting inside the thing and you don't know that you have to behave, well, then you can act a fool and then you can get your ticket.
Yeah.
Well, also I
As
know,
they're coming in.
I also know the state law make it more difficult for you to do your job out there, because you just can't rope up on anyone out there on the water.
Right, you have to have a reason to stop.
Oh, yeah.
They give plenty of reasons for them to stop.
But you have to have a specific reason, where we used to be able to just stop them, but you can't now. You have to have specific reasons. So new state law.
I fully support that state law.
Huh?
I said, I fully support that state law.
Again, where one liberty infringes on another's liberty is where we have conflict. I do have some questions that aren't coming across the others. I'm gonna want the recruiting sergeant, not the vehicle sergeant. I think we're good with you, sir. Thank you very much. Chief, as he's coming up, is there any benefit to us having substations in different parts of the city? We're talking about expanding the current police headquarters. Your predecessor had asked about having mobile units. I don't want you to box yourself into what we have. I want you to really, if you're not prepared today, we have East Clermont, we have Historic Clermont, we've got Wellness Way, and we've got kind of South Clermont. What would you like to see? And if we were going to spend $350,000 on facility expansion, would it make more sense for us to look at other parts of the city or other solutions to give you the tools that you need so you don't have, and I'm also mindful, the more these officers drive across town, the more miles on the vehicle. So, you know,
It's funny, you're worried about miles, I'm worried about them wrecking the car.
all the, yes.
That's how I live my life too.
Chaos, order, that's how it works, right?
No, it's great. So yes, we had talked about down in the Wellness Way when we built the new fire station, that there would be a portion of that built out for the police department as well, so that we would have a presence down there, maybe 2 offices and a community meeting area. And people are like, what's the community meeting area or the training room dedicated for it? And that would be more for when we have large scale events down there. There's a briefing point or a briefing place for police, fire to all be there, possibly run a command post out of that building as well. So that was the plan for Wellness Way. The boat dock, we have had many conversations with Mr. Howard on that. I think that's a prime location. Build a boat dock, and then we can see what else we can do with that location. Maybe that's the right location to have a substation or an office down there for our downtown officers. I know space is crowded here at City Hall, so that may be an option. Open to that. I have a meeting later on this month with the sheriff to discuss the South Substation. I think a lot of our issues are going to go away in terms of overtime and getting our people back 10-8 on the road or ready to handle calls. Once the substation is able to intake inmates again, they're not ready to do that yet, but that is coming up in the future. And then maybe there is a collaboration between us and the sheriff's office if they have space available to share an office or 2 there. So I'm not looking to build buildings just to build buildings, but I think there's points where we can collaborate with other agencies and with the fire department, and maybe one building down here in downtown is what we're looking at, to be honest with you. But I think if we're looking at it holistically in the long term, those are probably the most viable solutions. And then making the best use of the interior of that building. We have a 30,000 square foot building. Make sure we use every square foot to the best of our ability. And then in the future, believe me, I will come to you if there is a need to do expansion for a building or we need secure storage or something of that nature. I will definitely come to you guys.
I encourage you to be bold in your conversations with the sheriff. I think we've seen some positive results in our conversations on the fire front. And, you know, it's my understanding the county is entertaining an $18 million budget increase, which will affect our taxes. And as you know, I like our citizens to get their money's worth. So if there is something the county can do to make your job easier here, to make sure our citizens are getting their money's worth, you have my full support.
I appreciate that. South Substation opening is a game changer for us. If you think about it, it's 45-minute drive to the jail, 45-minute back. That doesn't include booking.
How long has that been closed?
You're asking all the tough questions. Years is the probably answer.
Have you, Allison, have you ever been to Torah?
No, I
It
don't
is
know. The car dealership
So it's been a long time since I've been there. It is a really cool facility. They actually pull in, you're all enclosed, they have their own holding cells, their own booking process. It's all contained. When they first opened it, Chief Borders, Sheriff Borders, had it fully open. They brought out all their toys. They had crazy
I
stuff.
remember when it opened, and I've never seen anything come from it, so, maybe, Mr. Van Wagner, for the right amount of money, yeah, Clermont, for the county, to help the county.
Hopefully they open that because, like I said, that was a really, really cool facility. And when I heard it was closed, I was like, yeah, that's just kind of weird that they closed it. And but it just takes a load off of all of the municipalities down here. And so hopefully they will. Really good. Absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna rapid fire, and some of these might cause angst, and some of them might be easy, but these are my highlighted ones. $26,200 for professional services, a 424% increase in 2026. What is that?
I believe that also includes some of our taser purchases when that comes to instruction.
Now, you do have a training line item, so this one wasn't included. that the 1,010,000 for a total of 2,176,000 is in fact reflective of the CBA increases for police.
Yes, those are built in.
Those are built in.
Oh, yeah, that one million.
And while I'm going through the rapid fire here, I do want to point out that there's $2.1 million in payroll increase. The overall operating expense increase is another 1.1 million. So we're looking at a 3.2, almost $3.3 million increase. So those are the numbers I'm looking at. 26.2, you know?
Pro services general, the one that's here, it says 18.7 for the one with the Axon contract, and adding the 5 to that, that brings us right close to that number. I'd have to find the other $3,000, but I believe that number should reflect closer to 23.7 or 24.
So this is the body cams, tasers. Legal fees, 15,000. Is this union or something else?
Legal fees at 15,000, that is not union. That is so our general counsel would be able to do asset forfeiture cases. So asset forfeiture, we have to put out $1,000 and $1,500 per case that we do. We do so $2,500 per case. That would give us 6 cases.
So these are court costs.
These are court costs that are, these are statutory requirement costs that we should we engage in asset forfeiture. And we work with the city attorney, Christian, general counsel Robert Brett, and I work together on all of those.
General counsel, what do you mean?
That is that is the attorney that works with the police department, inside the police department.
The union attorney?
He is not a union attorney, he is a member of the command staff.
We converted a position, if I'm not mistaken, a few months ago, to a full-time attorney for the police department.
Attorney ever serve in opposition to the city? Is that written somewhere?
I believe that I'd have to look at his job description, but it is crystal clear to him that he will not serve in opposition to the city.
No.
Can we make sure that's in writing?
Verify.
Contract services dispatch, was there a conversation at some point ever about South Lake kind of having its own dispatch instead of the county? What's the status there?
There was a brief discussion that Groveland may be interested in that. That discussion was last year. My fear with that would be that our call volume is at such a level that we may overwhelm them. The county offers a fantastic service. We actually have our own channel, which many cities have to share a channel. And we also get to utilize the Clermont channel, so we have access to the Clermont channel too. The discussion for the dispatches, what Lake County went to is it's $12 per person, or per resident, and that's how they come up with their pricing on it.
So this 500,000 in that, I was assuming that's what we pay the county for dispatch.
Correct, that's
Okay.
correct. 587, 850.
Which is a lot cheaper than what it would be if we had our own, because I think when we had our own dispatch, we had just 5 people itself on staff for dispatching.
If we tried to stand up our own dispatch, we would be talking millions.
Then you include the radios and instruments and everything for it, just we had 5 people on board, and we almost taking up 500,000.
Does that dispatch service also serve for fire and EMS?
I believe they are separate.
They're separate, if
Oh,
I'm
they're
not
separate.
mistaken.
Maybe I'm thinking something fire and EMS. I noticed that you had so I assume travel and per diem, items 54001, and training and education 55401 are connected to one another. Is that a safe assumption, or am I misreading it?
They're 2 separate line items. There was an increase in the federal guidelines for travel and per diem on the meal reimbursements and travel and the lodging has gone up, which was the reason behind that request. And then if you look at the training and education, I believe that one's at 85,000. That is 55,000 for training for the line level personnel, and then that's 30,000 allocated to us being able to sponsor cadets through the law enforcement.
Okay, I'm looking at line 55401. This is under the police asset forfeiture fund, travel.
Correct, and now, so you're looking at the asset forfeiture.
that?
Those funds are generally used, we have funds allocated for sergeants, officers, lieutenants, and then we have funds that are also, that we can utilize for command staff to attend training conferences that way. So that for the Florida Police Chiefs Association, FBI National Academy, Florida Criminal Justice Executive Seminars, things like that, that's what those funds are utilized for.
And that's coming from, correct me, the police asset forfeiture fund is when you're trading equipment, you're selling it, and you're getting, or no, it's equipment you acquire from criminals, and we're converting it into money that we can use as a city for our training.
Correct, and those funds, depending upon how many funds are brought in, there's a percentage that we have to spend each year. So the percentage that is spent can vary year to year based on the seizures that we're making. And most of those seizures, just so everybody understands where they come from, most of those seizures, when you look at the federal, Justice and Treasury, those are our federal partners, that's our DEA task force. And then when you look at state seizures, that comes through partnerships. And then the local one would be from our county, city investigative bureau, where we have a task force officer assigned to that as well. And that's in conjunction with the sheriff's office.
All right, 54614, repairs and maintenance equipment is up 331% to 64,685. Is that also related to the tasers and body cams, or is that something different?
You said 54614?
Yes.
There is a line item there in the tasers for hardware refresh service, repair and maintenance 54614, at just under $35,000.
Is that for the old tasers or the new ones?
That would be for the adoption of the new tasers.
55204, minor equipment, 939. This is the body cams and tasers, 939,213. Software renewals, 55219, 65% increase to 478,000. Is that also related to the body cams and tasers? Something different?
There is software support at 55219.
Yes.
It's at 187640, so that would be attributed to, that's on the contract as well.
So this is also related to the tasers.
Correct.
Would these be annual fees, the 26.2, the 64.6, and the 487?
They do reduce as the years go by. So if we can stick with software and support would stay the same all 5 years. Pro services goes from 18.7 to 0 in the subsequent years. Training is there, years 1 and 2. Warranties, repair and maintenance remain the same. Hardware refresh increases based upon new technology coming out. But it does appear that the 187, 640 remains the same for the life of the contract.
And I apologize, is that information given to us somewhere? Or I only have your one, I think. Is this in the capital, or where can I see the 5-year kind of plan for this
I
project?
could provide the printout that was from finance to everyone. This is the easiest version to consume.
We didn't prepare a capital sheet on this since it's not technically a capital expenditure. This would be the best resource to summarize the entire cost.
And in 55219, 487, Wayne, sorry, I'm losing it. We were at 290 last year, now we're at 478. Is the difference the body cams, or are the body cams a $500,000 commitment each year?
The difference is the body cams, so that 291 and then adding the 187 in there.
Okay.
That should get us pretty close to that number.
And what is the 291?
The 291 is multiple software programs that we utilize. It includes our records management system, use of force reporting, all of our field training program software. I can go on. But that is our monster account.
Does your records records management sort of feed into the clerk's record management, or how do those two talk to one another?
The clerks and ours does not communicate with one another, so the way our records management system works is we are a collaborative effort with the county. It's us, the sheriff's office, and probably 10 other municipalities all on the same records management system so that we can share information back and forth between one another.
So if someone makes a FOIA request around the police department, how does that get out of your system into the FOIA requester's hands?
We would pull the report and then we would submit it to the clerk, to the clerk's office.
Talk to me about community relations. You were at 14,000 in 2024, then 8,000 last year, and now up to 19,800. What's been changing? What's going on?
We've been fluctuating up and down with community events. We've done some of the larger events, and then we've done some of the smaller events. We've seen success with the larger events. We plan on doing some large events, such as National Night Out, Halloween on the Trail, different things like that. We didn't do the basketball camp this year. We'll probably do the basketball camp again next year. All of those are expenses that we cover as the police department. Some of those we can use seizure funds for. They just have to have a crime or drug prevention background into it. So most of that is to continue the programs or enhance the programs that we deliver to them.
And who oversees those programs?
That would be Captain Sarah.
Yes, ma'am, how are you?
Hi. How do I learn more about the plan for those programs each year?
So it really depends on what the temperature is in the community. So right now, I know we're getting ready for the backpack event this Saturday. So that costs funds to put out to help supply some of those backpacks to our students within Clermont. It really just fluctuates, as Chief Graysick says. So our next major one that we're prepping for is gonna be National Night Out. National Night Out is a huge undertaking for the Clermont Police Department. We've been a host site for several years, and what that does is that draws all our local law enforcement partners to Waterfront Park, and we average several thousand visitors who come to that event that night. But additionally,
Visitors, not citizens.
citizens of Clermont and surrounding areas, yes ma'am. Because again, we bring municipalities, we bring the sheriff's office, we bring local businesses out there to showcase their product. So it again is a huge draw, tourism draw, other communities come this way. Additional events that we spearhead are Stuff a Cruiser, where we're able to go to various businesses, Walmarts, Bells and stuff like that. In the local community, we buy gifts for the children within our community, and they get to interact with our staff.
When you do joint events like National Night Out, and the sheriff's office is coming, and Neola and Berlin are coming, are they contributing to the cost of that event in some way? As we are?
Yes, their portion is being paid, yes ma'am.
Do they pay that to us, and we oversee it, or is there some joint organization that collects the funds?
I thought on the National Night Out, each agency pick up their own cost for attending and everything. We pretty much sponsor the whole event, but each different agencies like the sheriff or say Groveland attend, they put their own costs. I thought that's what.
Yes, and what their cost includes is like their merchandise that they hand out and stuff of that nature, yes ma'am. It's not a paid for them event. If I misspoke, I apologize.
No, I'm trying to understand, so it's us finding common language, okay, that's all. So the 19,800 in the budget is for things, Clermont
To
branded?
make those events. So when we show up to an event, it's nice to have stuff to hand out or to interact with the community. So that's a lot of our costs.
Squishy balls?
Squishy
and
balls, some
backpacks.
cool sunglasses, stuff of that nature.
Do it also include like shop at the cop?
Yes.
All that as well. They did a couple of different shop at the cops each Christmas and Thanksgiving and stuff from
Yes.
and all that, so.
So, and then in the police impact fee capital fund, we've got another 18,000 in equipment. Is that also related to the tasers and body cams, or is that something else?
That would be something else. That would be to ensure the purchase of an indoor drone, which I would ask of the council. there's two options we have here. We could buy a drone outright, or we can enter into an agreement. That number should probably be 20,000, or we can enter into a 5-year contract to, in essence, lease drones. And what we would do is, year one, you would get the drone, I'll call it Lima 1, just make up a name. For that drone, if Lemur 2 comes out in year 3, you keep Lemur 1, you get Lemur 2, and then in year 4, if Lemur 3 comes out, you end up building up a fleet through that. At the end, there's no sense to renew the contract if the fleet of drones you have built up is good. Or we can go outright and purchase one indoor drone. I will say this, the Cottonwood incident opened our eyes to that was one glaring hole that we had. It took a long time to get an indoor drone in there. Had an indoor drone been used, we would have been able to identify that the suspect had committed suicide. We would have been able to identify that much sooner instead of keeping manpower tied up for 4 or 5 hours. There are other instances where we could use it. Should we secure a search warrant for a residence, we write in that we will use the indoor drone to search the residence. We are able to utilize that indoor drone in that capacity. It's a much safer way for our SWAT operators or for a search warrant execution that does not meet the SWAT criteria. It's a safer way for our detective bureau or our street crimes unit to search a residence. With the capabilities of the indoor drone, you can communicate with the personnel. Captain Strickland, correct, help me out if I miss something, but we do have the ability to communicate back and forth with the individual should someone be inside if it's an empty house. It just provides us the real-time information that the house is vacant, going to our other searches as needed.
What was the 32,783 last year? What was that used for?
Which line item is that?
This year, it's the 18,000 for the drone, it's the 664 all-in equipment. Last year, it was 32,783.
Was that the 2 drones you bought, the outdoor ones?
The 2 outdoor drones would have been $50-something thousand combined. I'd have to look and see what that, I don't know that off the top of my head.
So to distinguish, you have 2 outdoor drones.
Correct.
You don't have an indoor drone.
Correct.
Did we use Groveland's indoor drone in the Cottonwood project? Did we use something?
Lake County's county.
Lake County, it was a Lake County. It was their indoor drone that we used.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure. Oh, you know, I love the idea of being the safest city in Florida, so thank you for that. What standard are you using? Specifically, what agency are you seeking to obtain the award of the safest city in Florida, so that we all know what standards we're using? And what other departments might you need to coordinate with in order to achieve that goal?
So right now, I base our standard off of St. Cloud. St. Cloud does it a little bit different than we do. St. Cloud has invested heavily in technology. Each community is a little bit different, so to say we're going to mirror our activities off of the next community kind of isn't the right standard to use. And I'll give you an idea of what St. Cloud has done. They've stood up a real-time crime center. They've invested over 600 cameras throughout the city. I'm not asking for an investment in 600 cameras throughout the city. And then they do proactive patrols. They do the community engagement pieces. I think our bread and butter here is community engagement. We do a great job of that. Then we can always enhance our proactive patrols. The technology piece will come as we grow. Giving you John's opinion right now, I don't see the investment for us in 600 cameras. I think wisely building out our LPR program and then wisely building out a security camera program throughout the downtown is the best way to create the safest environment for the citizens of Clermont. That will take time, that takes effort, that takes money, but I think that plan is a solid plan for us moving into the future.
Has St. Cloud won an award as the safest city?
They were recognized last year. Now, remember that depends on which website you go to. You can be nominated by the realtor, you can be nominated by the alarm company, you can be nominated by any number of people for the sake of the city. But I believe if our stats remain the same, we're able to show double-digit decreases in the stats, and I'm aware of the one stat that keeps us outside of that, we're able to pinpoint why that stat will not decrease and why it continues to happen within our city. I believe achieving the safest city award is going to be fairly simple for us to achieve.
And what is the organization that you'll be using to apply for the award?
That I will have to find. It's either the real estate, that's pretty much how St. Cloud was recognized. It's through realtors, alarm companies, crime grade, different people do different awards. I will find that. But when those awards come available, we will submit whatever information we need to.
I just have one quick question. On item 55410, ammunition, I thought you said crime is going down, so what do you need more bullets? It's target practice.
You gotta qualify.
We qualify multiple times a year. We offer open range days for our personnel to proficient in firearms training. Remember, we have to carry a certain amount of or I shouldn't say a certain, we carry a certain amount extra duty ammo, as ammo can be great. That also falls under the purchase of steel targets. It also shows in that account goes under buying our armorers tools so that they can work on pistols, rifles, all the firearms that we have, so that in-house we can take care of our own firearms. We'll go from there. So we have personnel trained as armorers on multiple weapons platforms.
Seems appropriate to share with you at this time that I received a text message just now that Lake County's 911 is out, and that their telephones being down will likely affect people calling 911.
Yes.
Timing of that was really interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, well.
I have the answer for the funds that were for the $32,783. That was for a shelving system that we needed to increase our capacity within the evidence room.
Shelby, okay.
So Chief, I just want to thank you because you answered all the questions, and it's not disparaging to Chief Broadway at all, because you answered all the questions last year too, but I just want to recognize you for being able to do that as Chief, and it just shows the intimate knowledge that you have within your budget and within your thing, and so it was something that I recognized last year that you answered all those questions. That's interesting, and so pleased to see you do it this year. Hopefully you continue to be that involved and that knowledgeable on it, so thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions from the council?
No. Thank you for doing a good job and keeping us safe.
Thank you, Chief. One last question.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything on your wish list that's not in this budget?
We talked about the strategy of how we would employ additional personnel and when. I feel comfortable with that. No, at this point, we are a blessed agency, punching way above our weight class. I can't think of anything else.
So
It seems right now the Axon contract is a go,
So you're trying to tell me you don't have a wish list back there?
I do not have a wish list. I show what I ask for is what I ask for. I'm not asking for what I want. I'm asking for what I need.
What you need.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Thank you for that.
I just want to make sure, I'll take a look at it all this time. We can build some of them things. I know in the past, Chief Broadway and I don't know, 10 years before we got a command center, right?
That command vehicle that is the unicorn. The unicorn can stay out there for right now. I don't have any place to put it.
Yeah, I know we talked about that command center for over 10
We'll be
years.
looking for grant funding opportunities.
I apologize.
Thank you
Real quick,
all.
before you go, I said I was gonna ask a question to the recruiting sergeant. How many of the 9 recruits are from Clermont?
I would have to look at their applications. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I apologize.
It's okay. And do we know how many would be living in?
Again, this is data I could get back to you. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. It's the 3:45. We'll be back in 3:55, if that's all right.
Chandra, how do you want to handle this afternoon? I know you said you were having to leave at 4.
Oh, you have to leave at 4? Oh, okay. Well,
Do you feel, because fire is next, and I know Mr. Mayor has a lot of questions about PNS.
Yes.
Do you want to participate in that, or do you feel like you know most of the answers, and if you could get kind of started
3:40, 3:55. I didn't realize one of the council members had to leave at 4 o'clock. So we're gonna actually call it a day. Today, we're gonna end everything, workshop for the day. We're gonna pick it up again in the morning at 9 o'clock with the, fire department. On Thursday, I'm sorry, on Thursday morning at 9 o'clock with the fire department. And, we're gonna call it a wrap for the day. We appreciate everybody being here attending. I don't know if any other council members have anything else they would like to, say before we.
Thank you to everyone